Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Naruto Builds Harem, with Koneko in DxD World. So do 2-heart comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Naruto X Rias and Akino uncensored spicy version, link in description. So we've hit the 2-year anniversary of living here Kurama. Quote. Oi, answer me already tilde. I know you're awake in there. Shut up. This is a special occasion, I figured we should talk about it. We can talk, after my nap. No tilde don't sleep now, you'll never wake up again tilde. Seriously. And here I thought that I can close the shop for a day and spend some quality time with you. You overgrown lazy bag of fuzz. Well then, how about you carry the weight of our combined existence for a change? I would gladly accept that challenge, but I need to open up the shop. Ungrateful bra, Z's. Seriously. You were awake for like 5 minutes. It was a good thing that Naruto opens his ramen shop early or else he would have had to race. I've many questioning stares coming his way for his one-man act while he sweeps his shop's front entrance. Then again, the reason he opens early is exactly because he receives weird looks already. The lady next door is still sending him pitying glances whenever he greets her, not for his one-man act, but for other reasons. Damn middle-aged gossiping old hag, I know it's you who's been spreading rumors of me escaping an insanity asylum. It's not my fault I have a telepathic connection with a disembodied demonic beast who I befriended during a war against 2 guys and a rabbit god, Des. Maybe the old hag is onto something. Shut up already. Stop reading my thoughts then. We're connected by Z's. Kurama. Buddy. You there? Naruto glances down to his stomach where the seal for Kurama's home resides. Hearing no answer except for a light snoring sound, the blonde teen sighs to himself and flips over the open sign before walking into his ramen shop. Looks like it's one of those days again. It has been roughly 2 years since Naruto awoken in the middle of the forest west of Japan's capital, Tokyo. He had no idea how he got there or how long he's been laying there, but by the time he got to his feet, the sky was pitch black. Not seeing any of the stars or even a moon to guide him, the blonde climbed a random tree and tried to recollect himself. He remembered the ceiling of Kagaya Otsutsuki with the help his teammates and the beasts. He remembered Sasuke's harebrained scheme for obtaining ultimate peace. He slightly recalled the battle that took place where he gloriously, without a doubt, kicked some sense into Sasuke's ass. Barely remembers getting punched in the face and retaliating. But anything afterwards escaped the blonde. Try as he might, he could not seem to conjure up any memory of the events after he blacked out. After 10 minutes of him sitting cross-legged with arms folded under each other and face scrunched up in concentration on a tree branch, a little light bulb appeared on top of his head and smashed itself into his skull. He was knocked out of his thinking and literally fell into his mindscape. In front of him the gate of Kurama's prison and the same light bulb that smashed him earlier appeared again and dinged before disappearing. Suddenly, the idea that he should ask Kurama if he remembered anything popped into his head. Completely ignoring the metaphorical violence happening to him like a good main character that he is, Naruto walked past the gates of the prison and roamed into the cell. Kurama. You here? Naruto couldn't see very far into the deep dark cavern, so he decided to call out to his partner. Not hearing any answer, he panicked a little and called upon his chakra to do whatever it did for him to sense others. Getting a vague location of the giant chakra container relieved Naruto. Phew, there he is, but why isn't he answering? Maybe something's wrong. Renewing his sense of panic, Naruto ran towards the vague location of Kurama. Though even in complete darkness, he somehow managed to see the fox's outline as he ran towards it. The giant beast was in his usual pose, laying on his stomach with his head on top of his forepaws. Seeing the resting fox didn't calm him down at all. This was mostly due to the fact that the fox was not responding to his insistent yelling of its name, and he can be very insistent. Hey, Kurama, you okay? Naruto was very worried, borderlining frightened, at the stilled fox. Kurama is many things: manipulative, cynical, grudging, lonely, fiery, and plain arrogant. Calm and silent, however, was not him. The blonde knew that if he annoyed the fox enough, he would definitely get a tail to the face, and here he was, insistently calling the fox. Kurama would have reached his limits at around the 5th call, but now Naruto passed the 50th mark and not even a twitch shown itself. Kurama, he whispers as he reaches out to touch the snout of his stilled friend. And got a tail slapped into his face, sending him flying a couple hundred meters before he falls to his face, ass sticking up in the air. I heard you, the first time, brat. The previously stilled beast opened one of his eyes to glance at the downed blonde. It pulled its lips up into a twisted smirk and gloatingly said, Expect the unexpected, look underneath the underneath, right? Naruto. I will never worry about you again, you fuzz bag. Not bothering to lift up his face, Naruto begins to push his body back towards the still lying fox. He didn't need to look up to know the fox is wearing that damn smirk. Though he had said he wouldn't worry, in the end he still noticed how tired Kurama sounded and deemed it important enough to ask. Why do you sound so tired anyway? I thought you were the invincible Kyuubi-sama that wouldn't tire even after terrorizing an army of kittens. We're not in the elemental nations anymore, Naruto. The fox broke in before Naruto could start another of his tirades. Kagaya managed to bite us in the ass even after kicking the bucket. An external dimensional rift was purposely left open. We fell straight into it. I have no idea where we are. Just that we're not in the elemental nations anymore. Naruto was shocked. Kagaya still managed to screw him over even now. Sheesh, how persistent is that woman? Well, it's not like he has to worry, he'll just wait here for Kakashi-sensei to use that space jutsu of his, which he needs the Sharingan to use, and said Sharingan is gone. Ding, you mean, no way back, sorry Naruto. I'm tired, I leave the rest to you. But, that's, why are you so tired, Kurama? Not completely accepting his current predicament. Naruto looked for something to grasp onto, and what he managed was the worry he had for his partner. We are not residents of this plane. It will take a while for it to accept us. Until then, it will try to deport us. I will anchor us here so that we won't get deported. Don't do anything stupid. I won't be able to drag you out this time. Good luck, Naruto. The smirk that the fox had before turned into a compassionate smile as he closes his eyes once more and stilled, just like how Naruto had found him. Naruto stood before the resting fox, mouth agape, trying to redirect his thoughts to something. In the end, he just sat on the branch, eyes dazed while looking in the sky at nothing in particular. Naruto chuckled at the memory of what had happened on his first night in this world. Looking back at it, he felt that he could have done better than sitting on a branch for 10 hours straight before getting hungry and stumbling into civilization. Wow, I was so lost back then. Stopping a robber to ask him for some help, having the cops catch up to said robber, fighting off said cops to help said robber, getting arrested by said cops for helping said robber, and finally having to wake Kurama up to help bail him out of said arrest by said cops for helping said robber was the first line of events that happened an hour within him fumbling his way into town. On the plus side, he found out that, apparently, Kurama knows how to use genjutsu. Coming from the giant fox who thinks a bijudama is the answer to everything, that was honestly unexpected. I could have handled it better. Naruto suddenly remembers a scene of him punching a cop in the face for holding down the robber. Could have totally done way better. Another scene of Naruto being tackled down by a group of policemen flashes in his mind. A scene of Naruto being led to a police car in handcuffs with a jacket covering his head slowly plays out from the depths of his memories. He clearly remembers a pair of mother and child who stood in the backgrounds. The mother was covering the child's eyes as he pointed towards the arrested Naruto. Alright already. I get it. I'm helpless without you, you bag of fuzz. The blonde screams aloud while tilting his body backwards. He grasps at his head and pulls on a huge chunk of his hair, as another memory slowly plays out. Hee hee. Z's. Honestly. Are you sleeping or not, you fuzz bag? Naruto grumbles to himself as he pulls out a cloth to wipe the tables of his small shop. His ears twitched when the doorbell's jingles, indicating that a customer is coming in. Since the shop only experiences an influx of a handful of regular customers, Naruto could pretty much guess who it was without even using his chakra sensing thingy power trademark. But he still used it to double check anyways. A little bit early to be coming here, isn't it, Issei? That's because there was something I wanted to get at the convenience store early today. A brown-haired teen in a school uniform walks up to the blonde ramen shop owner and puts on a perverse grin. Oh, Naruto, on seeing the grin, feels like he already knows the answer. Yes, you see, I timed it perfectly and have been planning this for almost 3 weeks now. I aimed the target at the nearby 24/7 convenience store down the street. I tracked down every one of the employees and made notes of their personality, work shift and behavioral patterns. Today was the specific day that Majiwari-san had a 10-hour night shift. Since he has shown lethargic behaviors during his morning shifts, I picked him in particular to be my cashier so that I could buy. The unexpectedly shrewd boy reaches into his uniform jacket and pulls out this. A magazine with a picture of a young woman winking to her readers while barely covering her sizable assets with her hands, in other words, a porno magazine. Yup, called it Opie Heaven Deluxe Edition. I've been gunning this down ever since it first appeared in that convenience store. After so long, I finally get to hold it and call it mine. The teen begins cradling the magazine like it was his own child while shedding tears of joy. Hey. If only that old hag next door could see this. So you spent 3 weeks getting this? The teen in uniform nods. Couldn't you have just asked me to buy it for you? And it wouldn't be considered my child anymore. What about that magazine I bought for you last week? So anyways, part of the plan involved buying the porn in a stack of other objects to pull off attention to the porn itself. Here, I bought this one for you. The uniformed teen, seeing that he was on a losing battle, straightens his back and puts the magazine away only to pull out a game package that he hands to Naruto. The blonde wordlessly takes the game package and looks down at the cover. It shows a picture of a girl, surrounded by 5 boys, with flowers in the background. Its title reads, Otone Game, School Love Fest. Capture all the boys. Naruto proceeds to look back up at Issei with a stoic expression as if to silently say, the hell man. Yes, that's exactly the look the cashier gave me. He completely ignored everything else I bought afterwards. I said I was buying it for a friend and well, here you go. Issei grins and gives Naruto the good guy pose, completed with a thumbs up and shining teeth. A cartoonish red vein pops out of Naruto's forehead as he throws the game back towards the teen. The first time Naruto met Hyoto Issei was when the boy walked into his shop a week after its opening with a rubber ducky comically riding on the glowing red bump in his hair. The teen proceeded to drag himself towards one of the empty tables. Nearly the whole shop was empty with 1 or 2 stragglers hanging out in the shop, watching the television and passing time with a cup of coffee. Ordering a medium pork ramen, the brunette proceeded to slouch on the table, face meeting wood. The brunette stayed like that for another 2 or 3 hours, only getting up to eat the ramen that Naruto brought, with Naruto sitting at the same table changing the channels on his television to find something fun to watch. Stopping the switch at a comedy channel, the blonde slouched into his chair as well and accompanied the brunette in silence. After a while, the boy turned his head towards the ramen chef and asked with a sullen face. Hey, if a man were to see a hole in a bathhouse wall that leads towards the women's side, it would be his duty to peep at it, right? Eccentric people is what makes the world go around. Let it be known that Uzumaki Naruto, under most non-life-threatening circumstances, is a lousy source of knowledge to take advice from. Ing the views of a tyrannical god-complexed warlord. Why not? Changing the judgment of a man who has lost all hopes for humanity and thinks that everything will be better if he illusioned the crap out of the world. Sure, knocking some sense into his best friend who lost his marbles somewhere between back then and then. Every other week, cheering up a hormonal teenager who currently looks like his whole viewpoint on the world is on the line. Kurama-sama, a little help. Thankfully, the brunette managed to draw up a conclusion to his problem. He paid Naruto for the meal and left with a wistful smile. The second time Naruto met Hyodo Issei was when the boy dragged himself into the shop 2 days after the first time. He still had a comical red bump in his head as well. Ordering up a medium pork ramen again. The boy slouched at the table he sat in the last time. This time though, the brunette opened right up when Naruto accompanied him at the table. Apparently, the red bump was from a FAIL attempt to slip at a maid cafe and sneak a peek under one of the maid's miniskirt. Issei laughed at his failure and proceeded to pull out a notebook and show Naruto some perverse plans he has in store for future uses. Naruto chuckled at the teen's antics and Kurama, who was conveniently awake at the time, whispered, "Oh gods, it's like that Toad man all over again." The third time Naruto met Hyodo Issei was 2 days after the second meeting. Issei walked into the shop without any injuries and asked Naruto if he had a PFP game system. Naruto asked why and Issei said, "So that I can play it here. Playing it at home is very nerve-wracking because mom could walk in at any time." By this point, Naruto knew why it was nerve-wracking if he wants to play his game at home, but he pointed out that he only had one television to hook the game system up to and it was the one in the shop. Issei, in all his gloriously stupid innocence, walked up to the straggler that seems to like to hang out in the ramen shop drinking coffee and asked if he minded if Issei played his game here. In the end, Issei, Naruto and the straggler named Dertaerg or something, Issei and Naruto decided to call him Da. RT played the dating simulation together. They managed to somehow unlock and completed one of the secret routes that were surprisingly tear-jerking and emotional. Dirt left the ramen shop in tears, saying that he's off to go buy the game for himself. Issei left afterward but not before getting a promise out of Naruto that he won't play the game while Issei isn't around. Naruto closed down the shop and started playing it anyways. Kurama helped out a bit and somehow discovered the super secret hidden Easter egg for unlocking the Kitsune route. They pulled an all-nighter finishing that route. It was very touching. Kurama, the previous embodiment of fear and evil, teared up a little. Issei ended up being a regular to Naruto's ramen shack after coming at an average of 3 or 4 times a week. He always orders a medium pork ramen and asks a random goofy request. Naruto, for reasons he doesn't really understand, complied with most of those requests. Whether it was giving advice on perverse plans to buying a specific game or magazine, Naruto never could have said no to his perverted friend. Friend, so what game is it this time? A patron walks into the empty ramen shops with a cup of coffee in hand. He sees the owner setting up a gaming console in the middle of the shop and asks this while he takes a sip of his coffee. "Hey, Dirt, we're planning on playing an otome game that I brought for Naruto." Poking his head out from behind the kitchen's door, Issei greets the man. "Oi Issei, don't just make your own ramen like that, it's my shop. Not a snack bar. And you, Dirt, order some ramen or something. Stop drinking coffee, damn it." "Oh, so Naruto-san's into guys, huh? That explains why there are no girls in this little group." "Yeah, I figured that too. That's why I bought him this game." "Oi." Naruto takes the game disc out of the box cover and tosses the cover at Issei. "Oh, Naruto's done setting up. Let's play." Issei ducks under the thrown item and starts eating the bowl of ramen in his hand as he walks out the kitchen. "We're playing as a female lead, right? What do we name her?" To answer Dirt's question, Naruto picks up the controller and types in a name with it. "Seriously?" Issei cringes at the name typed. "I wish you luck with finding a boyfriend, Uzumaki Naruto-san." Dirt gives a 2-finger salute to the newly christened game character. "It's asking us difficulty we should pick." Naruto moves the game along and goes to the next screen. "Try the super hard mode, I wanna see what'll happen." Agreeing with Issei, Naruto clicks the super hard difficulty option and skims over the introduction, something about a high school girl making friends and finding love. He sped through most of it. As they get to the first encounter, Naruto slows down so that they can read the dialogue. "Kagemura, who are you and what are you doing on this campus? Answer him truthfully, hit him, defend, magic, run away. HNG. What kinda dating sim is this? It turned into a turn-based RPG. Issei chalks down a mouthful of ramen when he sees the choices available. This Kagemura person is obviously the offending party, talking to a young woman without even introducing himself. You can fight back and shift the blame onto him. Try using magic. Dirt, meanwhile, takes the analytical approach to problem solving. Naruto clicks the magic option and a list shows up. Strengthen, Magic Up, Defense Up, Meteor, Holy Nova, Armageddon, Age of Absolute Disparity. A versatile move set. Issei-kun, what do you think we should pick? Dirt nods in understanding and asks Issei for an opinion. None of the above. We're trying to get a boyfriend, not a corpse. This Kagemura person might like strong girls. If he survives, we might unexpectedly get some benefits. Might survive isn't good either. Pissed, Naruto, there's a few pixels off on the bottom right. It might be a secret option. Pick that. While Dirt and Issei, Naruto hears Kurama whisper this to him. Naruto squints his eyes to see the pixels that Kurama was talking about and after spotting them, moves his cursor to navigate towards the secret option and click up. Oh. As expected of a ramen chef to have eyes for details, you've found a secret option without even trying. The screen flashes red and when the scene is shown again, Kagemura is on the floor with a sword stabbed in his stomach. Kagemura. So you have bested me. Well, it's not like I was that important anyways. I've already accomplished my job. Now, the queen knows you're here. She has conquered the hearts of all the boys in this school already. You won't be able to beat her. Mission update. Defeat the queen and take her harem of boys as yours. Is this what's romance for girls are like? Man, I'm glad I was born as a guy. Issei makes a complicated face as the game goes on. We're finally at the final boss. After a few hours of gaming, Naruto mutters this in exasperation. How the hell did we manage to save the earth twice already and still not have reached the final boss beforehand? Issei reads the text scrolling along and mutters as well. You know what? Why's the main character fighting the enemies anyways? Dirt, in between coffee sips, points out one of the game's various plot holes. The queen, welcome hero, to my castle. Wow, they completely forgot about the romance altogether. Didn't they? Pretty sure that's a line straight from Dragon Guest. Naruto rolls his eyes at Issei's comment and was about to click the continue button when Kurama cuts in. Naruto. My gamer senses are tingling. There is a secret route incoming. The queen, but before we fight, what flavor of ice cream do you like? A long list of options pops up on the screen. I'm getting a feeling that the main character is into coffee flavor ice cream. Dirt inputs his opinion as he takes a sip the coffee cup which dubiously sounds like it's still full. You're in a ramen shop. Obviously it's ramen flavored ice cream. Naruto rebukes Dirt's comment and makes his own choice. He continues to scroll through the options to find his choice. Did they even make that? Issei asks this with a bit of confusion. It's something I've been working on. Naruto pauses in his quest to find the option of ramen ice cream to say this. He points at a tub of orange ice cream in Dirt's hand. It's that one. Though not as flavorful as coffee ice cream, this is still surprisingly good. The middle-aged man takes bite out of the blank ice cream box. Wait a minute, when do you get that? Issei looks down from the box of ice cream up to Dirt. You didn't go into the kitchen, right? It was on the table the whole time. Didn't you get it when you made your ramen? Dirt blinks and looks owlishly back at Issei. No, I didn't even know that was a thing. Naruto. Issei turns his gaze to Naruto. I've been playing the whole time. Naruto waves the controller in his hand as he returns looks back at Dirt and Issei. The queen? Oh, that was me. I got hungry while waiting for the hero to arrive, so I sneaked a bite. I apologize for not saying so beforehand but I felt like that would have broken your immersion. It was quite flavorful, Chef-san. I have added it as a flavor in the options down at the bottom of the list. Naruto, Issei, and Dirt stare at the television. The queen? Oh, shoot. Did I break the immersion? Sorry, let me get back to the story. Ahem. So, hero, answer the question or die. What will it be? I heard that too much gaming is bad for your head. Let's go for a walk instead. I agree. I also need to get a fresh pot of coffee. There's a new cafe down the street. I heard they had a really good parfait special and red bean soup. I also need to scope out their lunch competition. Oh, you mean the one with the cute waiters? Let's go. Guess I'll tag along. I wonder what their coffee is like. Pan, Naruto, Dirt, and Issei leave to go to the cafe that Naruto brought up. The queen, hello. Are you still there? Hello Tilda. Please don't leave like that. At least save and turn me off. Hello Tilda. Moo. The queen, seeing that they left for real, calls out to them in the off chance that they might turn around. After seeing that they aren't, she starts pouting before she grabs the game's cursor to use it and hit the save button on the screen. A moment later, a figure climbs out of the game system and turns off the television. Naruto came home to interesting news after parting with Dirt and Issei. So you're saying that you're a yokai? He asks a 1-foot-tall silver-haired girl with metallic wings and a halo that's more like a game disc. Yes, I am a Tsukumagami of the game, School Love Fest. That you were playing earlier. The 1-foot-tall, fairy, monster, yokai, said with pride as she sat on her knees. Didn't the legend say that you're supposed to be 100-year-old? He asks as he points at the Wikipedia page. He pulled up on his phone screen. Ah, yes, that is a long story. Usually, that is the case but my circumstances are special. She pauses and looks at Naruto to silently ask if he wants to hear it. Seeing as he had nothing better to do, Naruto sat on one of the shop's chair and gestured the girl to continue. Please make yourself comfortable before I begin my story. She pauses again when Naruto slouched into his chair and pulled out a box of ramen ice cream. You see, the game, School Love Fest, is a spin-off series to the original game, Love School Fest, a popular dating simulation series. Originally, the manufacturer wanted to aim for the female side of gaming populace while still keeping some of the manliness for the main character. Due to the head prog. Rammer's addiction to the Final Fantasy series, he based the spin-off series off of that. For some reason, the manufacturers accepted the idea and began producing the first 100 copies. The yokai game paused in order to prepare herself for the tragedy she'll have to relive. They finished the production of the first 100 batches of School Love Fest before they got the results from their free trials. The results were less than favorable. Most reviewers left after the first 10 minutes. If the game had gone out then the reviews, based off the trial run, would have ruined the company's reputation. The project was scrapped. The 100 copies were to be scrapped and all data of the project were to be wiped. I was lucky to have been misplaced. Though not so lucky as to have been far away when my siblings were scrapped. One by one, they were thrown into the chute. Torn to pieces. Destroyed beyond all comprehension. From number 1 to number 99, they were scrapped. She stopped herself to take a calming breath. Naruto sat there with a straightened back, the box of ramen ice cream put away in order to show respect for the seriousness. Honestly, this was not what he was expecting. Being the last member of my siblings, I decided to fulfill the task that I was made for, in order to honor my siblings' memories. After such a long year, a boy finally bought me. I was finally used. And you looked past the flaw of my programming. The three of you continued to play with me even when the others left after 10 minutes. You allowed me to fulfill my purpose. I was happy, no. I was beyond happy. I fulfilled the wish to my siblings. At that moment, I and the 99 souls felt contentment and me, the Tsukumagami of the game, School Love Fest, was born. For giving me my dearest wish, I thank you, Master. The little fairy kowtowed to the blonde. She held that position for several seconds before sitting back up again. She continued to sit there with a stoic face and stared at Naruto. It took him a couple of minutes to figure out that she was waiting for his judgment. Uzumaki Naruto, ramen chef extraordinaire, the proud owner of Uzumaki Ramen. Stay as long as you'd like. Though it seemed redundant, he stood up and offered a hand for the small fairy to shake. Matsuri, Tsukumagami of the game, School Love Fest, proud yokai of Uzumaki Naruto. Please take care of me. She gave another low bow before taking his ring finger and middle finger into her hands and shook it. Matsuri, can you carry this to table 7? Naruto puts a large bowl of ramen onto the counter that separates the kitchen the dining hall. Of course, Naruto-sama. Matsuri walks by and takes the bowl while leaving another 2 script of food orders be. E4 She quickly paces towards the indicated table for the bowl. Can I get a refill on the pork ramen over here? Of course, sir. As she is walking by, another customer calls out to her, causing her to pause and jot down the order to pass to Naruto. Naruto-sama, another large pork ramen for table 5. Yeah, got it. Naruto yells out as he makes another bowl. Upon ladling the broth, he notices something very wrong. Why's everyone eating so much? If this keeps up, there won't be enough for me anymore. As he goes to pass off the bowl of refill to Matsuri, he whispers urgently to her. Matsuri, close down the shop now. It's the only way to safeguard whatever ramen we have left. It's only lunch hour Naruto-sama, the crowd will calm down soon enough. If you want, I could make some more for you after work. Matsuri, taking the blonde's order in stride, smiles at Naruto, gives a calm reply and then leaves to refill some drinks and clear up the vacated tables for the next group of customers. Damn ungrateful customers. When I was the chef and waiter, nobody came, but when Matsuri took over, everybody comes, damn source of income, stealing all my food. Naruto wistfully stares the large pots of ramen broth that only has roughly a quarter left for each flavor. His heart aches at how empty it is. Naruto-sama, one large beef ramen with an extra hard-boiled egg slice. As he does so, Matsuri passes by with another stack of orders in hand. Seeing it brought tears to Naruto's eyes. Sob. Later that day, yo Naruto, can you get me a pork ramen? Issei opens the front entrance to the ramen shop and walks in. Immediately, he jumps to the side, narrowly missing a flying cleaver as it embeds itself into the wall that he had stood in front of a scant moment ago. We're close, you parasital source of incomes. Get out. Leave my ramen alone. Naruto struggles vainly against Matsuri's armbar hold as he tries to throw another knife in his hand. Calm down, Naruto-sama. The customers are gone now. It's just Issei-san. I'll make you a new batch of ramen, okay? Please calm down Tilda. While she holds back the rampaging blonde, Matsuri whispers calming words to Naruto. Dirt, explanations. Issei crawls over to the table he usually sits at and looks at Dirt, who's sipping on his coffee and ignoring the drama unfolding in favor of the comedy channel on the television. Oh Issei-kun, you've missed the best part. You should have seen it happened when Naruto-san chased off a pair of customers with a ladle. Matsuri-san intervened at the nick of time. Dirt looks down to see the brunette and chuckles. He points at a ladle embed to the wall of the shop and then at Naruto, who's in a fetal position now, chanting for ramen, and Matsuri, who's trying to get Naruto to stand up. Okay, I'm going to need some more details than that, old man. Seeing Naruto away from any sharp objects and projectiles, Issei decides that it's safe to sit down at the usual table now. Well, that little silver-haired lady over there, Dirt points at the Naruto and Matsuri pair, is named Matsuri. From what I've seen from earlier at lunch, she's a new employee. Apparently, she's also the new cook too. From what you've seen, you don't know then. How'd you figure that out? The food isn't subpar anymore. I personally ate 2 bowls myself. Whoa, I've gotta try that. I see. Can't believe you actually ate anything from here. Issei stares wide-eyed in disbelief at Dirt and his constant coffee cup. He turns back towards the drama pair and asks, so what happened to Naruto? Withdrawal symptoms. Withdrawal symptoms. Yes, you know how his usual business goes. 3 or 4 customers a day, including us. Issei considers the question a second before saying this with a bit of certainty. Matsuri-san over there decoupled that in an hour at lunch rush. 10 times. Issei's eyes widens again as he takes a new look at the girl who's talking to the downed Naruto. Yes, so you'd figure that the ramen stock would be next to non-existent right now. But what does that have to do with Naruto? Shouldn't he be glad that he got more customers? Issei focuses on the shiv-earing blonde huddling in the corner of the room. He's stopped muttering to himself and is now shaking like a leaf. Matsuri puts a blanket over him and rushes to do something in the kitchen. What's Naruto having withdrawals from? Issei-kun, do you know what Naruto-san normally does with his leftover stocks? No. Issei looks at Dirt questionably. Well, whenever I come by, he usually has a bit of stock left, so doesn't he throw it out at the end of the day? No, he usually eats it all. I'd know, I was invited to dinner once. But, that's like, 6 pot full of ramen broth. Issei did some quick calculations in his head and got a shocking answer. He eats 60 large bowls of ramen a day. You can see why he's suffering from the withdrawal symptoms now. Dirt stands up and walks towards the kitchen. Come on, we should help Matsuri-san cook Naruto-san some ramen. Silently follows the middle-aged man to the kitchen where he catches glimpses of Matsuri busying herself making a bowl of ramen to ebb Naruto over. He takes one last glance in the blonde's direction and sees him taking solace in a corner of the room. Naruto's chanting for ramen again, which was good. Worryingly. That was all that Issei could hear for the next hour that it took to cook the noodle broth to edibleness. Naruto tilde. I'm bered ddd tilde. Issei bemoans himself as he lazily slouches onto the table. Matsuri passes by and gives him a cup of tea. He nodded his thanks before looking back at Naruto. During the past weeks, he and Dirt got to know the waitress, Chef Naruto's caretaker better. The girl seems to live with Naruto in the second story of the ramen shop and for whatever reason, seems to positively worship the blonde in all his uselessness. Normally he would be extremely jealous to see a cute girl dedicate herself to a guy like this, but for some reason, he's not. Matsuri is just so much like a bro that he can't seem to squeeze out even an ounce of jealousy against Naruto. It's not that she's masculine or anything, in fact, he would say that she has a terrific body and dresses very cutely to fit in with her figure. A woolen sweater over a white t-shirt hat emphasizes her upper body with black yoga pants hugging her legs that are cut off by a pair of knee-high boots. It's just, he can't seem to find any interest. It's just like looking at Naruto or Dirt, nothing. It wasn't just him. Even Matsuda and Motohama couldn't find anything with the perfect hot female type that is Matsuri. Therefore, in all his brilliance, Issei came up with only one possible answer. Matsuri is just a bro. That is the only possible explanation. Whether this implies that Matsuri is secretly a dude or that she's just really cool with guys is up for debate. Issei is not complaining about not knowing. So is Dirt. Anyways, back to the current problem. Issei, I never really bothered to ask, but don't you have homework or something? You come here practically every day, and yet I never see you doing any schoolwork. Naruto paused his dating sim to approach Issei about his studies. Now that Naruto-san mentions it. Issei-kun, how is your schoolwork? Dirt say. M's to also be taking an interest since Naruto stopped playing his game. I do so and so. I guess. Suddenly, Issei kind of wishes that Naruto would get back to his gaming, shouldn't he be working right now? So and so huh? Matsuri. Naruto squints his eyes in suspicion and snaps his fingers. Matsuri immediately pulls out a piece of paper from the inside sleeve of her sweater. When did she even get that? Yes. Naruto-sama. Hyodo Issei, sex male, age 16, height 5 feet 6, weight 61 kg, grades. Japanese 54, English 46, Social Studies 51, Mathematics 60, Science 58, Spec. IAL notes. Has been sent to detention on more than one occasion for being caught peeping during and before lunch break in the female dressing rooms. Dreams and aspirations. I want to become a harem king. Matsuri dutifully reads the sheet in her hand and even went as far as to accentuate the exclamation mark at the end of king. Issei pales the minute she got to grade and by the time she finished. He was giving her the hell man look that Naruto usually gives him. She sees the look and answered back with her, anything for Naruto-sama, smile. Where'd she even gets that kind of information? Has Naruto been stalking him the whole time? And even if he had, how'd he figures to keep that piece on him through Matsuri today? Has he been compromised? Was Naruto's ramen spiked the whole time to brainwash him? I read as Matsuri went and asked your teacher yesterday when I got curious. Naruto cuts off Issei's train of thought before he could continue. Dirt has brought it to my attention that I've been a bad influence by letting you stay here to goof off every day. Issei's glare at Matsuri did a 180 and turned onto Dirt. The middle-aged man suddenly picked up an interest in Naruto's dating sim and started playing it himself while Naruto gives Issei a reproaching look. Well, what about you? You're so lazy, I bet you didn't do any work when you were in school either. Trying to shift the topic, Issei moved on to Naruto's educational life. The blonde has stated outright that he's only 2 years older than Issei, yet he's opened up the ramen shop last year. Chronologically speaking, that would suggest that Naruto dropped out of high school in order to work. Yes, I never did like school. That's why I worked hard to graduate at 12. Naruto coolly replies with a completely straight face. It doesn't seem like he's lying either. Seriously, graduated at 12, wouldn't that make him some sort of super genius? Why is he working at a ramen shop then? Gay. What about Dirt over there? He never seems to be doing anything except for hanging around H. Issei was cut off mid-tirade when Dirt readily pulls out a small book from his well-worn suit and opened it up to a specific page for Naruto, Matsuri, and Issei to read. There were some numbers and words that Issei couldn't make sense of, but Naruto seemed to understand as he looks at Dirt in disbelief. You make 100 million yen a month. Buy some ramen with some of that money then, you cheapo. What? Dirt makes what? Seriously. Is this some joke? Yes, this is definitely an authentic Bala NCE book from the Saitama Resina Bank that seems to be well used. Naruto-sama uses the same bank, so I would know its legitimacy. This does indeed prove that Dirt-san makes quite a sum. Matsuri conference. Irms Naruto's outburst after leaning forward and analyzing the book. Damn Dirt and his cocky smile, how Issei wishes he could wipe it off. Well then, there you go Issei-kun. Good luck with your education tilde. Seriously Dirt, damn you. If you need any help, ask Matsuri. I expect you to finish all your schoolwork today or you're not going home. Damn lazy genius blonde ex-ramen chef, get back to your porn game. Try your best, Issei-kun. Woe tilde Matsuri tilde, she's such a bro tilde, why can't he feel anything for her, damn it. Issei ended up having a sleepover at Naruto's house due to the fact that he was very behind on his schoolwork. Who knew the lazy blonde was so strict, geez. Ding dong knock 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 pata 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 pata. What the hell was that? Naruto jolts awake at the sound of his doorbell ringing. We don't even have a doorbell. Quote, a mailman perhaps. Matsuri, in her 1-foot-tall yukai form, flies off the pillow next to Naruto's futon and lands on Naruto's shoulder. At 3 in the morning. Who'd be awake at this kind of time? I am. You're too loud, brat. Naruto-sama, who was that? I just heard a voice. Matsuri jolts up as well on Naruto's shoulders and looks around for the source of the deep and irritated-sounding voice. Oh, that's the disembodied lazy, giant, invisible 9-tailed fox that freeloads here. Don't worry about him, he's awake like 1% of the day. Quote. I am not lazy, brat. It is just that our energy expenditure exceeds my own natural production capabilities, so I have to enter a meditative hibernation in order to mass produce as well as to conserve more energy, understood? Quote. Z's. Ah, sorry Mr. Disembodied, giant, invisible 9-tailed fox. Naruto-sama fell asleep after you said expenditure. Quote. K. Forget the ungrateful brat. I'm going back to sleep. And just call me Kurama, tinier brat. Yes, Mr. Kurama. Have a good rest. Quote. Quote. Z's. Quote. Quote. Wake up already. Kurama, getting irritated from Naruto's snoring, say. NDS a jolt of chakra through Naruto's nervous system, making the blonde feel an instantaneous but unbearable jerk of pain. Ouch. Naruto jumps awake at the pain and falls on his ass. He looks around confusedly while trying to get his bearings. Quote. Huh, where am I? What am I doing? Where's the bed? You're in your room, you were answering the door and the bed is over there, Naruto-sama. Matsuri dutifully answers Naruto's questions while balancing herself on top of Naruto's shoulder as he wobbles around to get up. Oh, right, I was answering the door. That's what I was doing. Naruto unsteadily walks towards the door and opens it. Seeing as there was no one there, he made the actions to close it before Matsuri interrupts him. Naruto-sama, they seem to have left a package for us. Quote. Huh, ah, nice catch. Naruto looks down at Matsuri's prompt and sees an envelope-taped package. He picks it up and closes the door. Walking over to the center of the room, he puts the package back down near his futon. Quote. There's no billing address or return address and it doesn't have a sender name either. What do you think, Matsuri? I'm not sure, Naruto-sama, but why don't we have a look at the letter first? Perhaps that will give us more insight on the matter. Right. Here goes nothing. Naruto picks up the envelope and opens it. Inside was a 3-page letter that was stapled together. The first page's top right corner had the words, "For the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto only," and some kind of scrawl in the footer. Well, I guess this is for us then. Dear Naruto Uzumaki-sama, congratulations on obtaining a Yukai family member. Our organization was very happy to discover that the newest Yukai member to be born to our race has already found herself a loving family. It was a very big surprise to find out that the newest member is a Tsukumagami no less. You are a very fortunate man, Uzumaki-sama, as the Tsukumagami types are a rather useful race in normal urban life. Not only do they have a natural affinity for illusion magic, but they are also known for being extremely loyal and are semi-divine bringers of good fortunes. There are 3 things we must warn you about having a Yukai family member though. The first of the warnings is that you must not, under any circumstances, divulge the fact that your newest family member is a Yukai to any party who is not affiliated with the supernatural side of this world. There is an obvious reason for this, but in case you need an example, the Salem witch trials in the Americas, the Loudon demonic possessions in France and the Eve. NTS recorded in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. In all of these cases, the normal world is introduced to the supernatural and the outcome was less than savory. The second warning is that we ask you to not abuse your Tsukumagami's gifts to your own cause. There have been many times since this organization's founding where we've had to personally involve ourselves into the lives of other Yukai-owning families. None of those cases ended prettily. Please do not make use of your Tsukumagami's loyalty to do something she would regret. The third warning is that there are lurkers out there who will want to separate you from your family member. Though this is an uncommon occurrence, our organization would still like to take precautions. Inside the box that is to come with this letter is a stack of Hig H-class Kekai seals made by the greatest seal masters in our organization. Please follow our instructions in the next page in order to set the protection and evil warding seals. Again, congratulations on your new Yukai family member. Please live a long and happy life. Sincerely, co-leader of the Japanese Yukai force, Kyubi no Yusaka. You know, I should be very surprised right now, but I'm not feeling it. Maybe it's the lack of sleep. I'll worry about this tomorrow. Naruto looks through the other 2 pages to see that it was instructions on how to set up the barrier seals the letter talked about. He gives it a half-hearted read and tosses the letter onto the box. Afterwards, he crawls back into his futon and falls back to sleep while mumbling a short good night to Matsuri. Yes, good night Naruto-sama. Matsuri flies off the pillow to organize the paper Naruto haphazardly threw. After she is done, she flies over to the door to relock it, the light switch to turn it off and Naruto's heater to turn on the heat to compensate for the temperature drop caused by the night air's chill. Once she was sure that everything was done, she flies back to the pillow that was settled besides Naruto's futon and drifts off to sleep as well. Naruto-sama, wake up. It's time to open the shop, Naruto-sama. The next morning, Matsuri, in her fully humanized form, tries to wake Naruto up after she finished the shop setup downstairs. "URG, I don't wanna work today. Let's just close the shop. We need to set up those barrier seals, anyways, right?" Naruto pulls up his blanket to cover his head and huddles up into his pillow. "Very well Naruto-sama." Hearing his order, Matsuri goes downstairs to turn the "open" sign in the front entrance back to the "close" one. She then goes over to the kitchen to clean up the day's business preparations and store them away. After everything is done, she walks back upstairs and kneels before the sleeping Naruto. Stairs. Staries. Staries. Alright, I'm awake already. Stop staring. Within a minute, Naruto throws off the blanket and jumps up to his feet. He hurries to the bathroom to get away from Matsuri's stare. Good morning Naruto-sama. Matsuri smiles faintly before she goes downstairs to, again, bring out the preparations for the day. So what was I going to do again? You had plans on layering the house with the protective barrier seals, Naruto-sama. Right, that. Naruto opens the box and pulls out a package of flour. What is this for then? Salt, beef, pork, flour, eggs, and other ingredients. I think this is the necessities to making ramen from scratch. Matsuri crouches down to the box and unpacks the ingredients. At the end of it all, she pulls out another letter. There's another letter addressed to you, Naruto-sama. Let's read it then. Naruto takes the letter and rips the envelope open. Inside is another letter with the same scrawl in the footer. P.S. My scouts, whom I have sent to check up on you and your new family member, have also reported to me some grievous news. Since Tsukumagami-san appearance, it seems that your shop has experienced an influx of customers due to Tsukumagami-san's takeover as the chef. The scouts also held a random survey with the customers of the shop. It seems that the new chef is more preferred to than the old one. As a fellow cook and the head of my own family, I know how dishonorable it feels to be shown up by a new upstart but not being able to do anything about it. Therefore, I have devised a plan to help you improve. Within this letter is the super secret Kyuubi ramen recipe that has been in my family for countless generations. I trust that you will use it well. Good luck, Uzumaki Naruto. Sincerely, co-leader of the Japanese Yukai Force, Kyuubi no Yusaka. P.P.S. I don't think you sucked ass, as my scouts have reported from their surveys. I will give them a scolding for having such a bias against your honorable personage. Please keep on preserving. Matsuri, open the kitchen. Didn't you want to close the shop today, Naruto-sama? No, I have to show up those ungrateful bastards I call customers. Naruto's eyes ignite with a fiery passion. Ding dong ding dong. Matsuda. Motohama. Don't leave me. Issei screams and reaches out to grabs his two friends by their ankles before they could get too far away. Matsuda and Motohama, not expecting Issei's rise to drag them to hell as well, tripped when Issei managed to hold them back. Issei, you bastard. Let go and take one for the team. Matsuda in all his bald glory attempts to kick away Issei's hand even as he falls. It didn't accomplish much besides making Issei hold onto their ankle even tighter. Issei. Hurry and let go. They'll be here any moment. Motohama struggles against Issei's clutch as the boy slowly pulls him and Matsuda back to where they tripped him. Cuckoo, consider this karma, my friends. If I go down, we all go down. Issei laughs maniacally as he holds tightly onto the ankles of his two perverted bastard friends. There they are. Get them, girls. A group of angry girls rounded the corner to see the three perverts that they caught peeping on them. Justifiably angered, they chased down the perverts for being perverts and proceeded to stomp the ever-loving lights out of the miscreants. No, not the face. No. Ouch. Ah. Ouch. No. Not down there. Ah. Matsuda and Motohama scream out loud while Issei takes on his punishment laughing like a maniac. Kahahahaha. Issei's class. RINGGGGGGGGGG. Safe. Issei jumps through the door of his classroom and rushes towards his seat. He unceremoniously tosses the two beaten corpses on his shoulder into the general direction of their seat. Now they can't say that he didn't care. After all, it was thanks to their sacrifice in easing the mob girls' anger that Issei himself escaped relatively unharmed. It might have also had something to do with the fact that he was laughing like a crazy hyena while the girls were stomping them, whichever worked. Sliding straight into his chair, he managed to pull off the same sitting positions as the rest of his classmates, sans Matsuda and Motohama, who are laying sprawl out on their desks. Matsuda in particular has his face on his chair and his ass sticking straight up just as the teacher walks in. It is currently the period after lunch, so Issei had expected the strict yet friendly Toshio sensei to come and teach math. However, instead of the usual balding 50-year-old man coming in with his little packets of worksheet, a beautiful blonde woman came walking in instead. She had on a tight-fitting suit on with an equally tight-fitting skirt covering dark brown stockings. Her golden blonde hair was put into a bun and she exuded a very mature aura. Normally, Matsuda, Motohama, and Issei would definitely jump up and shout it out, "Sexy teacher." while the class would either look at them in disgust or outright ignore them. This did not happen however, as both Matsuda and Motohama are both out of action, while Issei realized a very scary thing when the sexy teacher walked in and flashed him an almost unnoticeable glance and a knowing smirk. That sexy teacher is his friend. That sexy teacher is his friend whom he meets almost every day for the past year. That sexy teacher is Hi's extremely lazy and ramen-addicted friend whom he knows does not have any cross-dressing hobbies. That sexy teacher was Naruto. So there Issei sits, elbows propped on the table with his face leaning forward while being held back by his clasped hands. He twists his face with absolute concentration as he tries to make sense of the situation. Why is Uzumaki Naruto a guy dressed as a hot teacher and in his class? Where is Tashio-sensei? Worse off, why the hell is he feeling a thing for Naruto? Naruto walks up to the teacher's desk and puts a stack of papers on it before picking up a piece of chalk. He starts writing on the blackboard. No, that's probably not Naruto. She looks a lot like Naruto, but that's it. Naruto doesn't exude that kind of mature and teacher-like aura. He exudes lethargy. That teacher person is probably a substitute for Tashio-sensei. Tashio-sensei did say his wife is pregnant, he's probably off because of that. Yeah, this teacher is probably the substitute for Tashio-sensei. Wasn't there a legend that says everyone got someone else who looked like them in this world? What was that called? A doppelganger. Double gang. No wait, it was doppelganger. Yeah, that lady is probably Naruto's doppelganger. Lucky bastard to have such a hot doppelganger. Oh, she's saying something, better start listening. Hello, class. Your teacher, Tashio-sensei, received an urgent call this afternoon informing him that his wife is in the emergency maternity ward. He rushed off after informing the principal, but since there were no readily available substitutes, I who happened to have passed by was asked to fill in. You may call me Naruto-sensei, treat me well for today, no. The blonde gave a cutesy smile, tilting her head in sparkles. Issei's head slammed into his table. It started raining outside as Naruto-sensei began the lessons that Tashio-sensei prepared before he left. Issei spent the class period staring out at the raining sky, devolving his minds of his surrounding and the strange situation. Matsuda and Motohama didn't wake up until class ended. Closely missing Naruto-sensei's leave. It was pouring loudly outside. By the time school had ended, weather took a turn for the worse and poured everything it had onto the ground. From what Issei can see, it was flooding a little too. The students with their umbrellas banded together and ran towards their house as quickly as they could before it could flood more. Matsuda and Motohama disappeared after class ended and Issei discovered that his umbrella was mysteriously missing. He takes one more look at the weather and sighs to himself. Some friends those bastards are. No kidding, I saw them running out of school using your umbrella. Issei didn't need to turn around to know who was walking up on him. After all, the owner of that same tone was the topic of his thoughts for most of today's school period. It also helps that there were students loudly waving their goodbyes to the fake teacher and yelling her name. Don't you have a ramen shop to run? Issei squats down and takes a sit on the stairs step after figuring he might as well wait out the rain rather than getting wet. Matsuri can take care of herself. Naruto takes a seat next to Issei. What are you even doing here, in that? Issei gives Naruto a sidelong glance to see that the blonde was even faking the way he sits so that he gives off a feminine vibe. I came to give the school report that Matsuri borrowed earlier back. I thought you might have liked it if I was a hot chick. Naruto smirks at Issei as he catches the brunette's sidelong glance. Now that Issei looks up close, he has to admit that Naruto is doing an amazing job of cross-dressing. Honestly, Naruto's body actually looks natural in what he's wearing. Normal crossdressers go for the conservative but overall cutely dressed style, kinda like Matsuri, but Naruto jumped right past that. From just what Issei could see and analyze of Naruto's body, he'd say that Naruto really was a chick. But he knew better. You look good, how'd you manage it? I didn't know you were such a charmer. Of course, I'd look good. I've been practicing this technique since I was 12 after all. Since the time you finished school. What did you want to be? A ninja. You have a strange preconception of ninjas if cross-dressing is part of your job description. Maybe it's the world that has the strange preconception of what ninjas are. Issei decides that he wasn't feeling like immersing himself in Naruto's strangeness, so he lets the conversation hang off. They both stare at the rain in silence for a minute. Naruto begins turning his head to look around. It's not like there's anything to see, just lockers and stragglers who didn't bring their umbrellas. So you wanna show this beautiful teacher around. If you'd look to your back, you'd see our school's proud shoe locker area. It is separated by names and years. First year is towards the right and third year is towards the left. Since it's raining, we'll end our tour here, thank you and please come again. What a wonderful culture this school has. Issei ignores Naruto's deadpan and kept looking at the rain. Usually, at this time, they'd both be at the ramen shop with Dirt and Matsuri. Naruto would be playing some old dating sim that Issei brought a few weeks ago and Dirt would be sitting right next to him, giving bad advice and sipping coffee. Issei would probably be chowing down on a bowl of ramen while looking at his homework. Matsuri would be sweeping the shop, wiping the tables, or helping Issei. Maybe occasionally bringing Naruto a cup of tea. That kind of lazy atmosphere is now so embedded into Issei that he honestly couldn't bring any energy towards tea. He strangely dressed Naruto at this time frame. Naruto's probably feeling the same as they sat in silence. So how'd it feel being back in school again? Issei talks aloud this time to bring up a mundane conversation. As boring as it was the first time around. It's different from the place I went to but the atmosphere's around the same. School doesn't change. Issei perks his head up. It doesn't. Naruto nods his head down. I see. Yup. The rain continued to pour. Some time passed before either of the two moves again. Naruto stands up and pats the dust off of his skirt before turning towards Issei and saying, "Well, this has been fun and all, but we should head to the shop." Naruto proceeds to pull out the folded umbrella from his skirt pocket and click it open. As strange as it is that the thing somehow came from a form-fitting pencil skirt, he found it even stranger that the umbrella is big enough to fit two people. The blonde walks down the steps and stops just before entering the rain. He once more turns around to look up at Issei and asks, "You are coming?" Issei didn't say anything as he walks under the umbrella Naruto held. Honestly, he's got nothing to respond to the blonde's strangeness. All he could say was that it was Naruto being Naruto. There was really no point in Issei trying to figure out his friend's strange train of thought. As they pass the school gates, Issei sees Matsuda and Motohama returning with their own umbrella while Motohama holds Issei's stolen umbrella in his other hand. If he had to venture guessing, he'd probably bet that the two felt bad for ditching Issei and returned to help him out. The two seemed to notice Issei as well, under the umbrella of Naruto, who's smiling extra cutely while making small talk with Issei. They pass each other without acknowledging the other's existence. Issei because he doesn't actually have a response and Matsuda and Motohama because they're too shocked that Issei's sharing an umbrella with the rumored, sexy teacher. Once they were far enough, Naruto returns to being the lazy man that he is and Issei catches on. That was a horrible prank. Your friends were lousier than I anticipated. They took way longer than I thought to return. You owe me a free medium pork ramen. Take that up with Matsuri. Now hurry up. I want to finish that other route I started on yesterday. The two quickly walk to the ramen shop in silence, with the rain accompanying them. Okay, add the powder just as it turns to 384 degrees and begins quickly stirring. Afterward, throw in the sensing sun and let it boil for approximately 02 milliseconds, and add the deep-fried boiled Hellion lizard newt. Naruto mumbles to himself as he slaves over his witch's cauldron. He has locked himself into the shop's kitchen for more than 8 hours now and has forbidden anyone, including Matsuri, from coming in. Soon I will defeat Matsuri and reclaim my rightful place. Cuckoo. He chuckles to himself as he added more ingredients to his concoction. Matsuri felt another prickle of worry as she hears the latest bouts of giggles coming from her master. The silver-haired girl paces back and forth in front of the kitchen door as she intently tries to pick up any noise that implies that her master is in trouble. If she senses even the slightest hint of trouble, she intends to charge in and savage the blonde immediately. So far, the only thing she has heard was the sound of a crackling fire and an occasional burst of maniacal laughter coming from her charge. Matsuri, just calm down. You don't have to worry about him, he's just doing his usual thing. Issei looks up from the newest dating sim he bought and was now playing. Ah, but that's exactly the problem, Issei-kun. Naruto-san is too active in doing his usual thing. Dirt sips his coffee while reading his newspaper. According to Matsuri-san, he's been cooped up in that kitchen for 8 hours straight. 8 hours. That's the longest I've ever seen him concentrate on anything, ever. Turns his dumbfounded gaze back towards the still pacing Matsuri. Hey, Matsuri, what the heck is he working on in there? I honestly don't know, Issei-kun. Whatever it is, I'm worried. I have never seen Naruto-sama being so youthful before. Matsuri stops her stride to answer Issei before taking up the motion once again. If Naruto doesn't come out soon, there'll be a new ditch in front of the kitchen. Issei and Dirt nodded their heads in mutual consent to Matsuri's analysis of the blonde ramen chef. He was a lazy idiot. That was literally the best way to describe him. Suddenly showing a will and concentrating on something important just isn't Naruto. Suddenly, Matsuri takes a step back and appears beside Issei's and Dirt's table. The kitchen door slammed open and malicious howls and groans started resounding throughout the ramen shop. A red fog slowly oozes itself out of the kitchen and surrounded Issei and the crew. Issei puts down his game controller and instinctively readies himself to take flight towards the front entrance. Dirt puts down his newspaper and takes a sip of his coffee, eyes squee. Nted in all intent to glare down whatever will come. Matsuri is doing nothing. She stares confusedly at the kitchen entrance and asked, Naruto-sama, did you mess up the shrimp fish spices with the red fog powder mix? The slow-moving fog stilled and then retreated like it knew it was beaten at its own game. The moans and groans that were resounding through the wall stopped as well after a mechanical click sound was made. Naruto walked out of the kitchen with 2 menus in hand and made headway towards the table where Issei and Dirt were sitting at. Naruto had a refreshing atmosphere around him and slightly contagious smile on his face. The air around him sparkles disarmingly like it was trying to lure everyone into relaxing. Issei and Dirt didn't lower their guard. Naruto stopped at the table, his smile becoming 50% more refreshing and innocent. Issei made to bolt out of his chair but Naruto snapped his fingers and suddenly a force was exerted on Issei's shoulder that coerced him to sit back down. He turned in his chair and saw that Matsuri was holding him down by the shoulder while giving him her anything for Naruto-sama smile. Dirt, who already knew that he was cornered, intensified his untrusting glare. Hoping against hope that it would at least kill the blonde's plan, whatever it is. So, my dear customer, would you like to try the newest special ramen of Uzumaki's ramen? His smile intensified even more if that was possible, and the only thing that held Issei and Dirt back from listening to the blonde's deeply hypnotic words were their knowledge. The knowledge. That screamed, that is not Uzumaki Naruto. Retreat. I repeat, retreat. Managing to hold their own fronts in the face of what seems to be Naruto's serious mode for a full 2 minutes, Issei and Dirt broke down and looked at the opened menu before them. The menu page was blank with only one item fitted in the very center. In fancy golden embroidered lettering were the words, Uzumaki Ramen, Kitsune Special. For some unexplained reasoning, Issei's and Dirt's spine tingled as the danger seemed to increase exponentially after reading it. Naruto leaned forward and clasped both their shoulders. Well, how about it you two? The torrent of sparkles he unleashed upon them was physically painful. Issei could do nothing but tremble in fear while Dirt, bless that man's brave soul, said. Ah Naruto-san, I would love to but unfortunately I'm not too hungry right now. Is that so? Well, that's fine, how about you Issei? Damn you Dirt, damn you for ditching Naruto onto me. I'm not hungry, was all Issei managed to squeak out in the face of serious Uzumaki Naruto. Is that so, then why don't we play a game to boost your appetite? His charming smile turned into a malevolent Smirk as he redirects the sparkles back at both his customers. How the heck did he learn sparkle bending? If you win, I'll treat you to Matsuri's special ramen for lunch. If I win, you guys have to try out the special ramen that I made. Do you want to play? Oh god, my eyes. The sparkles. It's trying to kill us. I can't breathe. Vision, getting darker. Goodbye, cruel world. Signed Hyodo Issei. You put us in a rough spot, Naruto-san. How about this, if we win any random games with 2 out of 3 times ratio, we get free ramen cooked by Matsuri-san for a week. However, if you win, we'll agree to be your lab rats. Dirt sees Issei's soul attempting to leave its body and made to negotiate some better conditions. Naruto's grin lessened greatly in destructibility and he pulled back his aura sparkles. He nods to Dirt's attempt at compromising and snaps his fingers at Matsuri, who somehow found a way to grab onto Issei's departing soul and push it back into the boy's body. Once E-girl was sure that the boy was still in the land of the living, she reached under the table and pulled out a drawing box. In this box is 50 random games and sports ranging from rock paper scissors to ferret legging. Seeing as I'm the challenger, I will let you and Issei take turns drawing from the drawing box. Each game and sport has been modified by Matsuri to the best of her ability to fit doubles team matches. Since Issei is still resurrecting from the clutches of death, why don't you take the first draw, Dirt? Naruto explains while keeping that refreshing yet extremely creepy smile of his. Seems like you planned this thoroughly, Naruto-san. Slightly grimaces as he puts his hands into the box. He pulled out a piece of paper that read, baseball. Uzumaki baseball. The group is split into 2 teams. One team will the batter and ball catcher while the other will be the pitcher and the outfielder. Each team will change positions every time a score is made. The pitcher will tch the ball and the batter is to hit the ball. If the batter misses 3 pitch, then it's a point for the pitcher's team. If the batter hits and the outfielder does not manage to catch the ball before it hits the ground, it's the batter's point. The conditions for the ball being valid after getting hit by the batter is that it must 1. Be strike within a 45-degree angle field from the batter. 2. The ball must make it past the pitcher's circumference, approximately 60 feet. Possible points accordance to the batter is 1. If the ball does manage to be sent back at the pitcher and knocks the pitcher off his mound. The first team to make it to 10 points is the victor. Uzumaki baseball is a fan-made parody of regular baseball. If it pisses anyone off, sue Uzumaki Naruto, he was the Uzumaki in Uzumaki baseball. 3-2 Naruto, Matsuri leads. Yeah, Matsuri. Knock the hell out of Issei's wimpy balls. Make him regret standing in front of you. Yes, Naruto-sama. I'll hit Issei-san's balls with all my might. As Matsuri takes up the batter position, Naruto yells out profane encouragements. Oi, don't make it sound so dirty, damn it. Issei stomps his feet on top of the pitcher's mound, both out of frustration and to get a proper footing. Concentrate, Issei-kun. We are up against an opponent who should not exist within this world, a serious Naruto. He will do anything to make us lose so that he can have his way with our body. Standing a distance away, with a catcher's mitt in hand, Dirt warns Issei of Naruto's trap. Now you're doing it. Whatever. Take this. Hyodo spin ball. Issei stomps his feet on the ground again and gets into position. He yells aloud and throws the baseball in his hand at a fast pace towards Matsuri. Seeing the move, Matsuri widens her eyes. But that's a fastball, Issei-kun. Without a moment of hesitation, she strikes the ball in a textbook perfect home run. Kuku, your dirty tricks won't fool my precious Matsuri-chan. Kuku. Naruto Street. Stands up from his position in the catcher's spot and wraps his hands creepily around Matsuri's shoulders. He makes the motion to lick Masuri's cheek. Naruto-sama. Seriously. What's wrong with you today? Give back the old Naruto. Once again, Issei stomps the ground from the numerous emotions he's feeling. Meanwhile, Dirt runs energetically towards the end of the ball's parabola and dramatically jumps. His posture would have made even pro baseball players jealous. Catching the ball and effectively killing his running jump's momentum with a few rolls, he stands up from a cloud of dust. He nods proudly to himself and looks back at the bickering fools who are ignoring him. After a moment of decision-making, he chucks the baseball at the nearest fool, Issei. 5-4 Issei, Dirt leads. Che. T looks like Dirt has gotten used to my dat ball yo, the white and red flash. I must use the next of my super baseball throw series, Matsuri towards the left. Yes, Naruto-sama. Seeing another his balls get hit by the middle-aged man, Naruto clicks his tongue and decides to change strategy. He tells Matsuri where to go to optimize their chances while he takes up a strange stance with his throwing arm pointing completely outwards. Ho! It looks like you were hiding something. Naruto-kun still has a hidden ace left. I wonder what it is. This is starting to become fun tilde. No, it isn't. Have you ever caught one of his balls? It hurts, damn it. Standing at the batter's spot and the catcher's spot respectively, Dirt and Issei bicker with each other. Take this. Dat ball yo, Rasengan. Taking Issei's exclamation as a signal. Naruto twists his body and throws out the second movement of his super baseball throw series. Is this some sort of trickery? Such a slow spin ball shall not surpass me. Dirt squints his eyes at the slowly approaching ball and sneers blatantly. The path is already easy to be seen from how slow the ball was going. In comparison, the first move, a fastball, was more dangerous. He roars mightily and swings his bat to strike the ball with all his strength into the right side of Naruto. From the pitcher's mound, Naruto grins and whispers chillingly to himself. Boom! Dirt's eyes widen in alarm as the baseball bat in his hand starts bending at an odd angle while he strikes it against the ball. He tries holding it still and pushing it back again. Saint the ball's pressurized spinning motion, but the bat couldn't take it. After a moment of struggle, the bat gives in and explodes. The ball flies off towards where Matsuri had settled herself, due to Naruto's earlier recommendation. Tossing away his destroyed bat, Dirt glares down at Naruto. In return, the blonde smirks at wide vulpine grin at Dirt. Garg. It's in my eyes. There are splinters in my eyes. Meanwhile, Issei rolls around on the ground in pain. 9-9 tied game, Dirt batting, last strike. You've been a great thorn in my way, Dirt, but this is it. Even if you have figured out a counter to my dat ball yo, the white and red flash, and dat ball yo, Rasengan, I still have one more hidden trump card. My original dat ball yo technique. Naruto declares this aloud as he puts his hands into a cross, T, symbol with the ball at the center. A worthy challenge. I accept. Come at me with your full strength, Uzumaki Naruto. Dirt aims his bat at Naruto before getting into a batter's stance. There's more. What kinda ramen chef are you? Go join the freaking baseball league. Issei yells loudly to the blonde pitcher. Ignoring the brunette teen's cries, Naruto takes a deep breath and then throws his baseball. TOH. Dirt narrows his eyes to analyze the ball. Speed. Extremely fast. Spin. None. Tricks. None. What is Naruto-kun planning? Seeing nothing special about the ball, he swings his bat in timing with the predicted projectile of the ball thrown. As his bat was about to hit the ball, Naruto yells out the name of his third technique. Dat ball yo, Kage Bushin no baseball. Dirt widens his eyes in surprise as he catches the shadow of 9 other balls following the path behind the first ball. Because the swing was already made, he manages to hit the first ball but completely misses the other 9, which resulted in Issei getting swamped by baseballs going at breakneck speed. The man lowers his bat and pushes up his eyeglass so that it catches the sun's ray and cover his eyes. His mouth is twisted into a begrudging smile. I see. The rules never said the pitcher can only pitch one ball, just that the batter has to hit the pitcher's pitches. Well played, Naruto-san. Good game, Dirt, you were a great challenge. Naruto walks over to the man and reaches out his hand for a handshake. URG. Let's get you patched up, Issei-kun. Matsuri walks over to Issei's prone body and begins to patch him up with a roll of bandage and some cooling cream while Dirt and Naruto did their manly bonding thing in the background. Matsuri's such a bro, damn it. Paper, rock, scissor. Honestly, if you don't know this, you should be learning what it is instead of reading this. Also, search up the ultimate rock paper scissors chart. Now multiply that by 40. Paper, rock, scissors, shoot. The group flashed their chosen hand forward. Naruto used the pure white sun. Matsuri had the cybernetic robot woman. Issei flashed the devil to be. Dirt got the nuke in disguise. So, who won? Issei asked out loud. Honestly, he was glad that they were playing something normal after his many experiences with death in the previous game. The problem is, he has no idea what he's playing. According to this chart, Naruto studies a strange rock-paper-scissors chart he got online. He turned it a few times as if trying to make sense of it before declaring. Issei won, I think. Wait, I thought. Yeah, it kind of looks like Issei-kun won. Maybe. Sort of. Dirt takes a look at the chart as well and flipped it a few times. He ended up agreeing with Naruto. Oh, cool. I won. Matsuri, what's the next game? Issei asks the girl who was sadly looking at her cybernetic robot woman sign. He must have startled her because she quickly hid her cybernetic robot woman behind her back and gave Issei a startled look before she processed his question. Since you picked from the drawing box the last time, Dirt-san needs to pick the next challenge. Currently, the match is tied at 1-1. Whoever wins the next game will be the overall winner. Okay then, Lady Luck, please give this old man a good chance. Dirt prays Aloe. Ood as he sticks his hand into the box and pulls out a piece of paper that reads, First-person shooter. Uzumaki first-person shooter. Like any other first-person shooter game. Try playing Call of Duty or something. I just noticed something. Naruto pipes in after Matsuri finishes explaining the rules of the game. What is it? Issei asks. We don't have any first-person shooter game, actually. We don't have any action-specific games either. The closest one we have is, School Love Fest. And Issei bought that on a whim. Matsuri jolted a little in the background but only Naruto noticed. He patted her on the shoulder and gave a sidelong glance. She seemed to have understood the gesture as she returned it with a nod. You're right. I guess I really only bring dating sim games here huh? Issei strokes his imaginary mustache as he looks in a far-off distance the furthermost wall. So, what do we do now? Dirt asks as he looked at the remains of the drawing box Naruto happily threw into the stove so that the loser won't call for a rematch. Should we go outside again and buy a shooter game? Issei asks while looking at Naruto who was beginning to slouch on a chair. I don't want to tilde. We just got back. I don't wanna go outside again tilde. Yup, regular Naruto is back. Well, it is getting late. I think I should go prepare dinner now. Matsuri looks at the clock on the wall and saw that it was reaching 5 in the evening. She gets up from her chair and walks towards the kitchen. She paused at the kitchen entrance to turn back and ask, Dirt-san, Issei-kun would you like to join us for dinner? Gurgly, before either Dirt or Issei could answer, Issei's stomach declared its emptiness and made Issei blushed. He demurely nods his head at the silverette's suggestion. He took a seat with Naruto at the table while the blonde reached to turn on the game system in front of him. Maybe playing baseball took more out of me than I thought. As long as it's not ramen, I'm fine with staying. Dirt sits at the table as well and sips his coffee. Matsuri nodded and said to Dirt, I'm thinking of preparing a hot pot. Would that work Dirt-san? Issei-kun. Yes please, sure, was the reply she got. She smiled and walked into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the pot. Some time passed by silently as the group lazy about. Issei lounged in his hair as he droopingly watches Naruto finish a tsunere root. The blonde was lousy at it. Dirt sat opposite of Issei and gave his additionally shoddy advice for how to handle the tsunere. Naruto had his full attention on the screen and Kurama, unknown to others except for Naruto, complains about the stupidly bizarre behavior of the female genotype. The sound of sizzling food in bowls being moved echoed mutely throughout the room. Sue, what was the new special you were forcing on us anyway? Issei tried to break the comfortable silence with the question that's been nagging on his mind. It's a new recipe a friend of mine gave me. Its constitution is a little strange, but it tastes pretty good. The blonde answers without taking his attention off of the game. It took you 8 hours to make it? Dirt asks while sipping his coffee. He raised an eyebrow at the ridiculousness of the idea. I wanted it to be perfect for you guys. Naruto pouted. Oi, are you actually pouting? Issei asks his strange friend. HMPH. Of course not. It's not like I wanted you guys to enjoy something I cooked or anything dumb like that. Yup, Naruto is definitely pouting. Naruto-san, at Leah's. Use a line from the game script that fits your character. Dirt sips his coffee methodically. Quote. Seriously. You couldn't have just asked us to try it. Issei puts his head on his left hand and leans onto it. I did ask. The blonde simply replied. Bullshit. I nearly crossed the Sanzu River when you asked that. Issei yelled as he remembered one of his earlier near-death experience. I have to agree with Issei-kun. You looked more like you were hiding a thinly veiled threat. No, not a threat, you killed Issei-kun anyways. Dirt backs Issei up. Naruto paused his game and looked at the pair in earnest confusion. I was trying to show my innocence and sincerity. Didn't they say the best way to show it is with a sincere smile? Naruto-san, you really didn't plan this script out too, well did you? You had a box full of games ready and you seemed very eager to lead us towards that path. Though this half-baked dialogue may fool Issei, I am much more competent at seeing through your lies. Dirt boasted as he sits straight up. He seemed confident that nothing could fool him. Guess his jobs must make him very adept in spotting bullcrap and neutralizing it. Oi, what's that supposed to mean? Issei complains, but really. He wonderfully fell for Naruto's acting. Quote. Che. Found out already. Naruto dropped the look of innocent confusion and went back to droopy lazy look he prefers. Quote. So, it was a trick after all. Issei sighs to himself as he gave the blonde a half-hearted glare before slumping back to the cool wood of the table. The silence returned and persisted. Dirt went ND helped Matsuri prepare the dishes and utensils for dinner. Issei continued to slouch about, though not out of the usual laziness but out of the sheer exhaustion that's finally caught up with him from earlier. He honestly must hold Naruto and Dirt in a better opinion. The two don't show any sign of the fatigue Issei's feeling even though they were the most active players. Issei-kun, can you help me with turning on the portable stove? I'm bringing the hot pot out. Matsuri calls out from the kitchen. Issei complied and took a few attempts to turn on the aged burner. The pot that Matsuri carried out was massive. At 4 foot wide and 2 foot deep, the pot of broth was undeniably huge. Dirt came out from behind Matsuri carrying the dishes for the hot pot. Beef, pork, shrimp, fish, egg, noodles, assorted vegetables. And even some drinks. The middle-aged man carried the 6 extra-large dishes, the bowl of eggs and the 4 glasses of juice like a pro waiter. In the corner of his vision, Issei saw Naruto turning off the game system and switching to a random game show channel. Once everything was set up and everybody settled in, they clapped their hands in unison and said, "Itadakimasu." They then each started dipping what they wanted into the pot. Issei went straight for the fattest piece of beef he saw. Dirt got a ladle and started spooning broth into his bowl which was filled with noodles. Naruto was boiling 2 eggs within the pot with one hand while using the other to eat the food that Matsuri cooked for him. Matsuri professionally picked out perfect portions of vegetables and meat to cook for both herself and for Naruto. The 4 continued to eat in relative silence which was only broken by some small talk, a few old people joke from Dirt and the sound of the television in the background. They finished eating, cleaned up the tables and washed the dishes by around 8 o'clock. Dirt was the first to leave the shop as he joked about not being as young as he was before. Issei left afterward when he remembers that he didn't finish his weekend homework. Matsuri went upstairs to prepare the futon for sleep. She, like Issei, couldn't exactly keep up with the energetic Naruto and Dirt and tuckered herself with the ball game from that afternoon. Naruto sat at the table playing a game for another hour to both entertain and accompany Kurama before the fox enters hibernation again. According to the fox, the world was finally starting to accept them as an inhabitant. This gave Kurama a longer waking period as the energy it takes to maintain their existence lessens. His didn't make Naruto worry any less for his friend. He had first-hand experience with the energy output that the fox was capable of. To see Kurama struggle for so long hurts. Especially when Naruto cannot do anything about it. Therefore, the blonde did the next best thing. He entertained the fox in every one of its waking moment. It was all he could do to thank Kurama for helping him so much. If Kurama can now stay awake for a measly 9 hours out of a week, then Naruto was going to give him everything that's worth that 9 hours. The blonde ramen shop owner smiled to himself as he heard the fox drift back into hibernation after a fun day of sports, food, and gaming. He turned off his game system and walked upstairs to join Matsuri and sleep. Today was a fun day. Whoa, the shop looks extra busy today. What happened? Issei whistles out loud as he enters Naruto's ramen shop. He looks around for a seat and was pleasantly surprised to find that the usual table was clean and empty of customers. Ah, Issei-kun, welcome. Would you like me to bring you a medium pork ramen? Matsuri walks by with a serving tray and smiles at Issei. That would be good, Matsuri. By the way, why is it so packed today? It's because of Naruto-sama's newest special dish, the Uzumaki ramen, Kitsune special. The first customer who ordered it said, "This smell, this taste, this texture, it's Yusaka-sama's special Kyuubi ramen." At another table, a group of men yells this loudly, cutting off Matsuri mid-sentence. They each pour the contents of their bowls into their mouth as they cry tears of joy. Men, take out your wallets. We must buy every last drop of this Amrita. Yes sir. Miss Waitress. Refill please. Yes, dear customer. Matsuri smiles brightly and responds spiritedly to tea. He group of men who were holding up their bowls. She turns back to Issei a moment later with an apologetic smile on her face. As you can see, Issei-kun, they said something like that. I'll be back quickly with your pork ramen. So why don't you grab a seat? Take your time. Issei waves the girl off and watches her leave to tend to the customers. He walks over to the table and pulls out his homework. Quietly, he ponders to himself, so that new special ramen wasn't a joke, huh? Much later. Thank you for your patronage. Standing at the shop's doorway with her waist bent, Matsuri greets off the last customer in the shop. Phew, finally done. This was a surprisingly hectic day. Good work Matsuri. Naruto walks out of the kitchen while rolling around his shoulder to relax its muscle. He calls out to Matsuri as she closes the shop's door. Your new ramen is surprisingly popular. Issei says this while he closes his notebook and puts it into his backpack. Jealous that you didn't get any. Naruto smirks at Issei cockily. If you get down on your hands and knees and beg to be my lab rat for the rest of your life, I'll give you some. Tempting, but a harem king bows down to no one. Dirt is on a more successful path to being a harem king than you are cause, you know, he's rich as hell. Ku. Issei falls out of his seat and crouches down on his knees in pain. Cheap words will not bring me down. No, I mean, aren't you already down? Naruto gives the brunette teen a condescending look. Naruto-sama, what are these bowls of ramen doing here? Matsuri pokes her head out of the kitchen entrance to give Naruto a questioning look and show off a bowl of ramen in her hands. Oh, I saved those for us. Bring them out Matsuri, let's eat. Naruto looks back at Issei as he says this. Oi Issei, take a seat already. I took the effort to save a bowl of special ramen for you. Ah okay. Issei sits back into his chair with a lukewarm reply. Here you go Naruto-sama, Issei-kun. Thanks, Matsuri tilde. Matsuri walks out of the kitchen with a serving plate filled with ramen bowls. She puts a bowl of ramen in front of each member at the table. Slurp tilde. The sound of ramen being eaten echoed through the empty walls of the once crowded shop. Naruto, as always, breathed in the ramen like it was air and finished in 10 seconds flat. Matsuri, who usually took her time, seemed to particularly enjoy the ramen Naruto made and finished before Issei. Issei finished his ramen at the regular time. Hey Naruto, this is the newest special you made. Yeah, why? It tastes the same as any other ramen you cook. I thought it tasted awesome, then again, all ramen is awesome. Oh right, you have a ramen fetish. I forgot. After finishing his bowl and giving it a final verdict, Issei tells Naruto his honest truth. Receiving the blonde's reply, he couldn't do anything but give Naruto a look before turning to Matsuri. Hey, Matsuri, what did you think of Naruto's ramen? I like the ramen very much. The smell is subtle but very pleasing to the nose. The really whetted my appetite and lured me in to take another bite. The texture of the noodle was springy and chewy but at the same time quite soft and made easy to slurp down. The taste was a bit diverse but the and the worked well in not overpowering the taste of the Personally, NK that Naruto-sama's special ramen is on another league compared to my measly imitation. The silver-haired girl replies professionally without a tint of hesitation in her face. Naruto preens at the comment while Issei looks at the girl incredulously. How did you get all that out of Naruto's plain ramen? As if doubting himself, he takes another sip of his leftover broth and raises an eyebrow in a questioning manner. Naruto looks at Issei and Matsuri with an investigative expression before clapping his fist on top of his palm like he just figured out something. Issei. Yeah, Naruto. You didn't finish your homework. Did you? I did most of it already. I just have a bit more before I'm done. I'll do it at home or something. Do it here. I'll check it when you're done. Naruto stares Issei down with a dangerous glint to his eyes. In response, Issei pulls out his homework again and begins working on it. While you do that, Matsuri, let me help you with the dishes. Naruto stands up and carries the emptied ramen bowls to the kitchen. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Matsuri gets up and follows after the blonde to the kitchen. This is because I called his ramen plain, isn't it? After the two leaves, Issei looks up from his homework and stares at the kitchen. He says this before he goes back to his homework. Inside the kitchen, did you give Issei the plain ramen, Naruto-sama? Matsuri asks Naruto this as she passes a rinsed dish for Naruto to dry. No, all three bowls were the special ramen that Kyuubi no Yusaka sent through the letter. But Issei said it sweet like your regular ramen. While I tasted something so incredible, it felt beyond my comprehension. That's probably because the special ramen is a yukai dish. A yukai dish. But there were customers who. Those are probably the people the yukai association sent to check up on us. So they were yukai. I did not notice it at all. You're still relatively young for a yukai. Don't worry too much about it. Yes, Naruto-sama. Hearing this, Matsuri nods her head and continues to clean the dishes. Outside the kitchen. Issei, what are you doing? After he and Matsuri finish cleaning the dishes, Naruto returns to the restaurant proper and immediately lock onto Issei as the brunette organizes his homework on the table to make the ink resemble the shape of a naked woman. I'm creating a ritual to summon the Oppai gods and ask them to grant me knowledge. Glaring at the pages in his hands as if they were puzzle pieces, Issei answers Naruto's question without breaking his concentration. Carry on then. Naruto gives a mystified nod and walks to the table to turn on the game system. He keeps Issei in his peripheral in case the brunette breaks more than he already is. Call me if you need any help, Issei-kun. Matsuri smiles and takes up a broom to begin sweeping the shop clean. Thanks bro. Issei grunts to Matsuri and carefully lays down the next piece of homework into his ritual circle. A week afterward, a certain red-haired high schooler received a letter from her equally red-haired brother cautioning her of the new Yukai faction in Tokyo. The new faction already claimed a small shopping area near Kuo Academy as their territory, and they seemed to have made their headquarters near a small ramen shop in the center of the area, where they are spotted to often they seemingly unorganized group meetings at. The redhead girl was warned to be extremely cautious whenever they are near the shopping district. Ring a ding. Yo, I'm here. Issei walks into Naruto's ramen shop with a slouch. Matsuri waved at him with a smile as she finished writing down a customer's order. Naruto poked his head out of the kitchen to give Issei a quick sup, before ducking in again to fill out Matsuri's newest order. Seeing as they were busy, Issei stalked to the usual table to find that Dirt, who has been missing from the shop for a week, was there sipping his drink. Issei W. as mildly curious to see that the middle-aged man was wearing a collared Hawaiian t-shirt and a pair of shorts instead of his usual worn-out business suit. Yo, Dirt, where've you been? Issei asks as he sat down on his usual seat. Opposite of Dirt, he began pulling out some worksheets to review. Ah, Issei-kun, you're here. Here I brought a souvenir for you. Dirt hands Issei a gift bag with some foreign lettering that Issei couldn't understand. A souvenir? Were you on a business trip or something? Issei gratefully accepts the bag with a, thank you. No, it was the opposite actually. Some of my coworkers said that I was overworking myself and suggested that I needed to take a relaxing trip. Luckily enough, another coworker had spared tickets to visiting Spain and I somehow or another ended up tagging along. It was a fun trip. Dirt reminiscent as Issei gives him a stony face that expressed, you. Work. What work? Quote. Hoped you had fun. Now then, let's see what you got me. Pushin'. Off Dirt's obvious taunt for a Tsukomi, Issei opens the gift bag to find 4 magazines. Confused, he pulled them out and widens his eyes comically. Quote. I. Dirt. You. W what? Issei stutters as he stares at the magazines in absolute awe and wonder. He gently puts the stack of magazines back in the gift bag and looks at Dirt. He gave Dirt a stare that lasted for 5 seconds before cracking into a mad grin and jumps at the middle-aged man. Dirt, you're such a bro, was what he yelled aloud before he glommed the coffee-sipping old man. Yup, you guessed it, Dirt bought Issei Spaniard porn. Oh, so, you've decided to give up on his ridiculous harem plan and aim for the safer path of the rich unmarried gentleman, huh? Good for you, Issei. Naruto walks out of the kitchen just in time to see Issei tackle the coffee addict. Issei tearily lets go of Dirt to grab the gift bag laying on the floor and showed it to Naruto, completely foregoing to comment on the blonde's insult due to sheer happiness. Naruto, check out what Dirt gave me. Quote. What is this Spanish? Naruto looks into the bag and pulls out one of the magazines. He realized it was porn on first sight but didn't realize the language until he stared at it for a bit. He looked over to Dirt with a crooked smile and says, did you go all the way to Europe just to buy something to woo Issei with? You know he'll roll over and bark for normal Japanese porn, right? Ahahaha, strange as always, Naruto-san. Here, I bought you and Matsuri a gift as well. Dirt laughs off Naruto's insinuation and hands the ramen pair their souvenir. Quote. You are just tempting me. Aren't you? Not gonna fall for it. Now let's see what I got. Naruto glared at Dirt for a good 2 seconds before taking the gift and ripping the wrappings to shreds. Naruto lifted up the object that was once covered in wrapping, beheld it to his eye level and then chucked it at Dirt. This is just more porn, damn it. Dirt seemed to take great amusement in Naruto's expression as he chuckles at the flying magazines being thrown. Quote. Matsuri's tight expression seemed to agree with Naruto's mad accusations, but unlike the blonde, she politely sets her porn back onto the table. Issei gave her a puppy dog look that she understood immediately and gave her approval. The brunette teen beamed with happiness, so much so that even Matsuri's sweat dropped a little. Naruto glanced at Issei's happy expression and scowled. Why are you so happy? Don't you have your midterms coming up soon? Seeing the boy's devastated face almost made Naruto's day, almost. It would have made his day if Issei didn't look like he remembered something horrible. That devastated expression only told the blonde one thing. Issei forgot about his midterm exams. The blonde sighed to himself and looked at Issei in exasperation. Relax, we still have time to cram. When are the test dates? Naruto prodded the boy on the ground. Quote. Issei looked at Naruto with dead eyes of resignation. It was the eyes of a soldier going into a war on the losing side. The eyes of a defeatist. He moved his lips and muttered, tomorrow. Matsuri stared at Issei in disbelief. Naruto slammed his head onto the table and Dirt chalked on his coffee. Together they yelled, how could you forget such a thing until the last minute? Issei responded with a dry, cracked chuckle and a far-off look. Naruto scratched the back of his head and sighed before walking towards the madly chuckling brunette. He grabbed the teen by his collar and dragged him to the second floor of the ramen shop to study. Matsuri, close up. Dirt, get a big crate of some strong black coffee. We got approximately a 12-hour all-nighter to cram months' worth of knowledge into this fool. Upstairs. 12 hours remaining until school opens. According to Issei-kun's report card, his weakest subject is English and social studies. He is proficient in math and science, aka failing slightly less than usual, and is in the middle ground with Japanese. Matsuri reads off of the newest report card she got from Issei's school. According to the potential tests that I got glimpses of when hacking the school database, it is safe to say that we should spend the most time focusing Issei-kun's studies on English, Japanese and science as they are the hardest ones. Issei started when he heard Matsuri said something strange. Wait, did you just say you-ha? Since my job involves me making many connections, I am quite capable in the English and social studies department. I take up on being Issei's tutor for those subjects. Dirt cuts in B. For Issei could somehow distract himself. I am quite adept in the math and science area myself, so I will help Issei-kun with that. Matsuri gives her 2 cents after Dirt gave his. In that case, I will take Japanese on for myself. We'll each split our subjects into 2 5-hour margins and 1 2 hours. I will take the 2 hours margin. Matsuri, please give us the potential questions as well as the most probable answers. Dirt, you will go first. Naruto gives out quick and precise orders to his 2 accompanying teachers. Issei could do nothing except for sitting in the background making a nervous face at the Spartan course he's being targeted with. Oh, and Issei, Naruto finally turns his gaze back at the boy on his knees. If you so much as dare to slack off for even a minute, these. He pulls out the stack of 12 magazines that Dirt graciously got for Issei. Will never reach your eyes again. Naruto kawaramide the magazines with the air inside of his closet for dramatic effects. It had its intended results as Issei's face grew ashen white. Dirt sat down next to Issei and sympathetically pat the boy on his shoulder before saying, "Let's begin, Issei-kun." The teen cool.D only nodded and looked at the worksheet Matsuri prepared for him. 10 hours 45 minutes remaining until school opens. Dirt flips a page in his hand. Issei swallows his saliva noisily in anticipation. Naruto silently plays a portable GS game. Matsuri prepares the study material for both herself and Naruto. After a small eternity for Issei, Dirt puts down the worksheets. Issei-kun. Yeah. You pass. Yes. Oppai-sama has not forsaken me. With the minimum required score for a normal student. However, with your current grades in the report card, I'm afraid you're going to need to make a much better grade on the test. No, Oppai-sama, why have you forsaken me? With a bored look, Naruto peeks up from his GS and says, "That's one magazine, Issei." A jumps back up and snatches his worksheet from Dirt's hand. The moment it touches the table, he starts stabbing away at it with his pencil. 8 hours 5 minutes remaining until school opens. URG. Issei slumps down onto the table and drools with his mouth agape. His eyes lost their usual gleam and he begins loudly snoring. Is he asleep? Naruto, on hearing the snoring, looks at Dirt, who's grading a big stack of paper that Issei somehow managed to write. He's finished with all his work, so I'll allow him some rest. Dirt flips to another page with the number 32 printed on its top left. Really? That boy finished all 50 worksheets in around an hour. He flips to page 33 and spins his unused red pen. And most of it is correct as well. So he can do it after all. Matsuri, wake him up when it's your time to teach. Naruto gives the brunette a glance before he returns to his GS game. Yes, Naruto-sama. Without looking up, Matsuri organizes the worksheet that she and Naruto will teach Issei. All while calculating how much time she can afford for Issei to have a bit more rest. 7 hours 10 minutes remaining until school opens. Issei opens his sleepy eyes and sees Matsuri looking down at him. He realizes that he's sleeping on Matsuri's lap and he chuckles. Matsuri tilde, I had such a strange nightmare tilde. Matsuri tilts her head at the slightly hysterical Issei, which prompted him to continue. Naruto was threatening me to study for 12 hours straight or he'll take away all my porn tilde, how crazy is that, huh? Issei starts chuckling deliriously at the strange idea. That's still happening, Issei. In fact, it's about to be Matsuri's turn to teach you soon. Naruto peeks over Matsuri's shoulder and shows Issei an alarm clock. Bolts up from Matsuri's soft, comfy and manly lap to exhaustively look at Naruto, who still has his game in his other hand, and then at Dirt, who's sipping his coffee. Issei gives Dirt a distressed look in the middle ag. Ed Man returns it with a smile and mouthed, "It's still good. Your magazines are still safe." The brunette visibly slumps down to knees in relief. "It's good that you're awake now, Issei-kun. Should we start?" Yeah. Issei nods tiredly and sits next to Matsuri at the table. 5 hours 30 minutes remaining until school opens. And you do this and carry the variable x over to here to complete the equation. Matsuri leans over Issei's shoulder in order to show him the steps to solving the type of question she was just explaining. Whoa, that was all that was needed. How come I never remember learning about this? Issei gazes in wonderment at the solution Matsuri neatly wrote down. This way of solving such questions is written in your textbooks. Did you not read that chapter, Issei-kun? What textbook? Issei looks at Matsuri with honest confusion in his eyes. Issei-kun, have you ever seen this book before? It's your school textbook. Matsuri hands Issei a semi-thick, blue, hard-covered book. No, I've never seen this before. Issei takes the book and flips through it with a bit of consternation. Oh hey, it has what the teacher's been teaching us, and solutions too. Issei's eyes glow in joy as he flips to a page with questions he recognizes. After flipping through the textbook for a bit, he turns to look at Matsuri in complete amazement. As expected of you, Matsuri. You're prepared for anything. Ahaha. Thanks, Issei-kun. Matsuri takes the compliment in stride and feels her smile twitch slightly. Both Dirt and Naruto look up from their respective cup of coffee and PFP to give Issei the, "Are you an idiot?" Look behind Issei's back. 4 hours 10 minutes remaining until school opens. And that's the final question. Matsuri checks over the last of Issei's worksheet to see if they missed anything. Good job Issei-kun, why don't you go rest for a bit before your tutoring time with Naruto-sama? Issei nods tiredly again for the xth time that day and slumps onto the cool wooden table. Matsuri, by your calculations, what are the chances of Issei passing his tests tomorrow? Considering the fact that he knows most of his exam's question by heart now, he should be able to pull his average up to above the passing requirement. That's good. Prepare the guest futons. Let him sleep for the rest of the night. Yes, Naruto-sama. Is it because you care for his health that you let him sleep in, or is it because you're too lazy to teach him yourself? Dirt smirks at Naruto and helps Matsuri drag Issei's dead body to one of the prepared guest's futon. A little bit of both. Naruto gets up from his spot and walks out of the room to go downstairs. Start sleeping first, I'm gonna go for a walk. Yes, Naruto-sama. Good night Dirt-san. Matsuri crawls into the furthermost left futon, the one that's next to Naruto's, and begins to sleep. Have a good night, you too. Dirt picks his spot and takes his spot in the futon next to Issei's. Who's the furthermost to the right? Good night, you too. Naruto closes the door behind him and walks down the stairs. Once he's in the shop's dining area, he heads towards the entrance. He unlocks the door, leaves the shop and locks up after himself. Afterward, he begins walking down the empty street. Alone, he speaks aloud. Hey Kurama, you think we got enough in our tank to shape a permanent Gudama? We can make up to 3 temporary ones with full power at our current capacity. A permanent one will have some restrictions. What do you have in mind? Let's make a good luck charm. 1 hour after school opens, 30 minutes remaining until class starts. I'm late. Issei rushes downstairs with his clothes disheveled and his hair a crow's nest. Issei-kun, please wait a moment. Walking out of the shop's kitchen, Matsuri calls after Issei as he jumps down the last few steps of stairs. What's up, Matsuri? Issei stops short at the end. Rants and turns around to see Matsuri wearing an apron. Here's your lunch and I wish you good luck on your test. Matsuri hands him a bento box while also tucking in his shirt, straightening out his pants folds and buttoning up his jacket all at the same time. Yes, remember your preparations and you should do well. Dirt jumps in as well from his usual seat at the table they always sat at. As always, he has a coffee cup in hand. Yeah, thanks, I'll do my best. Issei nods confidently and races out the ramen shop when Matsuri lets go. He runs for about a minute to his school's direction before he spots a familiar mop of blonde hair. Oh, Naruto, what are you doing here? Just taking a walk. Here, catch. Oh. Naruto throws a black object at Issei and the brunette catches it softly in his hands. An omamori. Issei opens his hands to see a pitch black omamori. He pauses for a second before looking back up to Naruto. Good luck on the test. The blonde walks past Issei and give him a pat on his shoulder. Without another word, Naruto walks towards the direction of the ramen shop. Ah, thanks, Naruto. Issei grins at Naruto before he starts running to school again. Ringgggggggggggg. Safe. Issei rushes into his class just as the bell rings. He slides into his chair and slumps his back into it. He tries to calm his labored breathing and only somehow made himself more nervous for the test. He groans to himself as he tries to remember the Spartan teachings that Naruto, Dirt, and Matsuri tried to imbue into his brain. He somehow managed to remember Matsuri's efficient teachings. And Dirt's hands-on, aka lots of writing, approach. For some reason though, he can't remember Naruto's attempt at teaching. Any of it, actually. Knowing how enthusiastic the blonde was at getting him to study. Issei was sure that the blonde did something crazy to teach Issei, but for whatever reasons, he can't remember it. Was Naruto's teaching style so bad that my brain actively tried to wipe out the memories? Is that even possible? Before Issei could continue his train of randomness, the classroom door opened. Since this is a testing day, a random teacher is assigned beforehand to each class to administer the tests to the students. Trying to get his mind off of his re-enclosing nervousness, he took a look at the teacher, and did a waterless spit take. Now he understood why he sensed a weird feeling of déjà vu. -10 minutes earlier outside the Kuo Academy's school gate. Alright Matsuri, you're the fill-in student for the empty seat next to Issei. Use whatever skills you have to throw off attention to yourself. Dirt, you'll be the first test administrator for Issei's class. I'll be the brain who's in charge of overlooking this situation and giving instructions. The main objective of our mission is to passively encourage Issei to pass the test. All forms of cheating will be regulated by me and carried out by you too. Remember to keep wearing your mini headphones for the remainder of this mission and don't let others notice it. Is there any question? Naruto asks as he sits within the cover of a bush while wearing camo clothing. It didn't really work out because of his blonde tufts. When and how did you even prepare all of this? Dirt asks as he fixes his gray tie while looking at a full-size mirror Matsuri was holding up. About an hour ago I went to the principal and asked. He readily accepted my proposition. Naruto simply said. It wasn't a lie, just not the full truth. He did come to Kuo Academy and ask the principal with an extra helping of grade A Kurama Genjutsu, and the principal did accept after approximately 10 minutes of genjutsuing. Dirt seems to have left it at that, so Naruto deemed that he didn't need to explain any further. Is there any other question? Seeing the other two squad members shake their head, Naruto grinned and said, good. Mission start. Issei's classroom. Dirt passed out the test and went back to the teacher's desk to read his magazine and drink his coffee. He didn't do anything strange when he got to Issei's table besides mouthing the words, Naruto's idea, so Issei figured that this is just their way of encouraging him on. An hour passed and Issei had to admit that he was doing the test with relative ease. So far, he has passed no questions that he did not remember already doing. It was both reassuring and airy how all these answers that Issei's pouring out is from Matsuri's worksheets. He made a mental note to not let the silver-haired girl go near his computer, ever. He was near the end when he came across a question he did not remember doing. He tried to comb his mind of any mention of this question but came up blank. Panicked, he sat there for 5 minutes trying to do it himself, but he soon found that he had no idea where to start. Was this a new concept that Naruto was supposed to go over with him? Is this question in the blank spot of his memory of being with Naruto for the night? In that case, this is extra bad. If he misses this question and Naruto finds out, his porn collection would disappear. Issei sat there practically hyperventilating when something moved from the corners of his eyes. He made a subtle glance towards the moving object and almost screamed aloud at seeing Matsuri sitting in one of the empty seats in the classroom doing the test as well. He rubbed his eyes on CE and still sees Matsuri wearing the cute Kuo Academy uniform. He rubbed them again and still sees a very real Matsuri casually doing the test in the cute Kuo Academy uniform. The very real Matsuri took a quick glance at him and then signaled something with her facial expression. He somehow understood her signal and glanced down to her hand which held 3 fingers up. He immediately understood what that meant and circled the answer choice to the question he had trouble with. Somewhere within his mind, he knew that he was doing something bad, but honestly, he didn't care. Matsuri is being an overqualified bro by trying to help him out. Who is he to reject such a thing? Who is anyone to reject such a thing? And like that, time passed until lunch started. Kuo Academy's courtyard. Lunch started after the first 3 portions of the test was finished and the students filed out of the room. Matsuda and Motohama questioned why Issei is staying behind but left quickly when the brunette reminded them that it was the swim club's day to take their physical. Issei also wanted to go as well, but the curiosity for questioning the certified hacker and old man about what they're doing here prevailed. The cheating pair, in turn, smiled at Issei like the Cheshire Cat and led him to the courtyard. They walked up to a tree and Issei saw a familiar mop of blonde hair sticking out from behind it. Circling around, Issei sees Naruto. In orange camo, sitting under the shades of the tree. Naruto sees the group as well and waved. "Yo, Issei. How's the test so far?" The blonde was slurping away at a steaming ramen bowl in his hands. "Scarily well. I don't think I need to tell you about it." Issei sits down, facing Naruto, and pulls out the lunchbox Matsuri packed for him earlier. "Yes, Naruto. Sama only instructed me to help you twice." Matsuri sits next to Naruto, pulls out 2 lunchboxes from her school bag and hands one to Dirt. She turns to Issei and gives him a complimenting smile. "Well done, Issei-kun. Where were you anyways? I didn't see you anywhere to observe us." Dirt takes a seat next to me. He looks at Naruto as he opens Matsuri's lunchbox. "I was in one of the trees." "Nah." Ruto waves around the binocular that was hanging off his waist. "And I can be very stealthy, it's no wonder you didn't see me. Let me guess, you've been training since the age of 12 in order to become a ninja." Issei deadpans at Naruto. The blonde nodded as he stuffed his face with ramen while Issei rolled his eyes. Dirt sat there and sips his infinite coffee cup after quickly demolishing Matsuri's lunch. Matsuri pulled out an extra-large thermos as well as 3 cups and hands Naruto and Issei a cup of tea. They sat in relative silence for a while before Naruto spoke. "So, what do you usually do at lunch break?" I usually either eat lunch with Matsuda and Motohama or I go peeking with them. Sometimes both. What a proactive way to spend time in school. Ah, the bliss of youth." Dirt nods sagely at Issei's words as if it was a regular thing that everyone does. "What did you do when you were in school, Naruto-sama?" "Oh, you know, the usual. Practicing how to throw ninja kunai and ninja shurikens. Doing some ninja exercises, learning about ninja history and how to do ninja taxes. It's the usual. Nothing about that is usual, you ninja fetishes. Now Issei-kun. You can't judge others by what they did, in fact, back in my days." "Dirt-san, your birth certificate says you're only 39. Not much has changed since your days have passed." Matsuri-san's saying something really scary. "Ah, that reminds me. So, you can hack huh, Matsuri?" "Yes, but I'm still a novice at it. Naruto-sama is still teaching me some of the deeper inner workings." "Oh ho, as expected of the mysterious blonde foreigner. You're working hard to fill out your list of character clichés, aren't you Naruto-san?" Dirt puts down his coffee cup and sarcastically applauds Naruto. The blow. NDE ignores the man in favor of gorging down his newest ramen bowl. Issei looks at the blonde incredulously. "Seriously, what do you think ninjas do? Not being hackers, and masters of computer-based espionage, obviously. Hacking was something I learned after I stopped being a ninja." Naruto twitches his head and upper body towards an odd angle mid-sentence, cutting himself off before he looks back to Dirt and Matsuri. Pointing at the two, he gives Matsuri and Dirt quick instructions. "Dirt, hide. Matsuri, extra cute smile, aim it at Issei." "What?" Issei's eyebrows raise when Dirt, who seemed to have understood Naruto, immediately jumps into a bush next to the tree he was previously leaning on. "Yes, Naruto-sama." Matsuri snaps her fingers in front of Issei's face to bring his attention over to her before she gives him a literally blinding smile. "Wah!" Issei covers his eyes at the sudden influx of light and screams, "What's going on? Matsuda, do you see what I'm seeing? If you read talking about Issei's companions then yes, I'm seeing it too." Issei's ears twitch as he rubs tears out of his eyes. He turns around to see Matsuda and Motohama through bleary eyes. They are stiffly standing a distance away. It must have been because he wasn't seeing clearly, but why does the two have pained expressions on their faces? Huh, when do you two get here? Issei, you bastard. Ditching us to go eat lunch with two hot ladies. Go drown yourself beneath Tokyo Bay. Yeah, while we were looking all over for you, you were hanging out with two beauties. Go jump off Mount Fuji. Without answering Issei's question, Matsuda and Motohama run off in the other direction while screaming this aloud. What? Issei looks at the two in confusion and turns around to ask Matsuri and Naruto what's going on. He freezes when he gets a look at Naruto. Gone was the orange camo, face paint, and binoculars. Now they've become a form-fitting button-up shirt, light makeup and a pair of seductively hanging glasses. Naruto was dressing up as Naruto-sensei again. This time though, he dressed in a Kuo Academy female uniform and has his hair flowing freely instead of the tight bun from before. It took Issei a total of 3 seconds before a light bulb popped into existence and, ding. Seriously. Stop doing that. Issei gets up from his seat and lunges at Naruto. Kahahahaha. Naruto EFTLY dodges Issei's lunge and quickly runs off at a just slow enough speed for Issei to still try and catch up to. Ah, the bliss of youth. Dirt sips his coffee as he climbs out from the bush he's hiding in. Issei-kun. Naruto-sama. Class is restarting in 10 minutes, don't be late. Matsuri sips her tea from her seat and reminds the two people running across the schoolyard. Get back here, you idiotic prankster. It's been a while since I've seen the shop as empty as it is today. Naruto loafed on the usual table in his ramen shop. Besides him was Dirt, who as always, was sipping on his cup of coffee and reading a newspaper. Matsuri was in the kitchen, packing up the remains of today's still plentiful stocks. Issei hadn't come to the shop immediately after school, so he probable why got caught peeking and was given detention. It really is rare. I've never seen you having 2 or 3 customers a day since Matsuri-san started working here. Perhaps it is because of the festival across town. Dirt looked up from his newspaper and gave Naruto a possible reasoning for his lack of customers. A festival? Which one? Naruto's interest peaked a little at the mention of a festival. The Sano festival, Naruto-sama. Matsuri walked out of the kitchen while wiping her hands on her apron. The festival parade passed by the other side of town sometime between 4 and 5 o'clock, earlier this evening. Ring-a-ding. Here you guys are. Everyone in the shop turns to see Issei walking in wearing a simple brown yukata. I didn't see any of you guys at the parade, so I figured you'd be here. Aren't you going to the festival? Issei asks while looking at the undecorated group. Why'd you figure we'd be at the parade? Naruto asks the teen in the dark brown kimono and sandals. Well, since the festival is always held on the other side of town, this shopping district usually closes down at lunchtime. Most of the shop owners here opens up a stall near the shrine where the festive Al is held, so I figure you'd be there too. Didn't your neighbors tell you that? Issei explains to him while giving his blonde friend a questioning look. No, I don't speak to my neighbors often. Hey, think that I'm an insanity asylum escape convict. I'm not even going to ask. He looks over to Dirt and Matsuri. So you guys wanna go to the festival or not? Well, it does sound more enjoyable than staying in this secluded shop the whole time. Dirt scratches his stubble. It would be nice to see what a festival is like for once. Matsuri glances at Naruto to see if he wants to go. He would gladly stay behind with the blonde if he chooses to not go. A festival, huh? Sounds fun, let's go. Naruto was at the shop's entrance and dressed in an orange yukata before anyone could blink. One moment he was lazily slouching on the table and the next, he's energetically bouncing like a kid on a sugar rush at the door. Hurry up. Come on already. We've wasted enough time. The blonde runs out of the entrance and headed in the wrong direction. Wait for me, Naruto-sama. Matsuri chased after the blonde in orange, also going in the wrong direction. Hey, where are you guys going? The temple is that way. Issei bounds out of the shop and tries to get their attention. He ended up having to chase them while yelling, wrong way. The blessing of youth. Dirt walks out the shop last and locked the door for Naruto. He then leisurely followed the noise of Issei's yell while sipping on his cup of infinite coffee. Wow, So that's the shrine, it's surprisingly crowded, everywhere. Matsuri looks around in wonderment. They have not passed the shrine's gate yet and the young Yukai was already feeling a bit swamped. Discreetly, she moved closer to her blonde master who has lost his earlier hype and went back to his usual lazy impassiveness. Of course, this is a traditional festival. Practically every neighborhood is here. Issei answered Matsuri's silent question while weaving through the crowd. Though I honestly have no idea what this festival is celebrating, I can definitely say I know some awesome food stands. Ah, if youth keeps up like this, our honorable olden traditions will come to an end. Dirt contemplates aloud while actively doing his best to keep the group together. Because it's so crowded, everyone needs to make room for each other to maneuver. Dirt took it on himself to maintain the group within a close enough distance to where they can locate each other by sight or voice. I wonder if they have ramen here. Naruto asks a question with enough volume to reach Issei, the makeshift guide to the festival for the group. The ramen chef looked around some of the stores near the shrine but found nothing of interest. There were a few toy shops. And a couple of kimono rental but nothing that really connects with the blonde. If you want ramen just go home. Issei deadpans at his blonde friend's obsession to the noodly treat. I think they sell yakisoba at the stands in the shrine's Naruto-sama. Matsuri suggests as she continues to stick near the blonde. Everyone we've passed the front gate. Gather up or you'll get lost. Dirt comically inputs as they walked under the red wooden shrine gate and into the temple ground. PFF'd. We're not kids. Dirt, I don't think we can get lost even if we want tea. Before Issei could continue his retort to Dirt's advice, a sudden crowd appeared out of nowhere and passes through the gate just after them. Like a certain comedic scene that tends to show up from time to time in some dating sims, Issei, Dirt, Naruto and Matsuri got separated. Each member dragged off by their own little crowd. Seriously, what the heck? Was all that Issei could yell aloud against the physical embodiment of the humorous force acting imposingly to his words. In an act of defiance, he reached past the barrier of his little crowd in order to grab onto one of his friend's hand. He managed to grab onto a soft, effeminate and yet somehow manly hand. Feeling like he already knew whose hand it was from his sense of touch, he pulled the hand and its person out of both their respective crowds. Not wanting to be dragged around by mysteriously illusional crowds again, Issei wasted no time to get out of the entrance area and paced quickly to the temple area, all while not letting go of Matsuri's hand. Phew, I think we're safe from that mysterious crowd now. Issei relaxed himself after making it to the stall area, which is too disjointed to have mysterious crowds appearing without him noticing. Hey Matsuri, did you see where the other two went? He turned around to ask his silver-haired friend when he widened his eyes at the person he saw instead. The person is blonde and has blue eyes. The person is wearing an orange outfit. The person has a droopy-looking stare aimed at Issei. The person is, however, not Naruto or his strangely realistic disguise, Naruto. The person is female. Her ponytailed blonde hair is a paler and more ethereal shade of blonde than compared to his friends. Her eyes, while blue, is leaning more towards greenish and the blank stare that she was giving to Issei seemed more natural due to the lack of light flecks reflecting from her pupils. Her body is beautifully curved and much more natural than compared to his blonde friend's proportionally outrageous disguise. The young woman before him is extremely charming, and someone he does not know, and he's still holding her hand. Ding. I'm sorry for dragging you around like that. Quickly letting go of the strangely manly hand, Issei backed away from the blonde beauty and bowed his head to a near 90-degree angle. He held his head like that for another few seconds before raising it again to look at the girl. She had a knuckle in front her mouth, as if to cover up whatever sound she was making, and she was shaking from what seems to be laughter. Yes, that is definitely laughter she's trying to cover up. Wah. Fooled ya. The blonde whispered in a low volume while giving Issei a shit-eating grin. It took the brunette a few seconds to process the words, another few seconds to understand its Maya Ning and a few more to recognize the originator's voice. Naruto. Dirt. He saw the crowd coming from behind them and made to warn the group but they didn't heed his warnings. Issei-kun seemed to Avenue had a smart aleck answer readying for emission when the crowd made impact. As expected, the little group was splinted apart. He managed to sidestep the crowd and dodge the wave, but the others weren't so lucky. He saw Issei dragging Naruto away to the stalls and Matsuri getting dragged towards the praying ground. Ah, it looks like I managed to lose them anyways. Oh well, we'll probably meet up again. Let's see. Where's the coffee stand around here? The middle-aged man sighed as he blended into the crowd while sipping his coffee. Matsuri. She managed to finally escape from the bondage of the crowd too late. Looking around, she couldn't find a trace of her master's incandescent blonde hair. Wilting noticeably, she begins her trudge back to the temple grounds entrance in hopes of finding her lord when she notices something in her hand. Confused as to when it had gotten there, the silverette opens a letter in her hand. In it were 100,000 yen and a note that states, "Looks like we got separated. Sorry Matsuri. Here's some money, enjoy yourself. I'll meet up after a bit, hopefully with the others as well. Have fun tilde. Hey, Naruto-sama. What did you expect me to do to be putting in so much money?" She giggles a little at her chosen lord's antic before taking him up on his offer and walked to the stall area to enjoy herself. Naruto and Issei. Oh come on. Don't be pouting, it doesn't fit you. Naruto said to Issei as he bit on his candied apple. Besides, I would have thought that you'd get used to this by now. He looks over to the pouting Issei who's questioning his sensuality. The brunette keeps muttering something on the line of, "It's a guy, it's a girl, the guy's a girl, and the girl's a guy." In the back of his mind, Naruto decided to hold back on messing with his henge technique for a while. It wouldn't do if Issei were to start suspecting every hot female he sees and interacts with is a certain blonde in disguise after all. Oi, stop muttering already. Didn't you want to enjoy the festival? Here, eat this. Naruto gave Issei a slight scowl and shoved a cotton candy he got earlier into Issei's hand. It effectively snapped the brunette out of his trance as he confusedly looks between the sugary treat and his blonde friend. Aw thanks. Issei gave his thanks before joining the blonde in eating the treats while walking around the stall area. Huh, this is pretty good, where'd you get it? He finishes the cotton candy fairly quickly and asks Naruto, who finished his candied apple at the same time. A few stalls back, the GU gave it to me for free when I gave him a cute smile. Naruto flashed Issei a cute smile that had previously enraptured many stall owners. Issei mentally admitted that he would have also fallen for it, too, if it was not for the wielder's confession. You dress like that to get free food. Issei deadpans at Naruto's strange habits and its reason. The ninja excuse was random enough to fit Naruto but dressing up to get free food sounds a bit too much for the blonde. Nah, I do it to mess with people. Spook them a little and make them double think themselves. It's hilarious. The blonde openly responds to Issei's deadpan. He didn't miss the brunette's flinch as the boy thought of his situation. Catching a whiff something good smelling from nearby, Naruto grabbed Issei's arm and led him to the smell of more delicious and most likely free food. Hey old man, can I get 2 of that serving? Naruto calls out to the stand owner who was concentrating on making his takoyakis. Ha, anything for you sweet. The man laughs at Naruto's direct attitude and looks up from his work. He cuts himself off as he recognizes something after seeing the blonde male, currently female, in full. The man squints his eyes and took 2 noticeable whiff of air before he opens them again in surprise. Uzumaki-san, is that you? Naruto took his turn scrutinizing the man. He seemed familiar but the blonde couldn't quite put a finger on it. Flashing his chakra to activate his chakra sensing thingy power trademark, a certain group clicked into his mind. Ah, you're the one of the scouts. Bingo. And in one try too, good job Uzumaki-san. Here's a prize for naming me right on the first try and almost fooling me with your disguise. The scout takoyaki stand owner handed Naruto his order of 2 boxes of takoyaki. How'd you see through the disguise? I thought I did a good job at hiding my identity. Naruto accepted the box offerings and handed one to Issei who wasn't paying any attention at all to the conversation in favor of ogling a pair of cute girls walking by. Leave it to the hormonal team to have tact in the weirdest places and circumstance. It is a good disguise, but you show. LD realize that nearly everyone I work with is also in disguise. I have a way of telling what's underneath a physical mask. The man tapped his nose while filling out another order for the customers that was behind Naruto. So you're showing the young one the culture of Japan. I would be if we didn't get separated. Naruto stepped out of the way as the scout handed the customers behind him their orders. Ha ha ha. Crowded temples tends to do that to people. The man laughed aloud and splatters some more of the batter onto the hot pan. If you find her though, lead her to the back gates over there by the temple ground. She's living in the human world, but that doesn't excuse her from having full enjoyment with our side of things. Who knows, maybe she's already there. Will do. Thanks for telling me. The blonde nodded to the suggestion and walks off, dragging Issei along by his yukata's collar as he wears a perverted smile from seeing an accidental panty flash. The blonde flash. Ed his chakra once more to use his chakra sensing thingy power trademark to locate Matsuri. She was on the other side of the stall area, at the gaming stalls. Though he wasn't much of a sensor, he can still tell some emotions by the vague movements of a person's energy. Matsuri's was calm yet energetic, showing that she's, hopefully, enjoying herself. Glad that his sort of roommate is having fun, he walks to the gate that the scout had mentioned before. He has no idea what to expect, but he sure as heck knew that it was different from what he's seeing now. Even before he met Matsuri, he knew that the Ri was more than humans living in this world like the bijus and summonings of his previous world, but the problem was that he never really bothered looking into them until Matsuri appeared. Knowing no thing more than a few Wikipedia searches, he was kind of excited about what's to come. Hey Naruto, where are we going? Issei on the other hand was beginning to sweat in apprehension. When he finally noticed his surrounding was auspiciously missing cute females in kimonos, Naruto had already dragged him off to who knows where. The glint in the blonde's eyes that reminds him too much of serious Naruto is already a warning flare. The fact that human activity was thinning out and dead trees were becoming more prominent by the second wasn't doing much to help. A fun place that my friend suggested, I see it right over there. Naruto said as he points towards an aged shrine gate surrounded by walls. The oppressive aura that was visibly surrounding the shrine gate made Issei gulp aloud. Fun. You sure this friend of yours is trustworthy? No, not really. The blonde answers in complete honesty. If this was an attack, he'd just either kick some ass or Kyuubi Hirasayan out of here. He's not that worried, unlike his profusely sweating friend whom he's still dragging around. As he steps into the gate's vicinity, a nearly untraceable pulse of power vibrated from the gate and touched both teens. Naruto felt his chakra surge forward to counter the power, and he felt the inactive Gudama in Issei's pocket do the same. The power retreated back to the shrine gate and the oppressive aura from earlier dissipated. It seems that was the gate's anti-human function. Maybe he should look into whatever that power was. It certainly wasn't chakra, not that the humans of this world produce ch of the energy substance to begin with, being with no chakra coils and all. He let Issei walk on his own again and motioned the teen to follow him past the gate. The difference between the inner and the outer portion of the gate was tremendous. Outside is a small field surrounded by dying grass and trees. Inside is a bustling festival that's even more hectic than the one outside. Stalls surrounds hops that were surrounded by yukais, some in their full yukai form while others, still human form, crowding everywhere. Wow, since when they make a costume area here? Figures that your friend would be into cosplaying. The brunette boy said as he whistles and gives the cross-dressing blonde a grin. It's impressive that he's never heard of it before, but that's probably because he didn't know the right people to talk to. Naruto grinned maniacally when he saw an 8-foot-tall Oni making delicate sweets and a little girl arm wrestling something even bigger than the Oni elsewhere. This was going to be fun. Matsuri. Ah, you're the youngling, scout. Both Matsuri and the takoyaki stand owner pointed at each other out as they recognized one another. The stand owner was focusing on making yet another great batch of takoyaki when he heard a familiar voice ordering a box and looked up to see who it was. Matsuri was finishing with raiding the gaming stalls and getting some great prizes. At Naruto-sama would have enjoyed when she got hungry and decided to get some takoyaki. So the boy still hasn't found you, huh? The man packs up some takoyaki into a box and shuts off his grill. He hands Matsuri the box filled with takoyaki. I trust that Naruto-sama will find me sooner or later. Matsuri accepted the box and reaches into her sleeve to get some of Naruto's fund. The man stopped her by saying, No need. That one's on the house. I'm closing down anyways. Really? But it's still so early. Nah, I am moving on to my main job. Hey youngling, mind answering some question? The man Clo.'s walks out the back and motioned Matsuri to follow. Your main job. Matsuri made no attempt to follow the man, but she didn't retreat either. The man was someone that she is well acquainted with, so she can somewhat feel that he won't hurt her. She decided it best to gather more information on what the man wanted to begin with. Yes, a scout, or rather, your scout. It's been a while since I've been stationed here to monitor your activities. Usually, we'd leave it off if the yokai and their host agrees to live together. The situation with you, however, is a bit special. I wish to ask some questions and maybe answer a few to make my job easier. The scout explains to the cautious girl his intentions and jokingly puts his hands up in the air as if to surrender. Matsuri found the answer satisfactory and begins to cautiously follow the man. They didn't move far, or rather, at all, as they only moved to the back of the stall. Hidden in the shadows of the stall, the scout made a few hand gestures and stuck a piece of paper onto the stall's wall. Matsuri felt a chill crawling up her spine as the air between her and the scout shimmered. She tenses and looks at the man questionably. Don't worry. This is just a barrier to tone down volume inside and keep away curious eyes. You can easily walk out or even scream and people will notice you again. The scout scratches the back of his head and gives Matsuri a disarming smile. It still calmed her, even if by a small amount. Okay. What is it you want to ask? Disregarding her caution for now, she asks the man for his question. The first old, is your host in any way or form hurting you or influencing you to do anything you do not wish to do? The man pulls out 2 folding chairs and hands one to Matsuri. He then sat down on his and pulls out a small journal and began reading from it. He looks up at his interviewer and gives an almost apologetic smile. Sorry, it's part of the job, even if it's a stupid question. No, it's all right. Matsuri smiles demurely as she slightly relaxes some more after seeing that the man was speaking truthfully, according to Naruto-sama's licensing lessons. Matsuri taps her chin in wonderment and answers the scout's question. Naruto-sama has been very kind to me. He never asked me to help him with his shop even though I was staying in his house for free. He stated outright that he has connections to let me go wherever I wished whenever I wished, and he even taught me skills that are usually not taught but learned through experience. Overall, Naruto-sama has been a perfect host. I see, that answers the next question. What's next? The scout pulls out a pen and wrote something down before flipping the pages and writing in it every now and then. He asked her a few more questions such as, would you prefer staying with a yokai family over a human family? And, does he feed you properly? Matsuri answers them all truthfully, and before she knew it, the scout closed his journal and stood up with a relieved sigh escaping his lips. Phew, glad that's done. Thanks for answering the questions, youngling. This'll help me finish off some paperwork much more efficiently. No problem. Please come and visit our shop if you really want to thank us. Matsuri gave him a winning smile as she shamelessly advertised her shop. She made to walk back out of the shadows when the scout stops her to tell her something more. Hang on a sec. Earlier, your host came by and showed a certain skill set to me without noticing. I never noticed before, but now that I did, I'll have to report it to my superiors. Tell me, do you think your master is special in any way? Naruto-sama has a bewildering mindset and tends to act very spontaneously. I do not know what you are talking about, but he does seem to be well aware of yukais before I came into his life. At least, that is my impression from his ease with accepting me. Seeing nothing wrong with answering the man, Matsuri replies like she did before. Truthfully. I see. Thank you for accommodating me on answering these strange questions. Go back and have fun at the festival. I suggest the 5th stall to the left of here. They have good buttered grilled corn. The man smiles dryly and stalked off into the deeper shadowed areas of the shrine before completely disappearing. Matsuri looks at the spot where he disappeared for a few seconds before returning to the lights while humming to herself. Dirt. Excuse me, do you sell coffee at this stand? Sir, you asked me that not 5 minutes earlier and 30 minutes before that. We only sell buttered grilled corn here. Damn it. Dirt staggers off again and blends into the crowd to continue his self-appointed quest of finding any drinkable coffee. A few seconds later, a certain Silverette walks by and orders a serving of the corn as suggested from her earlier companion. Naruto and Issei. Seriously, this place is really elaborate. Issei looks around in a we at the stalls and shops they still haven't been to yet. There are so many places that each have their own yukai-related specialty. So far he and Naruto has visited the goldfish scooping stall which had man-eating fish. The caricature stall which drew what they look like if they were a yukai. He was an oni while Naruto was a kitsune, the gift-shooting stall which Naruto earned them a pair of authentic heterochromatic lizard newt eyeballs, and the sumo stage which had two really big oni-like men duking it out. This place was freakishly amazing. We've been here for a while, maybe we should go and find the others now. Naruto slurped up some yakisoba noodles while looking around for the familiar gate in which they entered. You're right. Wow, time passed by quickly. Issei pulled out his cell phone to check the time and found that time really has passed by without him noticing. In his moment of procrastination, he displaced his thoughts from being mindful of the crowd and bumped into someone. He fell down and looked up to see a half-drunk man. Watch we ya goin' brat. The tipsy man glared down at Issei and squints his eyes. He looks over to Naruto and scowls prominently. Why the hell are your kind doin' here? Before Issei could react, the man grabs him by the collar of his yukata and heaved him up in an incredible display of strength. The now Tretinin G-looking man made to say something but stopped when a hand grabbed his wrist. Please let my friend go. In his panic, Issei made a half-turn to see who had said that. He identified his savior as the now disguised Naruto, glowering at the man who held Issei. The man yelped and dropped Issei on his rear once more before pulling his wrist out of the blonde's hold. Naruto stepped in front of Issei and continued glowering at the man. The man glared at both Issei and Naruto as he rubbed his wrist, and Issei was just confused and scared shitless at the sudden atmosphere of near violence. It continued this way for a few more moments before another man broke through the crowd and ran towards the man who grabbed Issei. The newcomer patted the offender on the back to grab his attention, and then the two had a heated whisper discussion. It was really a half-whisper conversation, seeing as the drunken man said everything in full volume. Issei heard a few lines like, but there, probably, host. Why, they here, visit, fun is all, but couldn't make heads or tails of their conversation. Sooner or later, the drunk conceded to the other man and stepped back. The other man stepped forward and bowed his head towards Naruto's and Issei's direction. Sorry about that. My friend had a bit too much spirits and couldn't tell where he was. It was an honest mistake. Sorry about that. The man looks up with a goofy half-crooked grin and silently asks for an acceptance to his apology. That's okay, just please be more mindful of others. Naruto nodded slowly but still kept his glare. The man bowed a second time before turning to drag his drunk friend away. Just as they disappeared into the crowd, Naruto turns around and pulled Issei onto his feet. He then grabbed Issei's hand and walked off in the opposite direction of the other two. So what was that about? Issei breaks the uncomfortable silence that persisted as the two walked. Naruto paused and lets go off Issei's hand. The blonde turns around and Issei could literally see the change from serious to droopy on his friend's face. He looks at Issei with a lazy demeanor and gave a slow blink before saying, "No idea. Probably just some drunken rambling." Naruto simply said while giving Issei his lazy stare. Issei didn't believe one bit of that but decided that if his friend was going to keep silent about something then he should just let it be. It's not like he even understood what that something was. He just knew that him being there drew the man's aggression. Perhaps he's the father of one of the girls that he, Matsuda and Motohama peeked on. That would explain a lot of things. They walked in silence once more, though this time, without any of the thickness of the earlier atmosphere. Once they made it past the worn gates from earlier, they walked to the stalls area. Naruto turned his head a few times as if to look for something and Issei followed along. He saw a flash of silver moving in the crowd and called out, "Matsuri." The silver head paused and turned to the voice. It took her a moment, but she sees the mop of blonde that could only belong to her master and spiky brown locks next to it. She navigates herself through the crowd and smiled happily as she sees her master and friend. Hello Issei-kun, Naruto-sama, did you enjoy the festival? Issei flinched as if he remembered something bad and gave an awkward smile. Naruto nodded his head and asked her the same question with a drowsy smile. It was enjoyable. How did you enjoy the festival, Matsuri? I had fun, thank you very much, Naruto-sama. Matsuri bowed her head to Naruto to show gratitude for him giving her money to enjoy herself. Naruto waved it off and Matsuri raised her head again. Is Dirt-san not with you? The silver. TTE looks around to locate the last member of the group but found that he was missing. Meh, the guy's probably off trying to find coffee or something. Issei quips at Dirt's affection for coffee. I don't know. Maybe poor little Dirt got lost in the crowd. Naruto follows up with a grin. Beep beep beep. Before the group could continue their conversation, a speaker rang overhead and said, "Attention all festival participants. This is an announcement from the Lost Child Service. Will the parents and/or guardian of Wonder Teard please come and pick him up? I repeat, will the parents and/or guardian of Wonder Teard please come and pick him up? Dirt." The group scrambles to find the Lost Child office. I seem to have run out of coffee. Dirt says as he puts down the ever-present cup of coffee in his hands. Naruto drops his controller. Matsuri drops her broom. Issei drops his pencil. Eerily, the three turned their heads to Dirt's direction as one, mouth agape and eyes widened in shock. What? Did I miss something? Dirt looks around at those staring at him inquiringly. Chaos exploded. Matsuri, go get coffee ASAP. Naruto jumps out of his chair and orders Matsuri to go the kitchen to prepare Dirt's life essence. He then walks over to Dirt and pats the man gently while saying, "Breath man, it's okay. Matsuri will get some nectar immediately. Don't die on us here." Yes, Naruto-sama. Matsuri bolts over the counter and enters the kitchen immediately after Naruto's command. Hello 119. This is an emergency. My friend is rapidly losing the liquid that's keeping him alive. Issei pulls out his phone and instantly begins filling in the request for an ambulance. Isn't this going a bit overboard? I'm not so into coffee that I need it to live, you know. Dirt B. Jin's chuckling as he figures out the cause of the commotion. He feels Naruto's deadpan drilling through him on his back without even turning around. He sees Issei closing his phone and turning around to add another deadpan to the group. Matsuri sticks her head out of the kitchen and adds the third and final deadpan. You drink the stuff every day. You never seem to not be drinking the thing. Frankly speaking, I wouldn't be surprised if your blood is 99% coffee, Dirt-san. I limit it to only 20 cups a day, you know. That's still a lot. Moo, so mean tilde. And here I was hoping to teach you kids the ancient art of coffee making. Dirt attempt to pout which caused Issei and Naruto to back off while Matsuri stuck her head back inside the kitchen. So you wanted to show us how to make coffee. What's the point? Even Issei knows how to use a coffee machine, probably. Naruto picks up his controller off of the ground and sits down again while giving Dirt a raised eyebrow. I'm not going to give you the pleasure of replying to that. Issei scowls in Naruto's direction and returns to his homework. Coffee machine. No, I don't mean that pathetic and miserable excuse of a half-assed drunken monkey bartender with no hands. No, what I mean is real coffee making. What I meant is this. With an engaging air flowing from him, Dirt pulls a large suitcase out of nowhere and puts it on the table, which Issei had half in mind to clear up. Naruto shuts off his game system to see what Dirt was planning on doing, and Dirt dramatically flips the case open as he gathered everyone's attention, including Matsuri's, who's peeking out of the kitchen entrance. Inside the case was an assorted collection of tools, machines and beans. Issei stared at it and picked up one of the machines. He examined it for a while and looked over to Dirt. A fancier coffee machine. Naruto's automatic response was to smack the brunette upside his head while Dirt lamented on how his tools was being compared to the armless monkey. Matsuri chuckled and told Issei that the thing he was holding was a portable water heater. So you wanted to show us the ancient art of coffee making by using modern tools for making coffee. Naruto raises his eyebrow as he holds up an electronic stove. The ancients wished they had this kind of technology. Dirt deadpans and unpacks all the tools. He lastly puts down the bag of, probably, coffee beans and clears his throat. I wanted to treat you kids to a proper cup of coffee since you've been looking sullen these past few days. True to his words, the show's atmosphere has been leaning from calm and relaxing to eerily quiet and downright depressing the past few days due to a series of unimportant and unrelated circumstances such as Matsuri slipping and breaking some plates, Issei taking one too many beatings from various females that he and his friends peeped on, Naruto having finally finished all his dating sims and having nothing to do, and Dirt, well, nothing really happened to Dirt. Put together in approximately the same time frame, the sullen atmosphere was created without anyone realizing it except for Dirt. So you brought all of this to make us coffee? Issei questions Dirt's plan. Not at all. I wanted to show you the art of coffee making so that you can do it yourself and cleanse your mind of all its earthly burden. To wash away all the taint that depression had left you with through the cleansing effects of the black nectar of the gods. And you wonder why we call you a damn coffee addict. Naruto stares at the middle-aged man stonily. Everyone knows that ramen is the true nectar of the gods. To say otherwise is blasphemy. I remember a coffee cake recipe I looked up earlier. Maybe I should try making some. Mats. Uri offers her input from behind the kitchen's line. Dirt smiled and nodded while her lord shrugged. She took that as a go-ahead sign and withdrew into the kitchen's interior to prepare the sweet treat. To make coffee you must first. Dirt turns back towards the boys and began his lecture on coffee. Naruto and Issei didn't understand half of it and didn't bother remembering the other half. They would normally have tuned him out by now, but, to their shock, they found themselves being enraptured by his words. His tone, his gestures, his various actions to use his tools all took their attention towards him and only him. The two could have done nothing except silently accept their fate while Dirt blabbers on about coffee. After what seemed like an eternity, approximately 20 minutes, of grilling, smoking, grinding and dripping the beans, Dirt puts 1 cup of coffee each in front of the hollow-eyed boys. The two took a sip and slammed the cup down instantaneously. It tastes exactly like regular coffee. I thought you two wanted normal coffee that tastes like the handless monkeys. Dirt evenly replies as he sips his own cup. Besides, that was just to show you two how to prepare a cup. Show me up and make a better one. The middle-aged man attempts to challenge the two. He was at least fairly sure that Issei would be all for it. Might as well. Issei harumphs loudly and stood up to attempt what Dirt had shown him. The middle-aged man took a seat and watched the young high schooler struggle with the stove. He thought that it wasn't that hard. All he had to do was follow the steps that Dirt had attempted to explain to him. Though he struggled with the tools, he didn't have much problems attempting to make his coffee, but, throughout the whole process, he felt something missing. A memory of earlier came to mind. Coffee is an energizing essence that wakes up the drinker. If the brewer is just as down as the drinker, then the essence will be lost. The key in coffee making is not skill or technique. The only true secret is unending will to get what one wants. So that's it. Issei recollected himself after days of depression and truly opened his eyes. So what? If the kendo club has given such a rough beating, that should be nothing in the face of a harem king. A harem king is one who stands above all others and face tribulations after tribulations without flinching. What is he doing now? Why's he moping around? This isn't how a harem king should be. If he wanted to be a harem king, then he should be standing strong with his back straight. He brunette abandoned his earlier attempt at coffee making and begins to redo his work with renewed vigor. Everything he does, every step he finishes was imbued with the energy that would have light up Tokyo for days on end. From the roasting to the grinding and even the brewing, the boy did everything with absolute confidence and energy. Dirt smiled at the boy as he figured out what the middle-aged man was trying to do. Naruto perked up with interest as his previously lethargic friend suddenly brimmed with energy. Order up. Once the boy was finished, he poured the final product within 2 cups of coffee and served it to his 2 waiting friends. The 2 took the coffee wordlessly and sipped it, only to spit it back out in a simultaneous spit take that even came with a small coffee-colored rainbow. What's wrong? Is the coffee that bad? Issei was taken aback at the reactions of his friends. Sure, it might have tasted a little off, but isn't that a bit much? The hell is this, goat's milked? Naruto squints his eyes and looks at his cup suspiciously. Know this subtle taste, it's like goat's milk but it's different, this is, breast milk. Dirt declares after taking one or two more cautious sips. What are you two going on ab? Issei furrowed his eyebrows at the two's answer and poured himself a cup. Much to his dismay, the cup that held what looked and smelled like coffee tasted like very nutritious milk. The hell? Wait a sec, if this is breast milk and Issei made this. Doesn't that mean that we're drinking? Naruto didn't need to finish his sentence. As everyone in the room shuddered and came to one conclusion. Issei, never make coffee again. Sir, yes sir. Good, let's move on and forget that this event ever happened. Dirt attempts to get his mind off of the taste of Issei's breast milk. He gestured in Naruto's direction and said, Naruto-san, why don't you give it a try? The blonde shudders noticeably and gets out of his chair to go to the items. He stood there and glares at the tools for a few tense seconds while Issei situates himself back into his seat. Finally, the ramen chef sighs and said to Dirt, my cook's pride cannot allow me to use another's tools. Without saying anything else or even wait for a response, the chef grabbed the bag of coffee beans and walked into the kitchen's interior. A few seconds later, Matsuri was gently pushed out and the kitchen's door was slammed shut before the confused Silverette could even blink and say, Issei and Dirt walks up to the confused girl as she stares at the door. The three stood in silence, prickling their ears against the wood to hear what the blonde was planning and then withdrew as one when a loud clang crashed from inside. Another loud clang followed and a whoosh of fire being lit came after. Soon, the kitchen became a cacophony of sound and all those who were outside thought one thing. Is he making ramen? 5 minutes passed and no change happened to the situation. Dirt and Issei walks back to the table while Matsuri decided to sweep the floor again. Dirt turned on the television to find something to occupy himself with while Issei went back to his homework. An hour later, the kitchen door was slammed open and Naruto proudly walks out with a platter holding 4 large bowls of steaming hot ramen. He walks to the table and sets down the platter to distribute the bowls and 4 small plates of cake that was previously hidden behind the bowls. He gestures Matsuri to come and eat while carefully reading the reactions of the other two. Issei naturally has a look of distrust against both the blonde and his mysterious unidentified bowl of ramen. Dirt curiously swirls around the ramen broth with squinted eyes. Matsuri sat down at the table and stared at the bowl as well. Naruto took the initiative to show that the noodles weren't poisoned and ate first. Matsuri followed in afterwards and ate it with a surprising amount of gusto. Dirt shish, rugged and followed soon afterwards and slowly ate. Issei gave in last and ate the noodles. Everyone had a varied look of enjoyment to their bowl of noodles. Naruto, like everything else that involved the word ramen, finished his bowl and cake in 30 seconds flat. Dirt, who looked like he ate slowly, finished next and slurped up the remaining broth with zest. Matsuri was the third to clean off her bowl and cake with a contemplating lick of her lips. Issei finished last as usual and sat his bowl to the corner. The 4 sat in silence once more, each one taking up their own thinking pose. So, how was it? Naruto leaned back on his chair so that he can get a good read on everyone. The others gave his question some thought and it was Matsuri who answered first. I liked how you instill the essence of the kitsune ramen into my bowl. The flavor of your dark coffee broth went well with the erratic combination that the kitsune special had to begin with. The cake that was supposed sweet. The taste bud against the bitterness of the coffee only went to emphasize the multiple combination levels of the saltiness and sweetness within the bowl. It tasted surprisingly well for such a strange mixture. As always, Matsuri gave a lengthy description of what she liked about the ramen to boast Naruto's confidence level. Though not as descriptive as Matsuri-san, I thought that you handled the flavoring of the dark coffee beans quite well. To bring out its taste and natural sweetness with none of the bitterness is quite something. Dirt gave his approval after Matsuri finished. It tasted good. Issei, the ever-flatulent food critic that he is, said after everyone finished. HMHMM. Naruto nodded at each of the critics that his ramen got. He smiled at each positive remark. And finally said, so if you had a chance, would you eat this ramen again? I would eat anything Naruto-sama makes. I could go for it on occasions. It's better than plain pork ramen, so sure, why not? Great. Then you can help me finish off the other 7 experimental pots. Dirt and Issei immediately made a run for the exit. He said that they got in line early. I wonder where they are. Issei mutters to himself as he walks along a crowded line that's waiting for the midnight release of a certain dating sim called Love School Fest. It's supposedly the second addition to the first, Love School Fest. That Issei remembered he once bought an Otome version of and left at Naruto's but couldn't find any information about it on the net other than the fact that it's a ghost game afterwards. He had told Naruto about it as well as his intentions to buy the second, Love School Fest. And Matsuri immediately jumped at the news. Somehow or another, Naruto ended up scheduling a meeting at the midnight release with everyone. According to the text, Naruto and Matsuri got there early. Dirt came a while later and Issei was the last one due to his homework. Who knew Matsuri was a fan of that franchise? After walking past half of the crowd and still not seeing them, Issei pulled out his phone and called Naruto's. The blonde answered his phone on the 3rd ring. Hey Naruto, where are you guys? You must be pretty far off if you haven't seen us yet. What do you mean by that? Just keep walking and you'll see what I'm talking about, yawn. Geez, don't fall asleep before I get there. You're the one who planned this. At least have the dignity to be awake enough to buy the game yourself. Yawn tilde sorry, it's just really comfortable. Comfortable. It's half raining out here. How are you confer? Issei made a half choking, half snorting sound as he saw what Naruto meant. Ah, you're here. I see you over there. Hi Issei tilde. A little distance off, Naruto started waving at Issei with one hand while he held a cell phone in the other. He was sticking his head out of a large orange camping tent that was big enough to comfortably hold 6 people. The tent had wheels under it and 2 oars sticking out on the sides. If that wasn't ridiculous enough, the smell of food that wafted out of the tent as he got closer sure made up for it. He ignored the weirded look that he got from the other game buyers as he walked up to the tent and went inside. Ah, Issei-kun, just in time. The hot pot is almost ready. Matsuri greeted Issei as he walks in. She sat at the low-lying table in the middle of the tent while cooking the hot pot's broth. Naruto was at one side of the tent playing his portable GS and rolling around comfortably on a bunch of blankets like some sort of lazy overgrown house pet. Dirt was on another side reading a magazine while sipping his coffee. Seriously, couldn't you have just waited in the line like normal people? Normal is overrated, Dirt begins in monotone. Like it was a practiced line that he had prepared for this occasion. Eccentric people is what makes the world go round. Naruto finished with a smirk. Issei rolled his eyes and smiled in exasperation. He couldn't argue with that whimsical sounding line. He walked over to Matsuri to help her with anything she might need help with. She asked him to prepare some plates and get the drinks from the cooler. He laid the plates and the chopsticks on the 4 sides of the table and filled 3 cups of ice for himself, Matsuri and Naruto. Dirt didn't need any as he already got his coffee. Another 5 minutes of preparations and Matsuri deemed it good enough to eat. Everyone, food's ready. Naruto Caterpillar crawled his way to the table and Dirt walked and sat down at the table. Once settled, everyone clapped their hands in unison and said, "Itadakimasu." Each one began chowing down their own food of choice. Dirt ladled some soup, Issei cooked some meat. Naruto got 2 eggs and Matsuri went hot pot shogun. It was a quiet meal that finished in roughly half an hour. Dirt volunteered to go throw away the disposable since he also needs a refill of coffee. Matsuri cleaned the mess within 5 minutes and Issei found himself with one problem: how's he going to spend the leftover 4 hours before the midnight opening? Naruto had his portable game, Dirt got his magazines. Matsuri isn't ADHD enough to lose her mentality after sitting still for more than an hour, but Issei has none of those features. He almost wished he brought some homework. Matsuri, as if noticing Issei's problem, tapped him on his shoulder and brought out a pink portable PXP system. Issei-kun, would you like to help me clear some roots from the first, Love School Fest? That I have trouble with. It's the Tsunere root that Naruto-sama refuses to touch no matter what. Matsuri gave a sort of troubled smile at Naruto's direction as the blonde noticeably becomes lazier in his fortress of blankets. Issei had to hold himself back from jumping the silver-haired girl while screaming, "Matsuri tilde. You're such a bro. 5 minutes into game on the Tsunere route was all it took for Issei to nearly throw the PXP out of the window hole. Whoever the hell thought that the idea of combining the cool and collected attitude of a cooter and the abrasive words of a Tsunere was a good one ought to seppuku themselves. Seriously, there isn't even a noticeable route. What kind of bad end is it when the heroine hands the player a poisoned bento with the classic Tsunere line, "I had extra. It's not like I made it for you or anything." HMPH. Even Matsuri's eyebrow is twitching noticeably. Ah, so that's it. Yes, the heroine just has bad cooking capabilities. All we need to do is raise the poison resistance stat for our character before continuing her route. Yes, that must be it. Matsuri decided with a scary smile on her face. Issei didn't even want to figure out how she planned on discovering the poison resistance skill. 20 minutes in and Issei starts to slowly back away from Matsuri inches by inches. The Silverette was letting loose enough concentrated killing intent to cause illusions of death scenarios to happen from the corner of his eyes if he stayed close enough to her. So far, they discovered around 2/3 of the bad ends that was programmed into game and the heroine is still actively trying to kill them. First was the poison cooking, then came the accidental flaming arrow headshots. After came the real sword kendo fights and the bare-handed wrestling contest with her pet bears, plural. The latest attempt that ticked Matsuri off extra hard was the Hyorin, accidentally dropping a pot of steaming hot ramen broth onto the main character from 8 buildings up. 40 minutes into game and Naruto joined in. He gave the Tsunere one look and said, "Creepy-ass Uchiha bastard." Though neither Matsuri nor Issei knew what an Uchiha is, they both know. DDED in yes when they registered the emotions behind his voice. Naruto really did throw the PXP out the window hole when he saw the travesty she did to ramen. Dirt walked in a moment later, rubbing his head and giving the group a raised eyebrow while waving around a pink PXP. The group silently crowded Matsuri as she continued to play. 1 hour and 62 bad ends away, the group cheered as the Tsunere finally admits that she likes the main character's hardiness and occasional company. They groaned again when she drugs them and sold them off to some shady black market. Make that 63 deaths. 30 minutes after the first hour, Naruto, following Kurama's advice, discovers the hidden immortal skill that was a major part of the Tsunere route. The only way to get it though was to save the world from space invading aliens while playing in a FNAL fantasy-like setting. The group groaned some more and Naruto said the thing that was in the group's mind. Who allowed the idiot wrote the game script for School Love Fest to write the Tsunere route? 3 hours and 50 minutes into the game and everyone half-heartedly cheered aloud again for defeating the third and hopefully final boss to finish the Tsunere route. They then quickly braced themselves for the death that is to come following anything that is good within the Tsunere route. After 5 seconds of dialogue and no sudden death, the group relaxes by a tiny fraction and pressed on. Thank you for freeing me from the curse that has rid my mind. Though don't let it get to your head either. It's not like I like you or anything, HMPH. The in-game Tsunere said after kissing the main character on the cheek. Finally, something that's normal . Naruto basked in the normalness of the scene that played out before him. Finally, we finished this game fully. Matsuri puts down the PXP and gives a wistful smile at it. It felt good to finish one of her sister games, even if it wasn't School Love Fest. Ha ha ha. The anxiety of the game shaved off half of my coffee cup. That was truly a mind-boggling game. Dirt laughs and leaned against the tense wall to relax. Wait a minute guys. There's still some more text after the ending credits. Issei told his friends and clicked the go button. Though, that doesn't mean I won't kill you now teehee. The ending credits was dyed in blood of the main character and the screen showed the familiar bad end text that everyone knew by heart. Everyone held a shocked face for a few seconds before screaming aloud, "Damn Tsunere!" Just as the midnight bell rang for the opening of the second Love School Fest. Incidentally and much to everyone's horror, the second game was held in the future of the first game and had the Tsunere as the mother figure. The first 3 minutes were filled with blood and bad ends. Oh hey, I think I have a bite. Issei says as he feels a light pull on his fishing rod. He held his rod still for AC. Oopal of tense seconds before the line was pulled, indicating that he hooked a fish. Really? Matsuri came over to him with a fishing net and a bucket of stream water that already held some fishes within. Yup, a feisty one too. The brunette said as he attempts reel in his second fish of the day. Matsuri fished out a valiantly struggling medium-sized fish with the net in her hands. Swiftly removing the hook, she gently displaced the fish into the pail of lake water that held a number of other fishes. That makes 8. This number should be about enough. Everyone tilde. We have enough now tilde. Matsuri calls out to the other 2 fishers from further along the stream. Dirt jolted awake from his nap and knocked over the fishing rod that was being held to his side by 2 big stones. The middle-aged man looks around and half-heartedly wipes off his dribble before his brain starts to process what's happening around him. Naruto looks at the fish within his hand, shrugged and threw it back into the water. He then started to waddle back to shore to dry himself off and throw on the rest of his clothes. Apparently Naruto logic equates that all ninjas must have a semi-tolerable mastery of bare-handed fishing techniques. I'll start making the dough and noodles. The blonde said as he walks to the table that held the ramen supplies Matsuri had spread out earlier. I'll start on the broth. Matsuri declares as she follows Naruto to the table. Me and Issei will clean the fish. Dirt announces as he gets off his lawn chair and walks to Issei with the gathered tools for gutting and cleaning the fishes that were caught. Issei groans as he stands up from the spot that he has sat on for more than an hour. He stretched loudly to pop his stiff back and looks at the sun. The flaming ball was barely up to noon hours. It really is hard to believe that they have been here for hours, especially since they were all at the ramen shop just that morning. Earlier that day, Yan tilde. Issei noisi. Lee exhales as he slumps over the remains of his weekend homework. He glances at Naruto to see the blonde staring blankly at the game screen without really reading the text. Matsuri was absently standing next to Naruto with a dazed look as well, and Dirt was, well, Dirt. The guy's blood is coffee, there's no doubt that he cannot get tired or even dazed. This shop gives off a lethargic atmosphere these days, doesn't it? Dirt comments as he makes the same assessment as Issei. The man puts down his newspaper and looks around the shop. It was empty, save for maybe 1 or 2 regulars that might come later for lunch. The shop is bound to have no more customers today. Sigh, can't help it. The shop sometimes hit a funk and the atmosphere roughens up because of it. It's part of business after all. Naruto shrugs as he turns off the game system he wasn't really playing and turns back to Dirt and Issei. Perhaps a change of atmosphere might help. Matsuri suggested as she went to make some tea for Naruto, Dirt and Issei. The 3 turned to her to have her add some details and she explains, we haven't gone out to do anything fun in the sun for a while now. At most, each of us stay out for an hour to do a task before cramming ourselves back into the shop. In fact, the last time I remember us doing anything outside was when we went to buy the second Love School Fest game. Therefore, I suggest that we do something fun this weekend to liven ourselves up. The 3 males in the room shivered in phantom pain as they remembered the train wreck of a game that was Love School Fest. It's fishing season and I know a good spot a little west of here. Naruto suggested as he remembered a certain forest in his memory. If he remembered correctly, there was multiple streams and lakes that could have made a good camping spot. What a coincidence, I happen to have the camping tent and fishing gears required for a weekend stay in the woods in my van. Dirt throws in as he supports the first idea to do something active. Playing games in fun but being in the sun might not be so bad. Guess I'll call my parents to say I'm going to be out with you guys for a while. Issei gets up and pulls out his phone while walking to the entrance to get a better signal. He paused while dialing and turns back to the blonde. Hey Naruto, can I borrow some of your clothes? It'll be kinda inconvenient to go back to my place and get some. The blonde shrugs and asks Matsuri, who's already going upstairs, to pack a few extra pair of clothes for Issei. Would you need any extra sets as well, Dirt-san? Matsuri asks the middle-aged man. He shook his head and pulled a duffel bag filled with clothes and other necessities. The girl nodded and continued her trudged upwards to prepare for a small trip. It took 10 minutes total for Dirt to pull up the van, Matsuri to pack everything and Naruto to close down the shop for the weekend. Once everyone was comfortable and seated, Dirt turned the van's engine and started nudging the gas pedal forward. In Dirt's van. Oi. At least slow down. There's a curve coming. Issei held on for his dear life as the middle-aged madman drove a van far past its built-in limits. The manically grinning man stepped on the pedals of the van at seemingly random intervals for the car to gain even more speed before strongly twisting the wheel. The car drifted on the road and, for a moment, Issei leaned out the window due to the momentum and saw the railings scarce millimeters away from his door. He was slammed back into his seat as the car regains T's course and continued accelerating on the mountain pass, that were full of turns. Ding! Someone stop this man already. Ahahaha, the fun is part of the journey, Issei-kun. Dirt laughs off Issei's plea for salvation and pressed the gas pedal even more. According to the GPS, the next curve is in 2 minutes at normal speed limits and roughly 30 seconds at his speed. Naruto-san, Matsuri-san. Can you move to the left this time? We're about to make another turn tilde. Naruto grimaced as he moves himself and by extension, Matsuri, who was sprawled out half-conscious on his lap. He barely made it to as Dirt pulled on the wheel the very instant his butt touched the leather seating. His left hand shot up to grab the handbar above the door's window while his right hand was said to hold on tightly to the slightly more unconscious than before Matsuri. He grunted at the sharp turn that should definitely not be possible with a van. Matsuri groaned a little and he patted her back to calm her nauseousness. Issei, who had a front row seat, made a sound that almost reminded the blonde of a dying toad. His face looks like one too. Ahahaha, see, isn't this fun? Dirt airily owls as he took the time to accelerate the van some more on the temporarily straight path. Naruto popped a comical red vein and Issei spazzingly twitched. Like hell it is. Really. I like it. Only you Kurama, only you. Naruto mutters lowly as he braces himself and Matsuri for the next turn that was coming up. Matsuri whimpers as she hopes that Kurama-san didn't somehow encourage Dirt to attempt any crazier road tricks than what he has already shown. Evening at camp. Slurp. This turned out pretty good for some impromptu ingredients. Naruto assesses his men bowl as he shovels the thing down his throat similarly to that of a starved whale. The stock made from the fresh fish definitely enrich the flavors. Matsuri confirms as she delicately sips the broth that was her handiwork. She had uneven feelings about not having the full arsenal of kitchen spices and utensils to use, but the soup that she's tasting is potentially better than even most of her better works. Does anyone want some coffee? Dirt offers up a freshly made pot of coffee. Naruto held out a cup and Matsuri declined politely. Issei rolled his eyes and muttered something about the weirdness of drinking coffee at night. You know, aren't we supposed to be camping in the middle of the woods? Why are we eating ramen? Issei finally throws in his voice of reason at the strange setting. Here they were, roughly 3 hours Dirt's measurement away from the nearest piece of civilization, surrounded by trees for an hour's worth of walking, having nothing to illuminate them but the stars and moon in the sky. And what were they doing? Eating ramen. Seriously, at least have the decency to make marshmallow s'mores and cracker or something. No wait, Naruto would probably attempt to turn the marshmallows into stock for his ramen. This might actually be the better route, however strange it is. In essence, ramen is the refinement of the raw materials of the earth. In order to embrace the true feeling of camping, one must also embrace his love for Mother Nature and henceforth, ramen. This is truly the only way for us campers to truly bring out the truest quality of this journey. Naruto sagely says while stroking his blonde Fu Manchu. Coffee is also an refinement of the earth, you should start embracing that as well, Issei-kun. Dirt wisely inputs while offering the pot of warm coffee once more. Tea is earthly as well. Matsuri, who didn't want to be left out of the conversation, inputs as well. The silver-haired girl refilled Issei's half-empty teacup and smiled. Hen the brunette thanks her on pure instinct and well-worn manners. This ramen is pretty good. Yeah. Nighttime inside the tent. Good night, Issei. Good night, Issei-kun. Good night, Issei-kun. I really don't want to ask, but what the hell are you guys doing? All eyes turns to Issei, who is curled up in his sleeping bed, as he asks the question. They all gave Issei a questioning stare as if to ask if it wasn't obvious enough. Issei answers with a deadpan stare. As you can see, we are obviously playing a game. Naruto answers with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I can clearly see that. However, what I'm referring to is, Issei twitched his hand to point at the device which his three tent-mate are using to play their game. The huge-ass flat-screen plasma television. How am I supposed to sleep like this? I guess we could lower the brightness and resolutions. Matsuri inputs as she discovers her friend's dilemma. No, that's not it. I meant what the hell is AF? Flat-screen television doing in the middle of the woods? How is it even functioning with no electrical supply? Actually, how did you even bring that thing without me noticing? Oh, so that's it. Well, Issei-kun, this is no normal everyday huge-ass flat-screen plasma television. This is special huge-ass flat-screen plasma television. Issei raised an eyebrow. Through the power of a whole lot of saws. And even more whole lot of bullshit science, my company has completed the anti-energy powered technology. The first ever in the line of gadgets to be able to run on the power of not having any power. Don't ask how that works. I don't know either. Dirt proudly pats the television with pride. He then turns to Issei and says, and besides, you were the one that carried it here, Issei-kun. Issei sta. Read at Dirt with a flat face and muttered, so that's why it was so heavy. Then he stared at Matsuri, and then Naruto. The brunette heaved a great sigh and crawled his sleeping bag over to the group. So what games are you playing? The second morning. Crash. Issei woke up with a jolt as a loud crash resounded in his surroundings. He took a moment to pull his mind from the barrier between awake and unconsciousness and looked around. The first thing he noticed was the demolished tent that he, Dirt, Naruto and Matsuri had slept in. He then noticed that he wasn't in said shredded tent. He then felt himself being shifted and looked down to see the ground. He looks to his side to see Matsuri holding one hand on his shoulder and another against a tree's trunk. It took him another moment to figure out that he was on a branch of a tree. Why? What happened? Shish, lower your voice, Issei-kun. We can't afford to attract the enemy. The silverette holds one finger to her mouth and spoke in a hushed tone. What's happening? Finally getting some bearings, the brunette asks the girl in a hushed tone. Crash. We attracted a bear and some wild scavengers with the lingering smell of yesterday's meal. The girl says as she immediately turns her head to another crashing sound from nearby. Issei turned his head towards the sound as well and saw a huge white tiger slam into a tree and make a giant gash with its claws. A figure darted out from underneath the tiger's claw, and when it took Issei a scant second to recognize the figure as Dirt. Wait, I thought you said a bear. Why's there a tiger? He silently exclaims to the girl while watching his friend dodge under another trounce from the white beast, all while still sipping from his coffee cup. Naruto-sama went to distract the bear but somehow led it to a tiger's den. A few incidents followed and Dirt is now distracting the tiger while Naruto-sama finishes off the bear. Matsuri reports while pulling out a bamboo stick and some blow darts and looks at the tools regretfully. He also told me to support Dirt-san, but my skills with these weapons have yet to be refined in training with Naruto-sama. No, I don't think you need to refine anything like that. Issei seriously waves his hands in a no gesture while giving the girl a deadpan for even taking the blonde's insane idea of training into consideration. Dirt's voice echoed under the pair and they turned their attention to below the tree. They saw Dirt widened his eyes in surprise when he looked up and saw the two, and widened some more when he noticed that the tiger saw the two. The man stood there in silence, probably to think of an effective plan to lure the tiger's attention away from the two above and back towards him, as the tiger pounced. He squared his shoulder and bent his knees, as if getting ready to charge, when an orange and yellow blur appeared from the foliage nearby and intercepted the tiger's attack feet to face. Dynamic entry. Bam! Knocking the tiger completely off of its course, the blonde used his rebounding momentum to flip 4 times in the air before landing right next to Dirt. Get ready to bolt to the forest on my mark. The blonde with the shredded orange t-shirt, and surprisingly no injuries, simply said as he gave Dirt, Matsuri and Issei a quick once-over. Now, as if by command, a bear barreled through the same foliage that Naruto jumped out of and crashed into the tiger. The white beast gathered enough sense after Naruto's attack to retaliate against the bear, and a fight between forest predators broke loose. Dirt immediately circled the tree and ran straight into the woods as Naruto instructed. Matsuri fireman carried Issei and jumped down the tree branch. Issei grunted as he quickly separated from Matsuri and bolted off after Dirt with the silverette besides him. In the woods. Huff, huff, huff. I think we're safe now. After God knows how long minutes of running, Dirt declared the OK mark while leaning against a random tree. Matsuri huffed a sigh of relief and sat against a tree to gather her breath. Issei all but fell on his butt as he caught on with his much-needed oxygen supply. Once the brunette managed a safe enough level, he noticed something grave. Hey, where's Naruto? Dirt's face became noticeably grim as he turns towards the direction where they came from. Naruto-san volunteered himself to retrieve an important object of ours. Issei tried to make sense of the statement. He didn't remember anything that important being with them in the tent, but then again, he didn't pay much attention to the camp. The brunette looks back at Naruto's direction and scrunched up his brows in worry. Don't worry Issei-kun, Naruto-sama said that he'll meet up with us at the van. Matsuri pats his shoulder. When'd he tell you that? Issei looks at the silver-haired girl with a questioning look. You didn't notice him gesturing it with his eyes when he looked at us. Matsuri looks back at the boy with a questioning look of her own. I must have missed the class that taught us that. Issei rolled his eyes and looked back at Dirt. The middle-aged man was looking at a compass and a protractor in his hand. He took a sip of his coffee and puts the tools back into his pocket. Alright, guess we'll have to end our trip early and go back. If I calculated this correctly. The van is this way. Dirt begins walking in a random direction with a resolute face. Come, Issei-kun. Matsuri pats his shoulder once more and followed after Dirt. Issei looks at Naruto's direction once more and wished the blonde good luck and safety. The van. Thanks to Dirt's expert navigation skills, the group made it back to a familiar dirt path that leads to where the middle-aged man had parked his car. It took another half-hour before they actually made it to the vehicle, but they still made it. The sun was high up in the sky, so it must be around afternoon. Issei was the first to spot the white van and practically ran to it in joy. No more walking, huzzah. When the group got near the van, they all noticed a mop of blonde hair. Naruto stood casually, leaning his back against the van with his eyes closed. He twitched when he heard them coming and gave a lazy smile when they were all in sight. Matsuri smiled back and walked to stand beside him. Dirt smirked and sipped his coffee. Issei grinned as he saw that the blonde's condition was no worse for wear. So did you get it? Dirt asks as he inserts the car keys into the keyhole to unlock the van's door. Of course. Naruto turned his lazy smile into a full-grown grin and reached into his t-shirt pocket. What was it that you were risking your life to get? Issei asks so that he can finally cool down his curiosity for what it is that the blonde values so much. He spent a good portion of the walk back worrying about the blonde after all. It's only natural to be curious about the object of the worries. It can only be this, of course. We did spend a good portion of the night playing it. Naruto proudly pulls out a completely unscratched game disc that they played yesterday. I's eyebrow twitched and the brunette screamed. Give me back my worry, damn it. Slam. The door to Naruto's ramen shop was forcibly pushed open with a loud slamming sound. Naruto and Dirt looked up from the latest dating sim that they're trying their hands on and looked at the culprit of the loud distraction. Matsuri sticks her head out of the kitchen's interior in order to see who had caused the loud noise. It didn't take them by surprise to see that the perpetrator was no one other than the missing member of their group, Issei Hyodo. They were, however, surprised at the sight of the brunette. Leaning heavily against the door and panting. His clothes were wrinkled and he was lightly perspiring. If one had to guess, he was probably running straight to the shop as soon as school was out. Eteen took in 2 deep breaths and held up a letter that was crumpled within his hands. Guess what, the midterm score came back and I don't have to take a retest. The brunette smiles in a semi-high, hysterical manner as he straightens up from catching his breath. He smoothens the wrinkles on his clothes and practically skips to the table where Naruto and Dirt sat. So what's the grade? Naruto quick. Kaylee saves the dating sim that he and Dirt was playing to pay full attention to his friend. Dirt sipped his coffee in interest. How'd he even show emotion through sipping coffee? Nah, not yet. I wanted to open it up along with you guys. 'Cause, you know, you practically crammed the answers down my throat. Issei sits down at the regular table and thanks Matsuri for giving him a cup of tea at the same moment. The silver-haired girl nodded and went to sit by Naruto's side. And you're welcome for that. Dirt curtly replies. Yeah, thanks, I appreciated the lack of sleep and the insane amount of FFEE you directly injected into me through intravenous therapy. Issei rolled his eyes and tears opened the letter. He pulled out 3 thick sheets of copy paper and spreaded it out onto the table for everyone to read. The first was a letter that states the purpose and other technical stuff of the report card to begin with. Nobody minded the fact that Naruto crumbled it up and threw it away 3 seconds after reading it. The second was a numerical representation of the grades of each tests in color with each subject's letter. Japanese 96, English 98, Social Studies 94, Mathematics 100, Science 98, total grade 486. Rank 3rd of class. Special notes. Due to his failing in normal studies, it is more than surprising to see Issei-kun do so well on his tests. This concludes that under the deep exterior of a hooligan lies a studious young man. It is suggested that Mr. and Mrs. Hyodo attempt to draw out the inner student to appear in a more everyday life manner as opposed to urgent problems such as term tests. Issei stared at the score with wide eyes of disbelief. Naruto gave a ha. At the special notes the facility decided to give to Issei while thinking that they couldn't be any more wrong. Dirt whistles lowly at the ranking while sipping his coffee, and Matsuri did some mental recollection of the problems that Issei might have missed during the test date so that she could tutor it to him next time. How is it possible that I've got such a high grade? Issei finally found his voice after a moment of silence that followed each grade looker's reaction. He tried to remember the hazy memories that were associated with the test. Though he did accomplish to most of the questions given, there were a few that he was sketchy on but still decided to wing. Matsuri Nly actively went out of her encouragement zone to discreetly help him cheat when he's having too much of a hard time trying to solve a problem, which was only 3 times, if he remembered correctly. High 80s were what he was expecting, at most. It would be surprising if you didn't get such high scores. After all, Matsuri dedicated quite a bit of time for hacking and organizing in order to gather up the study materials you had to go through. Naruto looks at the grades and scowls at the fact that Issei didn't make rank 1 on this attempt. He made a mental note: make the brunette stud Y more efficiently for the next test that's coming in a month or so, the finals. Still, for Issei-kun to actually remember his crammed up study materials, maybe the special notes is onto something. Dirt smiles as he hints the blonde to help Issei bring out his inner student. Issei caught onto the hint and glares at Dirt, as if to tell him to shut up before the blonde gets any idea. Anyways, what's this 3rd letter? Matsuri held up the 3rd piece of paper on the table. It was a letter that was addressed to Issei. Matsuri looked in Issei's direction and the brunette waved his hand to Sile. Ntly allow the girl to read the letter aloud. Letter. Dear Hyodo Issei. Congratulations on getting 3rd rank in your class. It is a pleasant surprise to see that a student who's worried as so much do so well on his test. Especially when said student have tied up to the measures of 2 other student council members whom have received our tutoring. It gives us great pleasure to applaud your efforts to show your academic excellence and show us why you belong to Kuo Academy. On the basis of your excellent test grades, the student council would like to extend a cordial invitation for you to become a member of Kuo Academy's student council. Here, we will be able to help you in any academic endeavors as well as curbing your capricious habits to make you into a model student. We hope that you'll consider this opportunity. Sincerely, Student Council President Sauna Shitori. Issei was once again slack-jawing himself by the time Matsuri finished reading the letter. He was being invited to join the student council. He was being invited by cool and charismatic president of Kuo Academy to join the student council. Him, the teenage student who gets himself sent to after-school detention very other day of the week for peeking was being cordially invited to the student council. So you're thinking of joining Issei-kun? Dirt asks as Issei adopted a semi-serious thinking face. I don't know, maybe. Issei hesitantly answers the middle-aged man's question. They're only inviting me because I made a good grade on the midterms and gave them the impression that I'm a capable, if lazy, student deep inside. If I join them, I might become a more serious student and it might do me some good. Though, I'm hesitating because feel like I might screw something up. What do you guys think? Dirt. Naruto and Matsuri then adopted a semi-serious thinking face as well while imagining what would happen if Issei became a part of the student council. Naruto even pulled out a few pieces of paper to draw it out. The female council members would probably quit on the first day. Letters requesting ridiculous things such as a change in dress code to bunny girl outfits for the female side would increase exponentially. The school buildings being remodeled so that anything female-related will have two-sided see-through glass installed to every wall. The hedges and tree grooming will all be trimmed so that the plants will all have an Oppai-ish shape. The name Kuo Academy will be changed to Oppai Academy and all male students will be indefinitely suspended from the school grounds so that Issei can be the only male in the school full of female members. ONL. Oi, stop your imagination right there. The first two were possibilities that can happen but everything else is not. Issei cuts into the image that Naruto's drawing for Dirt and Matsuri. He understands that he might be a bit of a deviant but to have such an descriptive image drawn of him like that, he's not that perverted, right? Right. I don't know Issei-kun. I can actually see this happening. Dirt rubs his chin while looking at a hand-drawn picture of a construction team breaking down the female bathroom walls and replacing it with glass panels. There was a flag with Issei's name waving around in the background. Dirt. I'm sorry Issei-kun, but I cannot see anything else other than this happening if you were to hold a position of power. Matsuri flips to a page that shows Issei laughing manically on a throne over a group of teenage girls wearing bunny uniform. Matsuri. Give it up and lose all hopes of joining Issei. An Oppai lover like you have no place in an organization as prestigious as the student council. It'll only end up destroying civilization. Naruto pats his brunette friend on the shoulder. Issei turned around to see Naruto holding up 4 pages of connected pictures showing a world where everything was in ruins and the only survivor was Issei with nothing but a pair of striped panties in his hands. Guh. That's too much, damn it. I'm not that much of an open pervert. Issei broke down immediately as Naruto deals the last blow. Pervert or not, it still hurts to be accused of being one in front of everybody. It's more of a painful blow when everybody wholly agrees with it. With the last straw smashed to fine powdered smithereens, Issei ran out of the ramen shop in tears while Naruto and Dirt followed him out the door yelling, "Wait up Oppai." It was a joke. And, Oppai-kun, we were just kidding. One could literally hear the palpable enjoyment coming from their voices. Issei only ran faster. It was a long time since the fateful night when he had awoken in an unfamiliar forest. He was now sitting at the edge of a cliff, watching the beautiful scene of a luscious green forest and a roaring waterfall. It reminded him of his precious home, and it reminded him of his guilt. At first, he would think of the beautiful village hidden in the leaves every day and every night. In every moment of his conscious thoughts. Whether he was focusing on information gathering about the new world with his clones or making a fake, real identity, his first and foremost thought would always be about his friends and the hidden village they reside in. How were they faring with the reconstruction of their home? Are they still at peace and in alliance with the other villages? How were his friends and allies doing? How were Kakashi-sensei and Sakura-chan coping with the after effects of war? Did Sasuke ever return to the village? Was Sasuke even alive? The blonde's last moment the bastard was when they were free falling through the air. The blonde fell through the accursed rabbit princess's tunnel and landed on the grounds of the forest with no momentum, but Sasuke didn't. Was the raven-haired teen okay? Was Hinata okay? Was Fuzzy Brow Sensei okay? His six-path Sage Mode's yang healing technique was rough patchwork at most. Was Chuki and Ayame okay? Did they evacuate in time with the other civilians? Was Ichiraku's ramen shop rebuilt by now? It was a number of small and disjointed thoughts, but he had thought of them every day and every night. Soon though, this changed. Every day became every other day and every night became every other night. Then every other day and every other night became every other week, then months, and now, a year. He had noticed this too late. He feared that he has lost the love he held for the village, however small the loss was. The village became a second priority on his mental list, then a third, then a fourth, and then near the bottom. The village and the leaves became a distant memory since he knew he couldn't return. It stopped being the one most important thing to the blonde. It disappeared from his mind like a fog that has been lifted by the sun. That was the cause of his guilt. He has outgrown his most beloved home. He has moved on from his one home. To him, it has become a thing of the past. His home was gone, and he was stuck here. The blonde made a decision. The week after that decision, Uzumaki's ramen shop opened. The blonde made a new home for himself and found new friends. The Leaf's Naruto is gone, only a memory that he'll hold to his dying breath. But now, all that is left is this Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki of Earth. And he is sure to protect the home that he's built here and the friends that he's made, just like he did with his last. This is his will of fire. Class, please turn to page 53. Matsuda-kun, can you read the third paragraph for me? Dirt finishes writing a sentence in English on the chalkboard and calls out a random name from the attendance roster. Matsuda dutifully reads the paragraph in amazingly butchered English as Dirt walks up and down the rows trying to imitate what a normal teacher would do. Issei stares out the window and sighs for not the last time of this day. The brunette looks back to his textbook to allocate where his bald friend is reading in the text and lets his mind wanders off some more. First period, it was his normal teacher teaching social studies. Second period, it was an older-looking Matsuri with light makeup and an extra batch of brones to teach science. Now it was third period and Dirt decides to jump in to teach English. If this is continued, then that blonde will be next to teach math. He sighed again as he figured that Naruto's probably wandering around the school somewhere, no doubt causing some sort of ridiculous trouble aimed at him. The brunette briefly sighs aloud under his breath and read the text that Dirt has a signed to him in the half-baked English skills that the man had once drilled him in. Not for the first time in a long while, the brunette thinks to himself. Seriously, what's wrong with this school staff management system? Does this school hire anyone who signs up for an attempt at the teacher's job? The air within the student council office was suffocating. Everyone within the room has stopped moving not too long ago. They were too fearful to even twitch. There were only two people who had the freedom to move. The first was a blonde as he leaned back into his seat while he glares at the girl before him. The second was the girl as she finishes signing a document on her desk. The girl sighs aloud, or, at least enough for the man glaring at her to hear. She slowly puts down her pen and raises her head to look at the threatening person sitting in front of her. Is there anything I can help you with? Stay away from Hyodo Issei. The statement made Sona raised an eyebrow fractionally. The name Hyodo Issei rang a bell. The boy is a first year at Kuo Academy who somehow got in by the bare minimum grade for the registration exam. He is a potential sacred gear holder that Ian Rias had accidentally found not so long ago at the Sano festival. He is a hoodlum who likes causing perverse troubles but apparently have a high level of intellect, if his midterms grade were anything to go by. He is, by all means, only a little above a regular teenage boy with no background involving the supernatural world besides the gear in his body. But apparently the last piece of information is wrong. Sona Citri inwardly scowls as she tries to identify the being before her. The blonde was too holy to be a devil yet too unholy to be an angel or even their fallen counterparts, the fallen angels. The blonde's magic system were too non-volatile to be that of a yukai's yet far too developed to be a human's or even a mage. The magic system is too strong, too powerful for her to measure with just her sixth sense alone. Just trying to discern his status, whether it be holy or unholy, already gives her a headache far worse than any she's experienced since coming to this school. Who is this blonde? What is this blonde? Single quote. I have trouble discerning what your intentions are. Leaving the blonde's identity aside, she continues scoping out for his intent and purpose of being here. The man literally showed up out of thin air and oppressed everyone in the room with sheer malice alone. If he is here about Hyodo Issei, then that means he has found out about the letter sent to him. Is this man also someone who is after the power of the sacred gear? You are perfectly aware of what I'm talking about, non-human, he hissed out the last syllables. One of his cold blue eyes chonged into a bloody crimson hue with a pitch black slit as its pupil. Sona could visibly see the tension increasing as her peerage failed to contain their flinches and shivers, but she couldn't feel anything. Most likely the blonde's attempt to allow her to at least be able to talk. We both know you are not interested in him, but what's inside of him? I warn you, stay away. What power do you have to be ordering me? She is perfectly aware of the blonde's power and his claim on the boy, Hyodo Issei, but she still must ascertain who this blonde is and whom he works for. For all she knows, this person might be a devil. An angel. She highly doubted this, due to his overwhelming hostility and killing intent, a fallen angel, a yokai, or even a god. An unknown enemy in her, and technically Rias, territory is bad. An unknown enemy that her information source have no records of is even worse. The blonde growled, and for a moment, she felt the pressure he exerted over everyone else in the room. True. It was extremely overbearing and deeply menacing, but there was something else in it. A trace of terrible malice that neither shows in angels, fallen angels, or devil. A trace of pent-up madness that shows in the yokai race. Something clicked within her mind. Rias, warning about the Yokai Association making a base in Tokyo. In other words, Hyodo Issei is already claimed by the yokais. I understand. I will not make any attempt to entangle Hyodo Issei within the supernatural world. Is that satisfactory? She inwardly sighs when the blonde grunted his approval and disappeared the same way he appeared. Out of thin air. There was no teleportation circle or even a trace of magic being used, but the blonde's presence completely disappeared from everyone in the room's senses. She rubbed her temples as she asked her slightly disoriented vice president and queen, Tsubaki, to get her childhood friend, Rias. It would not do well for the redhead to draw the aggravation of the neutral yokai association into the three factions that are already feral for each other's blood. Do you think that will be enough, Kuruma? I doubt it. Isn't that why you gave the perverse brat a Gudama? For protection. Somehow, I fear that isn't enough. You can't keep watch on him, for every moment, of the day. This is all you can do. Then that means I still haven't done enough to protect my friend. Stop worrying, brat. Isn't it your motto, to deal with the problems, as they come? Yeah, I guess I'm worrying for nothing. Thanks, Kurama. Z's. He. Deal with it as they come, huh? Naruto puts on a rueful smile. Guess I really shouldn't bother worrying. Now then, I think lunch is about to start soon. I better find a good spot to eat. One random night. Are you sure we should be doing this? Issei asks for the xth time that day as he looks out from behind a dead light pole that he's hiding under. The question is, why haven't we done this earlier? Naruto harshly whispers back as he huddles up against the walls of an alleyway near Issei's light pole. It really didn't work out for him as his ninja garb is bright neon orange jumpsuit. Naruto-sama, the coast is clear. I've managed to infiltrate this block's camera systems and am now replaying the scenes from 10 minutes back. You are now free of all electronic surveillance. Matsuri's slightly static voice spoke through the blonde's and brunette's earpiece. The girl herself was dressed in her normal wear back in the Uzumaki's ramen shack with a laptop run. Ning random codes on the screen and a headset on her head. Good job, Matsuri. Issei, let's go. Naruto jumps out of the alleyway and immediately moves towards the place of target. He weaves himself in a ND out of the lights and shadows and kept his body moving at a low angle, becoming nothing more than a blur, a really bright orange blur, but a blur nevertheless. Issei gives his blonde friend a deadpanned look and walked after him, abandoning all pretense of trying to hide himself in the darkness of the night. When he finally made it to where his friend stopped at, he sees the blonde intensely studying an electronic lock. That looks hard to crack. Is Matsuri going to put her hand on that too? No, this is a model that I'm familiar with. I know exactly how to crack it open. The blonde mutters aloud to Issei before getting on his knees and lugging off his neon orange backpack. He rummages through the weighty pack before pulling out a mallet. Wait, stop. Issei Ju MPS forward and holds Naruto's arms back as the blonde made the motion to swing the chunk of metal on a stick towards the electronic lock. Once he's ascertained that Naruto was not going to attempt to scrap the piece of technology, He immediately scolds the blonde in a hushed tone. What the hell are you thinking? Do you want to get us arrested? No wait, this whole plan is going to get us arrested to begin with. But do you want to add more to our already growing list of criminal charges? Quote. Naruto tilts his head at Issei's action before looking down at the mallet and widened his eyes in understanding. Ah, you misunderstood Issei. I wasn't planning on breaking in that way. Here, look. He slowly puts one of the mallet's faces near the lock again and watched as the tool Dirt gave them. Earlier for their mission worked its charm. Wah! Issei watched in awe as the unassuming mallet within his blonde friend's hand started humming and clicking mechanically. The side that was facing T. He lock opened up and began shooting some sort of blue light laser for a few seconds. It stopped when a beep resounded from somewhere inside the machine. Something inside the lock beeped as well, and a click could be heard immediately afterwards. Naruto reaches his hand at the handle of the door and gently twisted it to test if the mallet did its job. Quote. Seeing no problems occurring, Naruto DDED to Issei before swiftly opening the door and rush inwards. Issei sighs again and follows the blonde while silently whispering, sorry for the intrusion. It's not exactly the right thing to say at this moment, but it's the feelings that counts after all. The place that the pair is raiding has 8 newly polished tables within it, neatly organized for efficient traveling, and a marble counter near the left middle area. Each table has an open box on it that holds chopsticks and spoons. There were posters of food being displayed in a beautiful manner and red price tags on them littered all over the walls. The air smells like Naruto's breath after lunch break. Yup, it's just as Matsuri briefed to him. They really are raiding a fellow ramen shop. Reasons. Naruto's claim in that this newly opened shop has been stealing his hard-earned customers through cheap tactics, and he's here to put a stop to it. Issei claims that this whole pursuit is complete bullshit, but further discussions were denied by President Dirt via age seniority, another thing that Issei called bullshit on until the next meeting, which is scheduled for Somwen next year on the 13th of Never. Issei followed the BL owned as he sneaks behind the counter and walks into the kitchen area. From his own experience of raiding Naruto's kitchen, he would deem that the place is around the same size, if not slightly bigger. He spotted Naruto not so cautiously tossing aside some pots, pans, utensils and kitchenware in order to look through every drawer and cabinets he sees. Quote. Aha, I have found the book that holds their secrets. Issei, let us be gone before they realize our presence here. Naruto opens the kitchen window and jumps out of it, leaving a complete mess of what was once a respectable kitchen. Seeing he already made enough of a mess today just by following Naruto, the brunette felt that another deed undone wouldn't really tip his karma scale. Issei immediately follows Naruto out of the window not a second later. In Naruto's and Matsuri's room. So this is the book that holds all their secrets. Naruto says as he roughly flops down a nondescript brown journal on the only low-lying table in the room. Quote. It looks more like an ordinary accounting booklet to me. Issei, who's sitting across from Naruto, skims through the book for anything important looking and only found a list of ramen ingredients and their prices. Judging from Naruto's insanity level, however, Issei wouldn't put it past the blonde to actually be able to make some sense out of this. Ah, that's where you're right and oh so wrong, Issei. Nothing is ordinary if you look underneath the underneath. Naruto folded one arm underneath his chest while having the other one nudge up the glasses on his nose when he put that on, so that the light shines off of them and hides his eyes. Quote. Unless this booklet turns into pornmag starring Kiko Kigatawa, I'm not willing to go through the trouble of trying to understand any of your cryptic mumbo-jumbo. Ah, what Naruto-sama is trying to say is that there is always a deeper meaning to everything, even when it is something as ordinary as this notebook. If we are to trace the ingredients that are used to entice our customers away, we might be able to find a way to bring them back. I think. Matsuri sets down 3 cups of tea in front of everyone in the room. Dirt having left earlier due to some important work and sat next to Naruto. That's exactly right, Matsuri. Now then, without further ado, Issei. Read off the list. The blonde pats Matsuri's head and exasperatingly points at Issei with the command. Yeah, let's just get this over with. Let's see now. Issei rolls his eyes and turned to the first page so that he could read it aloud. February 23, supplies order delivered, 4 large bags of flour, 50 pounds of organic beef, pork and poultry, 4 boxes of freshly packaged eggs, 2 fresh immigrant slaves, 10 pound of salt, pepper and assorted spices. 10 packaged boxes of Mama Yum Yum special broth, 15 pounds of seaweed, 20 pounds of fish, shrimp, scallops and assorted seafood, 4 pounds of love, 10 pounds of beans and corns. 30 sticks of fresh butter and 3 boxes of menma. Quote. 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 Matsuri, can you reread this list again to see if I'm reading this right? I'm sure that the lack of sleep on a school night is getting to me. Issei pushes the journal to Matsuri, who gingerly takes it up and reads it twice more, once in her head and once aloud. The list did not change. The questionable items were still there. Before anyone could have said anything, Matsuri took the initiative, and flipped the page and reads the next entry. It is roughly the same as the first page with a few numerical changes for the shipping quantity and prices. The silverette continues to clearly read out the next page with furrowed eyebrows. She then turns the page once more, this time not even pausing, to read again, and again. And again, and again till the journal had no more entries. Each memo reviews another little stain in the shop's history. Human trafficking, illegal organ dealing, drug trading, black market auctioning, weapon transaction and many other not-so-hidden secrets. As the girl continued to read, Issei grew paler and paler as the fact that this is clearly not a badly made joke starts clicking in. Once the silver-haired girl stopped talking, he glances sideways at Naruto to see the blonde wearing a deadly serious expression. The blonde was silent for a moment before standing up and walks to his closet. From it, he pulls out a big sports bag with heavy items already inside. He also takes out a small box and pulls a pin out from it. He carefully puts on the pin and lugs the heavy bag on his shoulder while pulling out his phone and dials a number. Matsuri, get a guest futon for Issei and get some sleep, I'll be back later. As the blonde closes the door, Issei caught sight of the pin, or rather, the badge. It was an intricately designed badge with the letters NPA underneath it. The symbol for the National Police Agency of Japan. Issei was completely silenced at discovering that fact. His brain overloaded with too many questions. Both he and Matsuri sat there for a small while before the girl stood up as well and walks towards the only door in the room. Matsuri, Issei manages to ask as he stares at her while she passes him and reaches for the handle. Where are you going? Quote. I'm following Naruto-sama. You've heard the entries too, haven't you, Issei-kun? It had an extensive list of weapons in it. I at least want to make sure that Naruto-sama will be fine with my own eyes rather than over a phone. Quote. It's dangerous. Issei whispers as an image of his blonde friend being fatally injured and hospitalized flashes through his mind. I know. That's exactly why I wish to see Naruto-sama safe and sound with my own eyes rather than waiting in slow, mind-numbing patience. With her piece said, she opens the door and walks out. Quote. Before the door could have completely closed, Issei stood up and pushed it aside once more. He twisted the lower handle's lock and closes the door. Hoping that the upper lock wouldn't be needed, he turns from the door and made it to the stairs to find Matsuri standing at the bottom, waiting for him. The brunette smiles briefly at how she seems to knows him so well and ran downstairs to follow after Naruto. The other ramen shop. Issei looks out from behind the walls of where Naruto had hidden earlier. Matsuri is hiding behind the light pole that he had took up before. The ramen shop that he and Naruto had invaded earlier is completely empty of all signs of trouble. The door is closed, the lights are out and then the electric lock looks like it is functioning as it should be. It doesn't seem like Naruto's here yet. The brunette whispers out to the girl. He turns around and sees that she's quickly tapping away at something on a black electronic pad. He saw numbers and random letters before the screen blacks out and a video started playing. The video shows 5 blurry shapes walk into the ramen shop. The first one had a mop of blonde hair, so he was obviously Naruto, but Issei couldn't make out who the others are. He guessed that they are the ones that Naruto called to help him. No, Naruto-sama went in earlier with his helpers, but no signs of any activity is recorded after this. Matsuri furrows her eyebrow in worry and exited the video screen to type up for anything that could tell them more. Should we go in? Issei asks as he sees his silver-haired friend getting no results for her efforts judging from her unchanging frown. That could possibly be the only way. Matsuri to cheat and puts the tablet back in her handbag. She adamantly walks up to the ramen shop and Issei quickly follows the strangely passive-aggressive girl. Once they got to the door, Issei decided that he should be the one to go first and the brown-haired boy reached for the handle. It was unlocked, which wasn't really that strange since Naruto came in earlier. He carefully pushes the door open and jumps back when it pulls itself forward. Without his help, he lets go of the handle to pull back when he feels a strong grip on his shoulder. It was a grip that he was well acquainted with. It was Matsuri's signature, anything for Naruto-sama insert smile, grip. Before he could turn around, the silver-haired girl pushes him forward and straight through the open door. Issei yelps as he feels himself get grabbed from the shirt collar and roughly dragged into the darkness involuntarily. He was roughly spun around and then pushed on his butt into a wooden chair by the mysterious hand. The brunette instinctively tries to get up but he was then pushed once more backwards on the chair. The chair is stopped a moment later and before Issei even squeak at the impact, he was roughly blindfolded. It was only around now that he starts hyperventilating. His brain is completely overloaded with what's happening so far and he has no way of processing any of what's happening to him, besides the fact that he's being manhandled. From the edge of his blindfold, he could see darkness taking on a brighter tone and figures that the light must have been turned on. A few shuffling noises could be heard around him and he hears someone taking a decisive step behind his back, which is glued to the chair. He feels a pair of hands undo the knot for his blindfold. As he feels the blindfold lower from his eyes, he squints and bang, pffthruuu. Bang, bang, bang. Happy birthday Issei jumps back in surprise once more as a cacophony of noises exploded around him. He blinks and sees the ramen shop is now decorated everywhere. The door has a banner that says, "Happy late birthday." The tables stacked together into a bigger table with wrapped boxes and a birthday cake in the middle. There were birthday balloons and confetti floating around everywhere. Strangely enough, there was also a realistic statue of a napping nine-tailed fox in the corner of the room with a party hat strapped on its head. Issei blinks again and looks at the faces of the people in the room. The first one he saw was Naruto as the blonde smiled goofily and popped another party popper in his face. He sees Dirt sitting at the table, sipping coffee and blowing on a party horn. He sees his parents sitting next to the middle-aged man while smiling almost as widely as Naruto was. His mother snapped a picture with the camera in her hand. Matsuda and Motohama standing off to the side of the counter and giving him a mischievous grin. He turns around to see the person holding his shoulder and sees Matsuri smiling down at him almost apologetically. Wah! He blinks again and after a moment, another one before something clicks in his head. It was a surprise party for someone's birthday. It was his birthday today. This is a surprise party, for his birthday. Ding! This is too much, damn it. Issei sheds his tears and cries aloud, whether it was out of anger or happiness, even he did not know. Either way, he refused to talk again for 10 minutes until Dirt gave him his present as an appeasement offering. Naruto's birthday ramen cake tasted surprisingly good, not that he told the blonde. He was still mad at the damned Iskard teen for giving him an almost heart attack. Really, to celebrate his birthday that passed months ago. What was the blonde thinking? My stomach growls to show its hunger just as my latest client happily closes his door. I rub my stomach as a wave of hunger spreads through my body and was about to summon a teleportation circle to bring me back to the clubroom when I remember that there is no more snacks waiting for me there. With that thought in mind, I descend the flight of stairs and walk to the market area that is nearby. I probably could have waited until after I've made the report to M.Y. King that I have finished my mission, but the red-haired devil was never one to hold on to strict rules. A little violation now wouldn't cause me much trouble. Like that, I wander through the marketplace, looking around for a convenience store of sorts to buy some snacks from or maybe a shop that might have something appetizing to eat. I have never been in this particular part of town before since. My apartment is on the other side of Kuo Academy's middle school division. My stomach growls once more and I decide that I must hurry. I tilt my head slightly higher than normal to take small sniffs of the air. I facilitated any strong smells from the weaker ones as well as differentiate any good smell from the bad ones. After a moment, my eyes widen a bit as I caught onto a most delectable scent. It is spicy yet mild. Strong yet subtle, salty yet sweet and so much more. As I wander towards the smell after locking onto the scent, it leads me to what looks like a run-of-the-mill ramen shop. He shop has nothing special looking about itself for such a wonderful smelling concoction to resides within, but I trust my nose and my nose tells me to go in. I reach for the door and walk into the ramen shop, Uzumaki Ramen. The inside of the shop is as generic as the outside. There are tables lined up efficiently to make enough room for the customers and anyone walking in between. There is a counter in the right-hand side that leads to some stairs and the kitchen area. There is a potted plant somehow thriving in the corner with no sunlight reaching it. Overall, everything about this place is about as generic as it can get. Well, except for a certain table near the end of the shop. The table is close to the only television in the room, a surprisingly big one at that, and it was moved out of symmetry with all the other tables. Residing in it is a strange group of people. The first and most noticeable is an old teen with golden hair. He has on an apron and a rolled-up sleeves shirt. In his hands is a game remote and on his face was a scowl aimed at the television. Next to him is the second most noticeable person. A girl that looks to be in her late teens as well with flowing silver hair. The girl has on the same apron as the golden-haired boy and a serene smile on her face as she sips her tea. To the girl's right is yet another teen, though, this one looks a bit younger. Perhaps the same age as the knight of my group. The brunette boy has on the same uniform as well, what a coincidence. The younger teen is scratching his head with a pencil as he works on a stack of paper on his side of the desk while sometimes glancing at the blonde teen and saying some things before returning to work. Did the high school division of Kuo Academy give out that much homework? I do not remember the knight doing so much paperwork. On the opposite side of the brunette teen is a middle-aged man reading a newspaper, though, his presence seems to be strange. He is human but at the same time, he seems like a human replicating a human. The man smells like a human, looks like a human and seems to be, in all sense of the word, human. Yet the word human does not fit him. I blink as the man slowly turns towards me and any further thought leaves my mind. I gently close the door only for the bell on top to jingle and get the table's occupants to notice me. The golden-haired teen stands up and gently pushes the silver-haired girl down with a smile as she too made to stand up. He walks towards the door with a professional smile and ushers me to a seat before asking me for my orders. I'll look at him for a stretched moment while trying to decide what flavor that delicious smell could be when something in the teen's eyes flashes and he grins, making some extremely light marks on his cheek become more apparent. He tells me that he knows exactly what I would like and went to the kitchen before I could get a chance to say anything. As I waited, I take a look at the table again to see at everyone returned to doing what they were doing before the blonde got up. Though, the face the silver-haired girl is making as she tries the game is quite amusing. 5 minutes later, the blonde returns with a steaming bowl of ramen and a glass of water. I gulp loudly as the teen sets down the bowl and immediately digs in as his hand leaves. The ramen is beyond any doubt of the word, delicious. Everything about it is perfect because it literally has everything that could make it perfect. The broth, the condiments, the very noodles itself, all of it is without doubt, delicious. By the time I become aware of myself again, the bowl laid empty before me and the blonde was coming back with another bowl. I somehow managed to thank the blonde in between bites, probably. After that bowl is demolished, one jump onto another. And then another. It is by the end of the 6th bowl that one had to consciously stop myself from eating more. Because it is so perfect, the ramen is probably pricey and I only have so much pocket money. Taking the last gulp of the broth, I stare solemnly at the bowl before standing up and walking to the cash register. As he rings up the amount due, I asks him what name of the ramen was and he answers, Kitsune Special, while giving me a vulpine grin. I blink in surprise at the name and looks at his face before internally admitting that name does fit the dish, since its chef has such a smile. He gives me my receipt and I stare at it for a prolonged moment before looking back up and giving him a questioning look. The price is surprisingly cheap. He wrinkles one of his brows and asks if something was wrong, to which I shook my head and reached to take out my wallet. As I pull out the necessary amount of money, I asks if I could buy another kitsune ramen to take home. The blonde's grin came back full force and he pulls out a paper bag from under the counter that smells like the delectable ramen. As expected of a professional chef, to be able to read the customer so precisely. I gladly paid for the to-go bag as well and leave the shop with an extra skip to my step. After the first visit, I returned to the shop multiple other times, and each time, blonde would slowly usher me closer and closer to the last table before, somehow or another, I ended up sitting with them as I ate my meals. Was it because I come at odd hours and it's easier to cater me if I'm close by? Was it because everyone just want another member to the group and I'm the most closest one? Was it because I secretly want to join in the fun that they seem to have so much of? Whatever the case, I joined the little group, sitting next to the classmate, or is it yearmate, of my peerage's knight, Issei, and the shop's silver-haired waitress, Matsuri. Ahem. Everyone, I have an announcement. The blonde ramen chef sitting besides Matsuri, Naruto, soberly declares while he continues to put his focus into the game before him. Everyone stops what they were doing and looks at the blonde. The middle-aged man, Dirt, puts away his newspaper and sips his coffee as he waits for the news. Issei pushes aside his homework and looks at Naruto questionably. Matsuri looks at the NDE next to her with patience, and I slurp down the remainder of my bowl of ramen before turning my head towards the blonde. The blonde took a moment to save his current progress on the game and puts down his remote before standing up and out of his seat. He takes a step back and rectifies himself into full height before commandingly saying, "The ramen shop is not getting enough customers, therefore we will now start to actively attract them. Does anyone have any ideas or suggestions? We could try to pass out some flyers." Matsuri was the first to suggest something, even though it's a pretty mundane idea. "I have done that already. Once a week, I post up posters and flyers that advertises the shop. The results is as you see before you." Naruto shakes his head as a negative and reads his right hand to present the ever-empty shop. "How about we go to make a few signs and wave them around in crowded streets? There's bound to be someone who'll notice that, right?" Issei was next to suggest an idea, but it was immediately shot down and rejected when Naruto says, "Then would you be the one to wave around that sign?" Another moment passed and finally, I come up with the most logical idea for getting attention. Commercial advertisement. That could work. I've got a friend in the commercial industry that I could call for an open slot, but then, we are missing the filming equipments. Naruto contemplated the idea and confirmed that it's doable, but he's also missing some items. It is at this point that Dirt enters the conversation by slamming a thick suitcase onto the table. "Well, would you look at that? My company just so happened to have been making some portable and efficient filming devices, and they gave some to me to test it out as a trial run." The middle-aged man opens up his suitcase to behold brand new, shiny devices. Good job, Dirt. Well then, let's go guys. I want to finish this by the end of today. Deciding that making a commercial is the plan to take, Naruto pulls out a notebook and starts writing something before walking out the door. The sign was a good idea too. Issei sulks as he puts his homework into his backpack and leaves it sitting next to the television stand before following after Naruto. Dirt closes his suitcase and glides out of the shop while sipping his coffee. Wait, we must close the shop up first, Naruto-sama. Matsuri quickly turns off the stoves, pushes in the chairs and cleans up the mess that has been made that day in record speed before grabbing a handbag from behind the counter and follows the group out. I quietly stand at the entrance, not exactly sure what to do before Matsuri grabs my hand and jog to catch up to the group. The silver-haired girl gives a small smile when I give her a questioning look. It was a smile that says, "Please go along with it." At a random park. It took 10 minutes for the group to make it to the park where Naruto wanted to do the filming. Another 5 minutes for everyone to get their lines and a last 5 minutes to get everyone into the costumes of their roles, which dubiously came from Matsuri's handbag. Naruto's 10-minute masterpiece, which he wrote while making it to the park, is a 1-minute video about a villain, Dirty Instant Ramen aka Dirt, wearing a cape that's held together by a bag of instant ramen. Trying to rule the world with instant ramen. To do so, he must defeat the hero of homemade ramen, Bremen Rider Red aka Issei, wearing a bra on his head and a visor plus armors made out of noodle flour. A fight occurs and as Bremen Rider Red is about to be defeated, he is saved by the hero of store-made ramen, Uzumaki Ramenyan aka me, wearing a pair of white cat ears and a Naruto Maki hair clip. Together, Bremen and Ramenyan defeats Dirty and saves the world from instant ramen-induced apocalypse. Everyone, including myself and Matsuri, gives the blonde a dubious look for his so-called maste. Our piece of a script, and very nearly left before he offers up free ramen of any flavor for a week. We decided to go along with it and got into our roles. Naruto became the director, editor and stage PR. Operation personnel while Matsuri became the person to write down cue cards for what we'll have to say. The script is surprisingly detailed for such a weird plot. Alright, everyone get ready. We'll take this in one take. Dirt, start eveling up. Issei keep looking like normal. You got the perfect look of defeat on you. Sitting in a lawn chair with Matsuri holding up a big whiteboard behind his back. Naruto pulls out a megaphone and tells everyone to get into position. Issei sent the blonde a dark look but otherwise did what he was told, nothing. NNNNDDDDD tilde action. Muahahaha. Today shall be your last, Bremen Rider Red. Dirt extravagantly flaps his cape and holds out his hand. Goo. Not yet, it's not Dirty Instant Ramen. While saying his line, Issei took a step forward like his script told him to and blew up. I stare in surprise as the brunette squawks and flies a couple meters into the air before landing in a soft patch of grass and blowing up again. I hear a click behind me, and turn around to see a madly grinning Naruto holding a switch that he clicks on periodically. Each click corresponds with an explosion as the script continues. By the time it was my turn to enter the scene, Issei is literally smoking from his entire body, though he didn't look hurt at all. Effect explosions maybe. Ha 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 ha. This is it, die Bremen Rider Red. Dirt makes another extravagant lap of his cloak and raises his hand towards Issei's direction when I take step in between with arms crossed in front of me. Though I expected it, I couldn't help but tighten my muscles like my trainee. Ing tells me to do as the ground before me blows up from the fake explosion. I felt nothing but a breeze passing by me but the ground tells a different story. Truly, Naruto is a genius at blowing things up. Stop. As the smokescreen dramatically gets blown away by a random breeze, I am shown to be gallantly standing before a heavy breathing and smoking Issei. You stopped my attack. You, who are you? Dirt's cape starts draping itself over him as he scowls at me and Issei. Uzumaki Ramenyan. Lightly blushing at the weird name I'm calling myself, I lean back into my boxing stance and await the next scene. No, it couldn't be, the Uzumaki Ramenyan of XXX Street on the corner of XXX whose phone number is XXXXXX4X and is open for business at the convenient hours of 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Dirt takes a horrified step backwards and says his lines perfectly without breaking facade. Even I was struggling to look at him directly without giggling. From behind me gave a loud S. Norton starts rolling around on the ground laughing loudly. Yes. Failing at keeping my voice from quivering, I said my lines and actually thanked Naruto for giving me one-word dialogues. Even you shall not stop me from my plans. Dirt screams aloud and charges. I pushed forward and met the surprisingly agile man in combat. Issei finally gets up from laughing and joins the fray a minute afterwards. Turning the artistic sequence of blocking, dodging and attacking into an all-out brawl. I couldn't help but giggle very quietly when Naruto, with his vulpine grin, blew us up and joins in himself after screaming, "Cut!" into his megaphone. The rest of the afternoon was spent on us dragging each other back to the shop, only Issei needed the dragging really and letting Matsuri bandag. Any scratches we might have had earned. Naruto allowed us exclusive views of the final draft a few days later and instead of being a commercial, it turned into a full-length video called Ramen D.A.Y.S. that Naruto posted up on MeTube for fun. It turned out to be surprisingly popular as I found out later when my classmates starts pestering me to make more. Naruto and I also got more clients out. of the deal as well, so it was a win-win situation. The clubroom is closed today due to Rias having to go to hell to meet her parents. Akino joined her in the trip and Kiba went out of town to do something. Therefore, since I have nothing to do, I decided to go to the place where I've recently took up to loitering in, Uzumaki Ramen. As I leave the middle school division and got to the high school divisions, where the gates are closer to the marketplace than the middle school divisions, I see a familiar head of brown hair among two others. I curiously stalk closer and see that it definitely is Issei, though. He is busy doing something with two of his classmates. Not wanting to bother them but also curious as to what he's doing, I hid behind a nearby tree and watch from the shadows. The Tr.Eo quickly paced to a certain point at the school building before walking to a window in the wall and tiptoed themselves up to look into. With my enhanced senses, I picked up the noise of giggling, very perverse giggling, and I immediately figured out what the trio was doing. Issei senpai, pervert. I deadpan to myself, and without looking any further into this event, I walk off and follow the path that I had been taking before. A few moments later, I hear the screams of many angry girls, the smacks and thuds of shinais on skin, and 3 differently pitched shrieks of agony. I smile a bye when I finally figure out why Issei sometimes would limp or have a bruise on his face. As I make it to the front of the high school division's building, I caught sight of another familiar head of hair. This one, however, is longer and far too styled to be the same as the one in my memory. It must be a coincidence. The closer I walk towards the figure though, the more unsure I become of myself. The person that I am looking at is without a doubt Naruto, but at the same time, this person cannot be Naruto. The reason: Naruto Uzumaki is a male and this person is strictly female. From looks to SME/LL to the very pheromone this person reeks of, she is without doubt female. At the same time, however, she has the same sunny aura as the blonde in my memory. She has that slight ramen-flavored tang to her scent as that of the male blonde. She has the same vulpine grin on her face as when he casually smirks, and the same glint in her blue eyes as when he's about to cause mischief. Simply put, this woman is also without doubt Naruto. I pause a few steps behind the woman as I confusedly decide on her identity. As if she could sense me, the woman turns around as she looks up from the stack of papers she was grinning at. She has on a momentary look of questioning before her grin returns with a vengeance, aimed at me. Yo, Remenyan-chan, what are you doing here? A little far off from the middle school side, don't you think? I twitch my ears at the name and give him a glare. Only Naruto actually calls me that, and he only does it to poke fun of me. I decide that since today was the last day that the video deal is in effect, that I am going to eat him out of his business. Don't be like that, Tilda, it's a cute nickname. They even made a fan club page dedicated to you, Tilda. The blonde jokingly waves off my glare and tell me something I did not know, nor is it something I want to know. Now I understand what those strange looks my clients give me are for. They were part of my fan club. They thanked God for those contractee having some common sense and decency if she were not a devil. Oh, you didn't know about the fan club? Well, now you do. Ha 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 ha. The blonde walks over and pats me on my head. I glare at him but didn't attempt to escape. If there was anything I learned about the blonde, it's that he's very good at head petting, well, that and making ramen. As I indulged myself, my glare turns into an inquisitive look and the blonde notices immediately. Why am I at school? I nodded my head in confirmation. Well, I sort of work here. In fact, Matsuri and Dirt also works here as well. We're also students too. Ha 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 ha. My brows only scrunches up more in questioning. Originally, it was part of a prank for Issei, but somehow or another, it became a permanent thing. Me and Matsuri are supposedly home-schooled students who are technically enrolled within Kuo Academy. We, including Dirt, are also substitute teachers whenever they need an extra hand as well. The blow. NDE starts explaining how badly he messed with the system when I smelt something familiar coming towards us, only with a bloody tang to it. Issei's finally here. Yahoo tilde. Issei Kian tilde. I blink owl. Ishly as Naruto tunes his womanly switch up to 11 and pulls off something akin to Leviathan effect, which involves a subtle dimensional shift of the surrounding area into an isolated realm that was filled with sparkles, flowers and a pink sky. The effect is named after the inventor of said effect, one of the 4 current Satans, Seraphal Leviathan. Naruto. A slightly bloodied Issei ate as he looks up from the stick that was acting as his crutch, only to be slammed down by a flying tackle from the blonde he mentioned. The 2 more bloodied boys behind him watches in humor as their comrade gets knocked down. Then screams in resentment as they notice the one doing the knocking down, then anger as Issei harshly throws Naruto off of himself, and then fighty as they get into a brawl. Ith the brunette for dissing off a perfectly fine woman. I watch in amusement as students starts crowding around the front of the school to watch the spectacle. Since most were preparing to leave or already leaving the school campus. There is a lot. Some were taking pictures while others gossips about the perverted trio finally having infighting. Naruto came back to my side with a satisfied face and a camera in hand. I didn't bother asking and he didn't bother commenting. It took another 30 minutes for the crowd to break up and Issei to crawl his way towards us. We proceeded to drag him back for Matsuri to work her bandage magic. Though the blonde excused himself for his actions with the pervert needs to repent for peeping on women. When Matsuri asked, it didn't help that he had a huge smile while trying to decide which picture of Issei getting beaten would go best into a photo album called Pranks Gone Right. Issei scowled and helped me clean the shop of ramen. I've never seen Naruto cried so hard before. Ding a ling. Sup tilde. Issei walks into the shop casually with his hands in his pockets and his bag hanging between the crook of his elbow. I turn my head to give him a no. D of acknowledgement as he takes his seat next to me. Where is everybody? I know Dirt is out on a field trip since he told us yesterday, but shouldn't Matsuri or Naruto be manning the shop? Issei SKS after he finishes fishing out his homework. I want to ask that too. I only just got here earlier but the pair was missing and the door was left opened. Maybe they had left to go shopping and forgot to lock the door. So they weren't here when you got here either, huh? Sheesh, how could they have forgotten to lock the door? Issei grumbles in agreement with me as I shook my head and stands up to search for something behind the counter. He pulls out a pair of keys and walks towards the door while saying, "Come on, they're probably at the shopping district. Maybe we could help them out." I look at his unattended homework and raise an eyebrow when I caught on to what he was attempting to do. Issei resolutely ignores my stare and I shrug. His grades, his problem, and unless he's a client, not my worries. I get out of my seat and follow after him. If Naruto comes back faster, then the Kitsune ramen will also come to me faster. In the end, Issei went back to take the homework with him. Together, Issei and I navigated the mildly crowded market street while trying to find a trace or hide of the ramen pair. Along that way, Issei treated me to a chocolate bar and a liter of Neko pop. He also treated himself to a visit at a local eroge shop and bought a newly released game. A little more walking happened and both of our stomach growls. He puts on a contemplative face before asking me if we should keep searching or get a quick bite to eat. Our stomach did the answering and we ended up at a maid cafe outside of the marketplace. Issei chooses a large hamburger and some fries from the menu, while I went for some omurice and a large sundae. As we ate our respective meals, Issei pulls out his homework and attempts to do it. I got curious and scooted over with my large sundae to see what it was that he's doing, since I might have seen it worked out with Kiba already. The end results involved the both of us clutching our heads in despair, though, for completely different reasons. I just got a minor brain freeze in my case. It was at this moment that one of my clients decides to show up in the shop and spots me. He comes over to say hi and sees the stack of homework before offering up help. I nodded when Issei cried out tears of joy. For such a seedy-looking man, my client was surprisingly efficient at teaching Issei his materials. Even I, who is a grade below, understood it rather easily. After my client was done explaining, he gets up and leaves with a wide smile while saying, "Enjoy the rest of your date, Remenyan San tilde." I twitch at the nickname and glare at him while deciding to charge extra the next time he summons me. Issei quirks his eyebrow at the word date but shrugs indifferently and stuffs his finished homework into his bag. We meander back into the marketplace and D decides to ask a random stall owner if he's seen the pair. After buying 4 bags full of fruit, the stall owner gives us news that Naruto challenged a visiting curry guru from India a few hours back. The stage was set at the artificial river bank that's a 5 minutes walk from here. The store owner waves us off and tells us that if we hurry, we might just catch them. With a nod to each other, we quickly ran to the location. It was not particularly hard to find because apparently, the match attracted quite some attention. There is a small crowd of observing people circling the bank, most are sitting on the grass slope. The ground area has 5 noticeable people. The first 2 is at the kitchen area efficiently moving around so quickly, they were leaving after images. One is the person that we've been looking for. Naruto, while the other is a lean but well-muscled half-naked Indian man with white eyes. Behind the kitchen area, near the slopes, is a giant golden gong and a table that seated the other person we were looking for, Matsuri, doing play-by-play commentary for the crowd. In front of the kitchen area, with their backs to the river, were 3 people sitting at a judging station. Completed with their own electronic scoring board. Issei sighs in exasperation as he palms his face and walks down the slope towards Matsuri's direction. I quirk an eyebrow at the scene and follow after the brunette. Matsuri seems to notice us as she gives us a quick smile and pats the 2 chairs waiting next to her sides. We both took a seat, Issei on the left and me on the right before she continues commenting. Issei shrugs and pulls up a microphone to help the comment session as well. I started feeling a little left out and pulled one towards my side to join in. I didn't say much, but it's the thoughts that count. As the match continues to the finale, both combatants closes their pots at the same time and starts glaring each other down. Why are they staring at each other? Quote, "This is the most important match in the long series of their battles, Issei-kun, the match of wills." Match of wills. Yes, using their cooking spirits, both chefs enter spirit combat where they do back and forth combat to defend their cooking. The match is split into 4 mini-matches. Whomever makes it to 4 points first wins and gets a slight blessing of taste from the cooking gods. Oi, that's basically the rules to tennis. 15 Love, Naruto. You mean he's winning? How can you tell? After the match of will, which the guru won by a turnover attack, both contestants shook hands and went to their pots to finalize their dishes to bring to the judges. Naruto took out 3 bowls filled with handmade ramen noodles and ladled some of his curry onto it, while the guru took 3 plates of plain white rice which he ladles his curry on. As one, they finished the final touches to their dishes and both went towards the judge. It seems that the guru agrees for Naruto-sama to go first. Issei-kun, can you tell us what dish Naruto-sama has planned? He wrote down coffee curry ramen. In one line, by the way, with no commas. Quote, ... Eccentric. It truly is. After a year of riddling through his debts, Naruto-sama has mastered the art of replacement so well that he can easily make anything out of anything as long as it involves the word ramen. I'm pretty sure that's not a good thing. Quote, ... Points. Naruto 24. And Naruto-sama finishes with a devastating 24 out of 30 points given by the judges. How will the guru compare to this blow? Issei-kun, what is the dish the guru prepared? Plain curry. Oh, proving his skills with the most basic dish, the guru goes with plain curry. WHOSHHHHHH tilde. BOOMMM. Quote, question mark quote. What the heck is that? Quote, That was the legendary taste bud explosion technique, Issei-kun. The rumored final skill that all chefs work their whole life for to get. Since when did cooking have something like hat? Quote, 30 points. Guru wins. I see. Not even Naruto-sama could stand up against him. Issei-kun, please call for an ambulance. An ambulance? Why? Isn't it obvious, Issei-kun? The judges just experienced having their taste buds exploded. Look, the middle one is coughing up blood. Taste bud explosion wasn't a figure of speech. Didn't the guru just fed them explosives then? Quote, Delicious. Oi, don't eat that. The rest of that day was spent eating the leftover curry from the competition while watching the sunset. Most of the crowd chose the safer path and ate Naruto's curry, while some brave red as stupid fools tried the guru's explosive curry. There's a group of emergency ambulance for those who actually ate the guru's curry. Surprisingly enough, only Naruto and I survived the taste bud explosion. Even the guru succumbed to its explosive powers after the third bite. His last words were, "I had no idea what I was doing." #blind as heck lol. His loss was greatly mourned for. Hey Remenian, which choice should we pick? I look up from my bowl of ramen to see Naruto and Issei concentrating intensely at the game on the television. I put my bowl down next to Issei's foregot. Homework and look at the screen to read the choices. 1. Challenge her to a fight to the death where the victor takes that loser's love. 2. Get on your knees and ask her out for a marriage interview like a man. 3. Kill her family. Kill her family, kill her family, kill her family, kill her family. Quote ? Quote. I read the text a second time and gave Naruto a face that says, well, implies, the hell. Nah. Ruto looks at my face and nods in understanding. He then pulls out the box that the game came from and handed it to me. I read the text on the box and find that there's nothing wrong with the commercializing. The box is colorful and attracts attention, the art is pretty good, my senses were trained by the Otoku Lord, Rias Grimori herself, so I should know, and the summary attracts the interest of readers. Overall, there's nothing about this game that implies, whatever those options on the television count as. Again, Naruto nods in understanding and says, I know exactly what you're thinking. The company that created this game is completely sane and normal, but the problem is one of their writers. For some reason, the Tsunere route that this company lets out is written by the same madman time after time. In the last game, it took the efforts of all four of us, me, Matsuri, Issei and Dirt to defeat this route. I scrunch an eyebrow at his explanation and reread the choices. Out of all of them, Choice 2 is the safest option, but if what Naruto says is true, then that means that one guy wrote this whole script, which would make Choice 2 an unpredictable wildcard. Going by that logic, the craziest one is the one with the most results. Quote. Choice 3. Naruto grunts and presses the option for number 3, Issei nods in understanding, holds his breath. I watch curiously to see what will happen. The end result of that choice ended in the main character dying via girl and making the 2 restart from the very start with no skip button as a penalty. Both Naruto and Issei screams, damn Tsunere. In impotent rage, I quirk my eyebrow and continue eating my ramen bowl. I memorize the name of the game and took note to ask my crimson-haired king about it when she comes back from her trip to hell. She might know how to beat the game. Naruto curses aloud and I curiously gave the television a glance to see that the game turned from a dialogue playthrough to a beat-them-up action RPG. Really? This is what accounts for love these days in the gaming industry. It looks interesting though, so maybe I can ask Naruto if I could have a turn at playing. The rest of that day was spent with playing games and cursing out the game developers. Honestly, this is coming from a real-life devil here, the Tsunere route is really screwed up. Even more so than most of the stray devils that Rias had them fight as training. Those devils are like small onus compared to the amount of insanity the writer shoved into half of this route. Alright cast of Ramen Days, we're making a music video. On the morning of a typical weekend Saturday, Naruto makes a bold declaration as everyone did their thing. Matsuri blinks with her cup of tea halfway towards her lips. Issei looks up from his plentiful packages of homework. Dirt raises an eyebrow from just atop his newspaper. I blink lazily as I chew my ramen-flavored manju. Can I ask what brought this up, Naruto-sama? Matsuri sets down her cup and tilts her head. Naruto nods and says, the management of MeTube seems to like the video so much, they contacted me and see if I can make more, or if not, sell them the rights to the idea so that they could branch off into their own series. I decided to sell it, and oh, that reminds me. The blonde searches his pants pocket for a bit before pulling out 4 plastic bank cards and hands them to each member in the table. Here, take this. It has the amount that the video was sold for divided by 4. It's quite a sum even when split. Now then, where was I? You sold the video. Issei of F-handedly says as he checks out the snazzy new debit card in his hand. His face grinning like mad when he comes up ideas on how to spend the money. I have no doubt that he's planning on spending it on questionable magazines and games. Right, so as I sold the video, one of the guys asks if I could make a theme song for the Ramen Days series. So yeah, who's good at singing? Naruto blandly finishes as he pulls out the video recorder Dirt left at the ramen shop from the last shooting. Everyone at the table stare at each other before shrugging and gets up from their seats to get ready. After 5 minutes of clearing up each of their respective mess, the crew shuffles out the door almost lethargically. We walk to the park of the last filming without much small talk as the sun satirizes our skin with good old skin cancer rays. Once we got there, Issei asks what Naruto is planning on doing and the blonde responds with a cryptic, random actiony things that'll be thrown together with a snazzy beat and a good singer. I took a moment to process the blonde's words and decided that Naruto has no idea what the heck he's gonna do either. You have no idea what to do. Issei thought the same and states it aloud. The blonde puts on a nervous smile while whistling and looking into the far-off sky. Issei sighs and drops back first into the grass with his eyes closed. Dirt laughs and sat down by his left side. I sat down by his right side and together, we watched the clouds go by as Naruto tries to come up with something coherent. He gives up a while after and watches the clouds with us, next to me and with Matsuri by his side. We stayed like that for the rest of the morning till late afternoon. Eventually, we got up and returned to the ramen shop where we spent the rest of the day lazing around and playing video games. On the plus side, I actually helped them finish the Tsunere route. I still question the route creators' mentality, seeing as the quickest way to getting a good ending. Is, greet by fist to face, challenge her to a fight to the death where the victor takes that loser's love, spare her and take the hands of the boy she likes, kill his family, kill his family, kill his family. Kill his family, flaming burritos, venom doesn't kill me, that quickly, I can't live without you, die. It really makes for disturbing dialogue when the both of you are trying to kill each other only to instead fall in love. In the end, the ending was nice and Matsuri seems to really like the melodramatics, but this is only because she started playing with us near the end. Issei and I have mixed feelings about the route as a whole, and Naruto straight out hated it. He used that hatred as fuel in order to make the music video out of the unused scenes from the previous the shooting and finished in record time. It was surprisingly good considering he was working with leftovers, but that left the problem with the song. Without further ado, Naruto drags the group to our news T location to spend the evening, a karaoke bar. Even though half of the group is underaged, Naruto somehow got us through into the crowded bar and orders that we must each go to the stage once to sing. Whomever gets the most votes from our fellow barmates is the one that's going to sing in the music video. Issei was the first to go up with the encouragement read his harsh push, using the feat from Naruto. He searched the song list for a few seconds and then found a song he liked immediately. The title is 99 Words for Boobs. The crowd seems to have loved it even though his singing was somewhat subpar and gave him a whooping 85 points. Most of it came from the fact that Issei had enough balls to sing that crap. Matsuri went next and found a song that she likes after a few minutes of searching. She sang the Tea song beautifully, and though the lyrics were on the questionable side, the crowd were moved enough by Matsuri's voice alone to actually give up their alcohol and drank some tea. She got a huge 95-point judgment from the crowd. The remaining 5 points were from people who were too drunk and were busy hurling in the corner. Dirt was immediately skipped over by Naruto when he wondered if there was a coffee song allowed. The depressed man joined the hurler's corner. I was urged next, and just so I wouldn't have to waste time memorizing any lyrics or worry about messing up the words, I chose the easiest one in my repertoire, the Nyan Cat song. Taking in a huge gulp of air, I started nyaning continuously for the next 10 minutes. When I finally got tired, I left the stage with the following of a few awkward applause and a score of 70, surprisingly enough. I glance at Naruto and smirks at the twitch he has on his right eye as he stares back at me. It almost made up for the sore throat. I went to the bar area as Issei was made to go up again and sing a legit song. The bartender was nice enough to give me a glass of warm honeyed milk without me even asking. I gave a gracious nod and spent the rest of the stay at the bar drinking milk, watching Issei and Matsuri have a sing-off and then see Naruto in the female disguise that he's so good at conquer the whole thing pop idol style. We split off afterwards to go to our respective homes, Naruto with his huge trophy and I with a teddy bear, and at least you tried prize were the ones that the majority of the crowd cheered for the most to come back. Faster, better, smarter, stronger. Do not hold back, Issei. Walk forward and do not pause. A moment's hesitation is the end. Naruto, in a white kimono and blue hakama, slams the bamboo sword in his hand to his side and makes a powerful crack with the wind. Will you stop yelling? It's more distracting than helpful. Without turning his head away from the piece of paper before him, Issei snaps at Naruto as he quickly writes down equations and solutions with amazing speed. Pages after pages of seemingly random questions about math, social studies, Japanese, English and science flies by, and Issei scrunches his brows to quickly do them all. Do your best, Issei-kun. You can do it. Sitting next to Issei, Matsuri encourages the boy on with her words of motivation. Issei responds with a grunt that sounded almost like, "Thanks bro," before quickening the already insane pace he was doing his worksheets with. A vein becomes visible on his forehead, under the headband with a rising sun on it, and his eyes becoming slightly more bloodshot. Subject is experiencing the after effects of coffee distribution injection. A new dose. If black coffee is now ready for injection, this will only sting for a bit, Issei-kun. Dirt taps the tip of the needle in his hand twice and then quickly shoves it into the brunette's shoulder with no prior warning. Just as quickly as he shoved it in, Dirt injects the black concoction within the needle into Issei's vein and pulls out before bandaging the wound with expert skills. Quote? For a brief moment, Issei stops moving altogether. His breath cuts short and his eyes dilate into almost pure whiteness before he returns to normal and continues at his previous assault on the packages of worksheets. In between page flipping, he gives Dirt an evil glare and says, "Stop doing that. I feel like I'm losing a year of my life whenever you shove that into my system." Ha 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 ha. It's nothing as drastic as that at all, Issei-kun. It's only a week or two, maybe a month at most that you're losing. The middle-aged man laughs off Issei's evil eye and sips his coffee. You mean I'm really dying? Issei almost stops to look at the man in horror, almost. Focus, Issei. No hesitation allowed. Naruto slams his bamboo sword into the brunette's head in a well-placed motion that reminiscens to what his O.L.D. Toad teacher did to him when he learned sage art. Amazingly enough, it works pretty well. I silently watch the group as they continued their review session. It's fascinating to see a normal human work at a speed that would be enviable even to magic users. Then again, it might have had something to do with the drugs that Dirt is pushing into his body. That stuff cannot be healthy. As the boy finally finishes the last of his worksheets and hands them over to Matsuri, he collapses in exhaustion. I tilt my head and sedately walk over to his prone body to nudge it while the others are busy organizing the mess of pages. I stare at his snoring form and use my enhanced senses to check if he was alright. Aside from the strong smell of coffee, he at least smelled like he is going to live. I nodded and walk over to the others who have started grading the papers. I stared for a bit before Naruto caught the hint and hands me a package, an answer sheet and a highlighter. I took it and sat next to him to start grading Issei's fake final exam. Unsurprisingly, I didn't need to use the highlighter that much, or at all. The math test's result is 100%. He only had one problem. He had to make a guess, but he narrowed it down to the right choices and got the right guess. I guess this is only to be expected of the one whom Kiba had, in the passing, called a genius pervert first year, who got such a high score on a test that is far harder than the mandated average, as per set by Kuo Academy's standards. But really, I know the truth of the matter. Issei is nowhere near being a genius. He just happens to work more efficiently than others of his peer. With the daily doses of homework packages from Naruto, help from Dirt and Matsuri, and a lot of encouragement, again, from Naruto, Issei has a better study plan than even a third-year student, theoretically. He's no genius by any stretch of the word, but he's a hard worker. Naruto seems to agree with a merry grin as everyone finishes grading and hands him their results. Theoretically, he would have made a total of 500, the perfect score and 7 points higher than the current rank 1 of his year, Momo Hanakai, from her previous test. The blonde pats the unconscious brunette's shoulder lightly as a show of approval and tells Matsuri to prepare the guest futon. I gave a long yawn and looks at the clock that reads 11:30. Supposedly, this is a lot earlier than the previous attempt to cram things into Issei's mind. Once the bedding is secured, Dirt takes Issei to the rightmost futon and left him th. Air before taking his own mattress next to the teen. Matsuri and I took the two leftmost futons and slept, leaving the middle one for Naruto. I cautiously angle a watchful stare at the blonde as he pulls out a laptop and types away at it. The smile on his face tells me something foreboding. Morning the next day. I'm late. Equipped with a piece of buttered toast in his mouth, Issei rushes out of the ramen shop, calculating that if he runs straight to school now, he'll barely make it in time. Good luck, Issei-kun. Matsuri calls out after the boy as he runs off. He gave a backhand wave in return to show his acknowledgement. Ya www. I gave a mouth-gaping yawn as I rub my eyes and try to straighten the tie on my neck. I know that I am also late for my own class, but I'm not that much of a morning person. In fact, I usually have 2 to 7 alarm clocks ready in my bedroom to wake me up each morning. They obviously weren't here, and so, I'm awake and sleepy. Relax, Remenyan. I mailed your teacher earlier stating that you're not coming to school today. You're not missing much either, just some review works. Naruto pats my head as he walks by with a bowl of morning ramen. I blink drowsily at him and process his words. Blearily, I follow him to the table and sit in my usual seat. Matsuri brings me a cup of fresh orange juice and a bowl of cereal a while after. I thank her as she took her seat next to Naruto before lazily scooping the meal to my mouth. So what's the plan this time? Classic teacher-student support staff. Dirt sips his coffee and asks Naruto. Yes, that is the plan that we're most consistent with. We will leave in 10 minutes by car and make it there before Issei. It should give us enough time to go to step 2 of the operation. Naruto nods and hands everyone in the table a folder. I look at mine and reads, Watcher Brain. Naruto had the same one as well, while Matsuri had one that's labeled, Student. I turn to Naruto with a questioning street. And he gives me a grin while holding up a camouflage suit around my size. I blink. Kuo Academy. Target is moving in school, reaching the 2nd floor in 2. Matsuri, hold position. Dirt, report. Naruto broadcasts into his mic as he looks through a binocular. I bite a ramen-flavored manju in my hand and looks through my binocular as well. Apparently, the group has a long-standing tradition of helping Issei on his major tests. Starting from the last midterms till today. Yes, Naruto-sama. Matsuri gave her affirmative and continued looking over her textbook in her classroom. Test acquired. Reading proves that 99% of the test was predicted accurately. Dirt's voice rang through the radio's earphones and I caught a frown growing on Matsuri's lips. That's okay, Matsuri. You worked well with that % error. Improve next time. Naruto calmly states. Yes, Naruto-sama. Matsuri dutifully agrees and puts up her textbook as Dirt walks into the room. Here. IVOICE myself moments before Issei rushes into the classroom, sweating and out of breath, and jumps into his seat next to Matsuri. He didn't even give her or Dirt's presence a second thought as he gulps down the drink she hands him. Surprisingly, nobody gives him a second glance either as they turn around and listens to Dirt's instructions. I wonder if this is already normal occurrence for the class. Having random classmates and teachers show up, I mean. The test, helping, was quite simple once we got into it really. Naruto and I just keep watch of Issei while munching on snacks in the tree we're on and see when he starts slowing down. If he pauses, which he rarely does, we ring up Matsuri on the problem and she discreetly help Issei out. I don't quite understand how Issei always seemed to understand the vague gestures that the Silverette do, but it works. Dirt's only job is to walk by the room and get everyone to pay attention to their own test instead of looking around and potentially spotting Matsuri's helping. Not that they'd be able to understand it anyways. After 3 tests, the students takes a lunch break and we all decided to camp out on the empty roof of the building Eden. Matsuri's pre-packed lunches from this morning. The sky made good eating weather and I managed to doze off for a bit while the others talk. Lunch was an enjoyable affair. I like the dessert Matsuri made. As the half-hour passes by, Issei, Dirt and Matsuri returns to the classroom while Naruto and I stayed on the roof. Since the last 2 tests are something that Issei is confident in, Naruto and ECIDED to give the brunette the benefit of the doubt and lays out on the tiled roof to watch the clouds. The ramen-flavored dangos that Naruto brought tasted pretty good too. At about the end of the last test, Naruto gave me the uniform for Akuo Academy's high school division and pushes me to the bathroom to change. I questionably got dressed and walks out to find Naruto in his female disguise in Akuo Academy's uniform as well. He takes me to the classroom that Dirt, Matsuri and Issei resides. As he reaches for the handle, he tells me to put on a big smile and say, "NYA," on his cue. I look questionably at him again but consented. His devious vulpine grin came with a vengeance as he swung open the door. A random streak between Kuo Academy and Uzumaki's ramen. Ouch! Issei groans as he wobbles about. He glares at Naruto's direction and says, "Do you really have to do this every time you show up at my school?" Yes. Naruto looks up from the camera in his hand and grins at the brunette. You're a bastard. Issei grumbles. Correction, I'm the bastard. Naruto wiggles his brows and references to something obscure he found on the internet. Now Naruto-san, we shouldn't jab at Issei-kun for defending the honors of his beloved ladies. Dirt grins from behind the group and takes a jab at Issei. I'm sure that if you had explained it calmly, you could have got away with a few less bruises. Matsuri calmly says as she gives Naruto and Dirt a reprimanding glare. The two withered back and whistles off tune while looking at the sky. I stare in humor at their antics and nibble on a Pocky that one the many students who confessed his undying love to me, in Naruto, and Matsuri offered while Issei fought off a crowd of his classmates for either having such an awesome harem or being a lolicon bastard. I am starting to see the ambiance of pranking Issei, it's delicious. But yeah, this one is being overdone, so I'll stop and come up with something else. Naruto waved his slender hand in the air and winks at Issei. Am I supposed to be happy because of it? Issei glowers at the blonde and begins saying something as they turn for an intersection in the street. He misplaces his step and trips on a crack in the road, which ended with him falling on the side of the road, just as a car that was speeding past a yellow light from a moment ago rushed towards him. My eyes grow wide as I hear the honking of the car in my ear, and I made to quickly run towards the brunette, fully intending on stopping the car with my body. Even with my natural speed though, I could see that I would be too late to help. I was too late from the start. The car was going too fast to begin with. Scenes passes across my sight as I could already see what was going to happen. Issei getting hit. Blood splattering across the street. Me making it to the brunette first after failing to do anything. Me helplessly trying to aid him as he loses the light in his eyes. Me failing to make a difference, once again. The moment passes and I choke down a cry as I try to put more strength into my limbs to take a bigger step, even if I know I wouldn't make it. The car continues its ever closer path towards the teen. Well, I guess I can make it home from here. Thanks for the help earlier, Naruto. In the setting sun in front of Uzumaki Ramen, a pale Issei Hyodo attempts to give his group of friends a cheery grin as he walks off on unsteady legs. It looked more like a grimace than anything else. Are you sure you want to walk home by yourself? I'd be glad to keep you company. Naruto scrunches his eyebrow in a show of worry and offers help. The brunette shakes his head in negative and says no thanks before marching off slowly. The blonde worriedly watches as his friend walk away with faltering steps into the distance before turning the corner and away from sight. He has an inkling of what Issei is feeling. His first impression of a near-death experience in his first C-rank mission shook him up as well. Even though he was trained for such a thing. The almost car accident from earlier is taking its toll on the brunette. I'd better be off as well, it's been a long day, ha ha ha. Dirt tries to lighten the atmosphere with his laughter, but it came out rather strained sounding. He walks off in another direction as Naruto watches his back with narrowed eyes and a small frown. I'll go buy some ingredients for tonight's dinner. Would you like anything in particular, Naruto-sama? Matsuri turns her step towards the fresh produce open stalls area and asks the blonde for suggestions. Naruto shrugs his shoulders and says, anything's fine. Just buy a lot of extra. Besides Rumenyan-chan here, I feel like we might get a few more guests coming in for dinner. Matsuri smiles, sweetly and lightly bows her head towards the blonde before walking off to procure ingredients. As she gets out of sight, Naruto turns towards the shop's entrance while fishing his pants for the shop's keys. He unlocks the door and walks in before stopping to beckon the hesitant middle schooler behind him to follow. Koneko bites her lips lightly in thought and proceeds to follow the one who she has recently come to consider a friend. She follows him into the shop and is led up the flight of stairs to his and Matsuri's room. She follows his invite for her to take a seat at the low-lying table in the middle of the room and accepts his offer of warm tea. As Koneko sits silently and drinks the prepared tea, Naruto slowly forms a gudama in the hand that's out of her sight and below the table. Manipulating it for a bit and adding Asura's chakra to it, he slowly raises the newly made sword of Nunoboko and stabs the ceiling. As the roof and walls flicker like static, Naruto pours himself a cup of tea and watches as his surrounding change from a room to a desolate green meadow. Koneko watches intently as Naruto pulls out a helix, staff, blade, rod, from below the table and impales it into the ceiling. What happened next is beyond what she could understand. She felt the room shifted. Before her eyes, the room changes into a plain with nothing but grass for as far as her eyes could see. The floor of the room and everything on the floor was still with them, but besides those, nothing else is there. The wall is gone, the ceiling is gone, the lower floors is gone. And the very neighborhood is completely gone. She tested to see if it is an illusion only for her senses to tell her that it's not. The sun's warmth feels too real, the smell of grass is too real, very minuscule sounds of the grassland bugs is too real. Despite the situation, however, she did not feel panicked. In fact, if anything, she feels calm, at peace. Like the very world is welcoming her presence and is actively making her feel safe. I thought we could use some privacy for our talk. Don't worry, in this world, there is no chance that anyone will stumble in on us. So take your tea, and think about what you want to talk about. We have all the time in the world right now and I'll answer anything you want. The blonde sips his cup soundlessly and stares off into the distant sky as he talks to the girl before him. Koneko blinks and stares some more at the blonde. A minute passes by, and then 2, and then 3. The blonde stayed silent throughout it all and did nothing but sip his tea. The white-haired girl lowers her gaze back towards her still steaming tea after affirming that the blonde really was planning on doing nothing other than sip tea and wait for her to start. She thought about his words. Is there something she wants to talk about? Besides the surprising use of senjutsu earlier that the blonde used to save Issei, is there anything she wants to talk about? Speak your mind. Do not keep them in your thoughts. Even I cannot understand such things. Naruto stares at the golden-eyed girl before him with his own sapphire orbs and calmly states. How did you use senjutsu? Koneko took a deep breath and asks the one thing that's plagued her since the car accident, well, that in her brunette friend's mentality. Senjutsu is a technique that uses T. He untapped energy within nature and embeds it into one's own body to give an aggregate amount of boosts to a number of parameters. The way I do it is as simple as breathing. I merely let the energy nature flow into my body and mixes it with my own internal storage. Does that answer your question? Naruto lists off what he remembers from Old Man Toad Fukusaku and inputs his own experience with the technique to answer the girl. He already knew that this wasn't what she is looking for, but he also didn't know what that is that she is looking for to begin with. No. Koneko shakes her head. His first attempt at answering her question before deciding to specify it. How did you not fall into insanity? Like my sister. Senjutsu is regulated into the body by using one's inner energy. Out of all known substances that reacts with emotions the most, inner energy lies at the very top of the list. If one's emotions is in turmoil, then the inner energy will be the same. If use of senjutsu is done in this state of turmoil, increase in aggravation might be a result. Because of that, I was taught to use senjutsu after long periods of meditation which empties my mind of any thought. Starting to understand the white-haired girl's problem a slight bit more, Naruto explains his own experience, though changing a fact here and there and replacing the word chakra with inner energy. Even if senjutsu is also a thing in this world, he has no guarantee that anything else he knows is. No. Once more, the girl gives a baffling shake of her head and argues. Senjutsu absorbs the world's malice. How could you ignore that? Unlike my sister, senjutsu itself is an act of tapping into the latent power of the world. The world itself is not predominantly evil, therefore it has to no malice nor love to entice the users of senjutsu with. As I've stated before, senjutsu gives a boost towards certain parameters. Emotion is very easily one of these parameters. Naruto puzzlingly looks at the girl before him. Though he measured his words carefully before using them, he's been doing nothing but aggravate her more and more. But that can't be. Koneko grimaces and looks down, completely covering her eyes from the worried blonde's sight with her bangs. Senjutsu makes you mad. I'm only talking from my experience. Using senjutsu does amplify one's emotions. Though not to a point of insanity. I was definitely more impassioned than I would be otherwise at times in the past. Naruto points out as he collects the energy of nature into himself and mixes it with his own worries for the girl before him. He then leans over the table and pats the girl's lowered head gently, slowly offering the newly created batch of nature chakra that he just made. Koneko tenses as she feels the touch but relaxes as she feels the familiar warmth. The warmth that, in her memories, her father and mother had bathed her in. The warmth that her sister had tried to give her before the incident. The warmth that Naruto used to save Issei. The warmth of senjutsu, hinted with Naruto's worries and doubts. And this warmth is not evil. A single tear creeps into her eye as she realizes that she knew this. But if this is true, then that means her Ne-sama killed their saviors voluntarily. Her beloved, kind, caring, affectionate and compassionate sister killed the man who had helped them and abandoned her to death. Why, Ne-sama? So your sister is the cause. Naruto sighs as the resemblance he noticed on the first day of their meeting deepened. This girl, she's similar to Sasuke. He looks at her as a teardrop falls from the shadow of her bangs and sighs mentally. You know, someone else I knew had the same sounding problem. If you don't go into details. His life pretty much summaries into a tragic play where his brother betrays him out of love and duty and he goes to take revenge. My friend deeply regrets what he did to his brother because he was too late to see what's underneath of the underneath. Please, don't let it happen to you. Koneko feels the blonde pet her head one more time before lifting up his hand up and withdrawing. A long his hand leaves the warmth of senjutsu. She shivers at the small loss of heat but chooses to focus on the blonde's words instead. She knew what it means, she had heard the blonde repeat it offhand. Edly multiple times before to Issei when a prank succeeds. To see what's underneath the hidden, the true meaning of the truth. So, is there a truth behind why her sister killed their benefactor and committed so many other crimes to alleviate herself to the ranks of an SS-class stray devil? Is there a reason for her sister to abandon her to death? Is there any reason for her beloved sister to omit such atrocities besides simple madness like what she once thought? Koneko couldn't find the answer. She doesn't understand the mind of her beloved sister. She didn't want to understand the mind of her beloved sister. She was too filled with pity for herself to try and understand her older sister. She hated her older sister and she still hates her older sister. But even so, Kuroka is still my beloved Ne-sama, and as Ne-sama's little sister, I will find out why she did it, and find it in me, to forgive her. Even if problems and conflicts arises between them, they will still be able to find it in their heart to forgive the one who's wrong. That is what siblings are, a bond that goes beyond hatred and trust. That is what Koneko wants to believe she shares with Kuroka. Through the memories of their time together, through the love that they shared for each other, through the trials that is left for one another, Sharon wishes to trust that Kuroka still loves her like she loves her older sister. For that, she'll search. Good, you've finally decided then. Naruto's worries eases up as the girl lifts her head again. She simply nodded, her face free of all the troubles that had plagued her before and a gentle, almost serene, smile is attached to her lips. Naruto grins at that and once more reaches his hand upwards, grasping what should be air and pulling down the sword of renewal. The field of grass flickers like a bad television channel and returns to the four-walled room that it was earlier that day. Looking at the clock on the wall, he widens his eyes a bit and promptly gets up. He motions Koneko to do the same and says, "Come on Koneko, we better hurry before Matsuri finishes cooking. She's making everyone's favorite today." Sharon. Koneko says while following the blonde as he rushes downstairs. The older teen pauses mid-flight and turns to look at her with a question in his eyes. She decides to elaborate. Please call me Sharon. If that's what you want. Come on Sharon. I can smell Matsuri's ramen finishing cooking. Still with a small hint of confusion in his eye, the blonde grins descends the stairs once more. The white-haired girl follows with a small smile on her lip. Earlier. I better be off as well, it's been a long day, ha ha ha. Dirt waves at the three standing before him and trudges off as they gave their goodbyes and acknowledgements. He walks down the worn road and lets his thoughts wander about. Looks like I've been a bit careless, for someone to find me in this form. He smiles bitingly and puts his hands in his pockets. It might have been a coincidence that the agent of Ouroboros found him, but he's also at fault for letting the agent recognize his true self. Fortunately, he at least managed to stop information about his form and identity from leaking upon the agent's notice, but when will it be until the next coincidence occur? He pauses and leans to the side as a group of small boys and girls runs past him, all giggling and happy. Without a care in the world. He smiles a bit when the thought that he is the same strikes him. Spending time with the people he met in the mundane ramen shop changed his views quite a bit. Spending time with them, not as an overseer or a watcher but as a participant, gave him new insights. The feelings that they have together, the joyful feelings that they experience together when doing something fun. The anticipation of waiting together for something nice, the frustrating feelings of trying to solve something seemingly impossible together, the victorious feeling of conquering the impossible together. These are things that he had never felt before, living in the void. These are the things he enjoys feeling now, living with the beings of Earth. And these are what he wants his fellow companion of the void to feel. He hums as he shifts his hands in his pocket to get into a slouchier walking position when he feels something within the socket of his pants. Pulling it out puzzlingly, he finds a small folded note with a short message in it that reads, "Come to the park," before burning in a flash of fire. His smile strains a bit when he recognizes the hand writing and rubs the soot off of his hand. For a moment, he mirthlessly laughs at the thought of the blonde not over-exasperating everything. Truly, that'll be the day. Stuffing his hands back into his pocket, he changes directions to the park. Park. Ah, so was you who gave me this after all, Naruto-san. Dirt walks towards the familiar blonde teen that he's said goodbye to not 20 minutes ago while waving around his still sooty hand. Though, I must admit, I'm quite shocked to see that you're confessing to me. Matsuri-san and Issei-kun would be crushed when they hear the news of our new relationship. Matsuri just has a strange sense of obligation. Naruto twitches his eyebrow in irritation and tries to justify the reason why the silver-haired girl stays by his side for so much of their time together. The smile that Dirt gave says that he's not convinced or even listening properly. This makes the blonde twitch his eyebrow at a faster frequency. Anyways, the reason I called you out is because of this guy. Oh. Dirt walks closer to Naruto and takes a look at the man sitting next to the blonde. The new person is a nondescript man in his late 20s. His hair is a shade of dirty blonde, indicating that he's a foreigner or at least of foreign blood, and he wears a pair of casual black khakis and a white buttoned-up dress shirt with a gray tie hanging off of the collar. The sleeping foreigner looks like any businessman in all sense of the word, and nothing but one thing displaces him from others. The foreigner has an unusually large, unnatural magic system. Dirt looks to the man's side and back at Naruto. Is this the man that caused our problem earlier? Yeah, he's the idiot that used the unknown wide area technique when we were walking back to the shop. I had no idea what the technique was, so I prompted to track, capture and interrogate him instead. Naruto scowls at the man and gives the foreigner a look that practically screams of his urge to punch the sleeping form. The technique is an illusionary spell of avoidance. The area that is targeted will turn into a field where people without certain levels of magical power will avoid with a vengeance. That's the reason why Issei and that car's driver is affected but not everyone else. Dirt offhandedly says as he sips his cup of coffee and takes a seat to the right of the blonde teen, with the foreign man on the teen's left side. He looks over to the scowling blonde and asks, "So did the interrogation go well?" The interrogation? Oh yeah, that went perfectly well. Scared him so hard, he pissed high. MSELF and started talking even before I could question him on anything. Naruto sarcastically tirades to the middle-aged man on his right while waving his left hand in the air as if to shape out the abstract scene. The man next to him raises an eyebrow to ask the silent question in Naruto's size before saying, "He began talking the moment I appeared and then fainted. He's been like this ever since." What did he say? Dirt inquisitively asks as Naruto slapped the foreigner's cheek in an attempt to wake him up. It didn't work. Some crap about how the Great Office is going to defeat the apocalyptic beast, Great Red. And take back what's rightfully hers or something like that. The blonde pauses and reaches into his pocket to pull out a Ziploc bag with a small thumb-size marble figure of a snake. He also spat this out after it became a choking hazard. What did you do to piss off this nutcase and his boss? Ho, what makes you think I'm involved in this, Naruto-san? Dirt smirks and leans onto one hand that had its elbow propped onto his knee while staring at the blonde. The blonde glares at him irritably. Dirtayer gay. Pocalypse, Naruto pronounced every syllable with narrowed eyes and a glare that makes the middle-aged man smirks wider in enjoyment. That's the name you introduced yourself as to me and Issei. I didn't see it at first since it had no significance, but now that I have a reference, Naruto kicks the foreigner's shin. I'd have to be an idiot to not see it. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Dirt's smirk held for a grand total of 3 seconds before it is smashes by his urge to howl in laughter. Laughter at a private joke that Naruto didn't know. This pisses the blonde off enough for him to kick the middle-aged man in the shins as well. Ahahaha, it was a joke at first, ha ha ha. But after you two took it up so well, ahaha. I had to stick with it. Between short bursts of laughter, Dirt explains why he kept the made-up name and tries to dissuade the irked Naruto from kicking his shin anymore. As his laughter starts dying off, he looks at the blonde with a slight loneliness in his eyes and says, "So I guess, you'd want to know what I've dragged you into, huh?" Not really, no. Naruto waves off the offer and blearily blinks at the man's dumbfounded look. He grins back and points at the man's chest. "I just wanted to know if a friend of mine is in true BLE and if there's anything I can do to help said friend. Anything else is unneeded if that friend wants to keep it hidden. You can tell me anything or you can tell me nothing, I wouldn't mind either. As long as you come to me if you need help, I'll be happy. No, me, Koneko, Matsuri, Issei, we'll all be happy to help, because we're friends." Ha 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 ha. The man blinks once more in befuddlement. And then snorts another bout of laughter. This one didn't last as long as the last and it ended with Dirt's gratified smile at Naruto. "It would seem so. Well, I'd still like to tell you the gist of the problem, so sit tight and listen carefully tilde. Go ahead." Upon hearing that Dirt is planning on telling him the situation anyways, Naruto slouches into the park bench and pulls out a Koneko ramen flavored ice cream to enjoy while listening. Let's see, where to begin. I guess we'll start with who Office is. She's my shut-in older sister. She likes to stay inside the house and do nothing. One day, she went out to do an errand and quickly came back. Before she could enter the house though, I found it wise to lock the door and make her interact with the world more. She hasn't come home since. Nodding at the distorted version of the true story, Dirt pridefully tells it to the blonde next to him. Said blonde gave him a narrow-eyed deadpan. "So your sister, Office, decided to hire people with supernatural powers to take care of you because you locked her out." Naruto points his cone of ice cream as the stilled foreigner besides him and raises a disbelieving eyebrow. "That's one way to say it. Though, rather than some people with supernatural powers, I think she's gone and made a whole organization." Dirt dryly laughs aloud after a sip of his coffee. I'm not going to ask. Just let me know to help when your sister lets them loose again and if you need help. Naruto takes one last lick of the cone in his hand and chomps the rest down. He then stands up and starts walking to the park's exit. "Come on, we're too late to find any good dinner and Matsuri's making a seafood hotpot ramen." Dirt raises an eyebrow when Naruto left the sleeping man on the bench but shrugs and follows after the blonde. Seafood hotpot ramen, whatever that is, sounds nice right about now. Earlier. Well, I guess I can make it home from here. Thanks for the help earlier, Naruto. Sei says with a strained grin as he turns around and walks towards his house. From behind him, he hears Naruto's offer to walk him home, but he politely rejects. He wants to deal with his problems by himself right now. As he turns several corners from the shop and was sure that the others couldn't see or was following him anymore, his shoulder sags as the burden of a near-death experience takes him in full. He grimaces as the feeling of helplessness resurfaces and feels something rise from the back of his throat. He takes a look around to find someplace he could take a seat and maybe recollect his nerves. What he found leads him to a familiar family restaurant that opened around the same time as when Naruto's shop opened. He walks in and a fairly nice-looking waitress greets him and takes him to his booth table. He orders a pot of hot tea, remembering how calming the cups served by Matsuri could be, and slumps into his cushioned seat. His thoughts returns to what had happened. He was walking home with the group, joking around like always with Naruto when he suddenly felt the urge to leave. Leave where? He did not know. He just knew he had to leave. Thinking back, that urge was very strange. In fact, he still thought it was strange even at the situation. That was the reason that he tripped himself. If it wasn't for that feeling, I would have never gotten into that near-hit incident. He swallows loudly again as the incident flashes before his eyes. His muscles tensed and he starts feeling sweat drops growing larger and larger from the pores of his back. The images of the almost hit-and-run incident flashes before his eyes, and even some in-body experience of dying passes by as well. His mouth becomes drier and his breath becomes shorter. A soundless video of Matsuri nickingly calling for an ambulance and Naruto trying to get him to stay awake flashes in his eyes. Dirt is in the background holding back Koneko from seeing the gruesome image of his to-be corpse. His hand clenches harder on the folds of his pants. The soundless video continues to grow dimmer and dimmer as the image becomes blurrier and blurrier. He lost sight of his friends one by one. First was Koneko, then Dirt, then Matsuri, and finally, N. Here you go, sir, a pot of freshly brewed green tea. If there is anything else you would like, please don't hesitate to call me. His trance is broken. The waitress returns with a pot of steaming hot tea and a ceramic cup that doesn't look like something a family restaurant owns. He blinks and blanks out for a moment before automatically thanking the waitress for bringing his order. He pours himself a cup and quickly gulps it down, letting the burning hot pain clear up his mind. He regrets it a second later and slowly sips his next cup. Ah, that's right. It's just my hyperactive imagination. I wasn't going to die. Naruto saved me. Issei's thoughts focused on his blonde friend instead, now that he's calmed from the previous episode. He remembered that the blonde was quite far away from him when they were walking and was on high heels as well. Yet, it was also the blonde who had been the one to pull him back from the road as the car passes by with a speed far above the allowed limit. Perhaps it was just him and his warped perception of time and reality, but Naruto definitely moved too fast to save him. But here he is, safe and sound, thanks to the blonde. Thanks to Naruto. Finishing his second cup, Issei pours another one and finally tastes it seriously. It reminds him of Matsuri's calming tea, perhaps the same brand. His tea. Hots diverts to the waitress of the ramen shop, and then the shop's owner, and then how said owner saved him. Perhaps I should buy him a thank you gift. Thanks for saving my ass. Even though you're a bastard sometimes. You're a great friend, would probably be what I'd put on the card. What would he like as a gift? All I know is that he likes ramen and playing pranks. Somehow, a whoop. Cushion and a box of packaged instant ramen doesn't sound very sincere. Maybe I should change the phrasing of the note. Taking a deep breath and finally calming his nerves down enough after finally organizing the mess in his mind, Issei drinks the last of his tea. He puts down the cup and looks at the clock on the wall to find that quite some time has passed by. He sees the waitress that escorted him to his seat and wonders if he should order something to eat. His parents were going out of town for a week starting a few days ago and left him enough money to get takeouts for a number of meals. As he is about to call the waitress with her back turned towards him, his cell phone vibrates and sounds out a familiar ringtone that he gave to only one person. A ringtone of a narwhal imitating Naruto's ramen eating style. He pulls out his phone in curiosity and reads the simple message. Matsuri's making seafood hot pot ramen, get over here so that we can eat. Remenyan and Dirt is also coming. Hurry. Issei smiles and stands up to pay at the cashier before quickly leaving the store and retracing his steps to the Uzumaki Ramen. He texts a short reply saying that he'll be there in a moment before running towards the shop again. From the interior of the shop, the waitress that had attended Issei smiles as her phone vibrates from receiving a message. She pockets the ceramic TCU P in the pot of tea that Issei had used before disappearing into the shadows without anyone's notice. Matsuri will be mad if she realizes that a major part of her favorite tea set has gone missing. Occult Research Club. Tick-tock tick-tock tick-tock. Every few seconds, Koneko would look up from her snack and glance at the clock for time. The glances won't last very long and she'll go back to her snacks immediately, but in the end, she still make minuscule glances. These glances, though not very noticeable, are very easy to spot since the girl herself is usually very still. As such, it did not take others in the room very long to notice. Rias, not being one to miss out on a juicy rumor, overheard a number of gossips floating around since yesterday about a certain genius pervert in the RST year classes having multiple beautiful girls barging into his classroom and randomly hugging him, including one very cute cat-like middle schooler with white hair and golden eyes. Not wanting to cause awkwardness due to her quick judgments and faulty information, she asked Kiba to gather more descriptions of the perverted genius middle school girlfriend from his fellow first-year classmates earlier that morning. He came back at lunchtime with a stack of pictures showing 3 very dazzling beauties. The first is a silver-haired girl with a gentle smile that wouldn't look out of place on the face of any saint's statue. The second is a golden-haired twin-tailed girl with a smile that strangely reminds of a fox. And the third confirmed her suspicions. With a knowing smile, Rias sits in her chair drinking Akino's tea and secretly watching her rook glance at the clock in impatience. Akino, having shared theories with her king earlier at lunchtime, smiles tranquilly. As the little girl before her fidgets almost imperceptibly. Though she isn't the one to cause the fidgeting, she's still taking the sight in with joy since it's her first time ever seeing the stoic middle schooler like this. Kiba, who's also in the little conspiracy happening against the smallest girl in the room, tries to act normal and reads his book on a chair in the corner. He still manages to make a few discreet glances at the girl when he thinks she's not looking. Unbeknownst to everyone, Koneko has already noticed the glances she's been receiving the moment she first set step into the room. At first she thought nothing of it, but as time passes by, she begins to worry. Did the group already know about her newfound resolve that she has forged with Naruto? Did they want to talk about it? Did they want to know what she knows about the blonde? Though the ramen chef has given her free rein of the information she knew about him, she's decided to keep it a secret between them since she's never heard of him prior from Rias and figured that he'd want to keep his anonymity. Though she's willing to tell her king what she knows should she be ordered to, she's also inclined to keeping the blonde's secret between them. Whether out of thanks for helping her make a new resolve or out of obligations as a friend, she's willing to do it voluntarily. So, why exactly is her fellow peerage members giving her their strange looks and smiles instead of asking her questions, if they knew? Feeling extremely uncomfortable under the not-so-discreet glances, Koneko looks at the clock once more just as it hits 6. Tick-tock. Ding-dong ding-dong. I'll be leaving. With her mouth almost breaking into a relieved smile, Koneko packs up her materials and immediately leaves for the entrance, to escape the strange looks and smiles. As she closes the door, she gives everyone one last glance and shudders at the smirks they have on their faces. Something is definitely wrong, her Naruto-honed trouble senses is telling her so. On the way to the front of the high school division's school building, she meets a wobbling Issei walking alone towards the entrance as well. She gets into pace with him and finds out that he's held back after class due to his extracurricular activities during lunchtime with his friends. Koneko gives him a half-hearted reprehending glare and he at least had the decency to look impish. Together, the two walks out of the school's territory and Koneko caught sight of a certain familiar bat flying towards the old school building. Once more, her Naruto-honed senses tingle to warn her of incoming trouble. Pack up, we're taking a trip to China. Naruto declares one day as he stands imposingly over the table. Dirt looks up from his coffee, Koneko from her ramen-flavored snacks. Issei from his homework and Matsuri from her tea. Together in practiced synchronization they vocalized the word. tilde. It's not a well-known tradition, but this market area has its own sets of legends during July 7th. Each year, on that date, the goddess Tanabata and the farmer Mikaran meets at the highest point of the tallest bamboo tree and descends the heavens to the shop that the tree resides. In having those two eat at the shop that the tree is in, the wishes on that tree will come true and the shop will gain a year's worth of good fortune. Naruto points his thumb in the general left direction of the shop. Last year, the crappy dango shop from over 4 shops down won by a landslide with a bamboo tree that they grew since they were a child. Now, as a firm believer that ramen is the food of the gods, I will reclaim my shop's rightful place as the shop in which a goddess and her boyfriend meets up to pig out in. As he finishes his speech, Averio Nay else puts on a complicated expression that ranges from either, is this guy serious? To, I can't believe I'm listening to this. Oi, that sounds like a bunch of folklore legends you threw together, blended in a juicer and then desecrated beyond all imaginable possibilities. Apologize to all ancient folklore tellers, damn it. Issei is the first to give in to his impulse as he slams one hand on the table and uses the other one to point rudely at Naruto. The blonde is completely unfazed with this accusation and retaliates with a resolute, I shall apologize to no one until the ramen gods Avenue been appeased by my defeating of all the others in this district. The uncompromising fire that burns in his eyes said it all. Matsuri, Dirt and Issei knows that look quite well, the look of the ever-troublesome serious Naruto. Koneko, who had not gotten a chance to meet this form of Naruto, looks slightly put off by the look but stood her ground, chair against the overpowering pressure of the blonde's resolution. I'll go pack the luggage for a week-long stay. Matsuri was the first to give in to the blonde's verdict and goes upstairs due to what she said she'd do, all while worrying about various things pertaining to the shop. One would think that she's the owner rather than an employee with what she has to worry about. I'll go get the van ready. Dirt sighs and sips his coffee as he saunters out the front entrance of the shop. Somehow or another, he has obtained the position of being the group's appointed chauffeur. Not that he really minded or anything, it is fun seeing them squirm in their seats whenever he steps on the gas pedal. I'll give my parents a call and tell them I'll be gone for a bit with you guys. Issei sighs aloud and pulls out his cell phone. He walks out the shop after the middle-aged man and asks if the man could give him a ride to his house so that he could pack some clothes as well. Dirt complied graciously and they went out together. I'll contact my guardians. Tilting her head to the sides in slight puzzlement at the group's quickness to go with the blonde's idea, she pulls out her phone and starts calling her king while walking out the door as well. Rias will probably allow her to take a trip as long as she promises not to do anything idiotic. If anything happens, the high-class devil can teleport to her location immediately anyways. Omur in China, a random bamboo forest. Koneko, over here. Issei yells as he ducks behind a large pile of rocks with a hail of flying needles following him only to impotently bounce off of the rocks. Koneko follows the brunette and barely makes it to the covers of the rocks before her own rain of needles strikes hits the stone pile. She tunes her heightened senses and waits until the sound of needle throws stops before whipping her head to the side, just out of the rock's protective covering, and accurately shoots 4 tranquilizing darts from her makeshift bamboo blow dart gun. As the darts hits, she feels a small surge of pride for her accomplishment before it's crushed by the sense of shame for actually landing herself into this ridiculous situation to begin with. Shoot, they're circling us. Come on Koneko. Issei, who's on high surveillance with the data that Matsuri's streaming to him constantly, sees a dozen dots moving in an oval shape, encircling in on his and Kaneko's current position. He tugs his white-haired partner in crime's arm to break her out of her remorseful reverie before breaking into a run for their next cover, a large patch of bamboo clusters. White-haired girl blinks for a moment and then nods in affirmation before taking her role behind the brunette. Whether he knows it or not, she has been the one to cover them by blocking the flying needle strikes with her iron skin. A byproduct of using both her Rook's gifted power and Naruto's steady senjutsu lessons. As they do a flying body lunge towards the cover of the bamboo grooves, numero. As loud booms exploded from the rock pile formation where they last hid. The sound of enemies screaming in anguish rang through the air, and the laughter of a certain ardently devoted member of the ramen cult rang even louder. Far more gleefully than what should be allowed in the situation. Pest control finished, all stunned and disabled. Sector 14 captured. Where to next, leader? Naruto's voice comes from the headset that each member of the raiding group has on, and Matsuri answers immediately. Job well done, Private Naruto-sama. The next location for attacking is up north, approximately 20 meters from the bamboo forest. Scale the walls and infiltrate while the enemies are working to gain back control. Hurry, you have approximately 10 minutes. Will do, keep up the updates. Remenyan, Oppai, we need to move. With that said, the blonde rushes off in a random direction to do his job of making loud distractions for the rest of his team. How the hell did this happen? Following shortly after the blonde, Issei wonders out loud as he pulls on the uncomfortable collar of his normal camouflage gears. The word normal is stressed because unlike Naruto, whose definition of camouflage is bright neon orange, theirs is a dark shade of bamboo green. No idea. Koneko helplessly shrugs as well, since she too didn't know when things became so strange. Yesterday was quite normal really. They landed in some province of China early morning and toured around the area for a bit. They ate some of the local dishes, took a few pictures, and even bought a few interesting looking souvenirs before renting out a large hotel room with 2 king-sized beds, one for her and Matsuri, the other for Dirt and Issei, and Naruto went out, information gathering. This morning wasn't that strange either. Naruto, who had a suspiciously large sports bag that she now knew was filled with Dirt's approved tranquilizing weapons, invited her and Issei out for some quick breakfast and a walk through a famous local bamboo forest. The first half hour of the walk was surprisingly calming and relaxing, so it still confuses her as to how the situation devolved so quickly into this. Koneko-san, Issei-kun. Naruto-sama is tasked with the job of spreading enemies thin again. They regrouped faster than I had anticipated. Please continue to go straight and continue the mission. I will send you a map of the best route to take. Matsuri's voice comes through again and updates the group on the situation. Apparently, she and Dirt are the brains of the operation. Got it, thanks Matsuri. Oi Naruto, you so owe me free ramen for this. Come back safely so that I can get my pay. Issei clumsily wishes the blonde good luck and runs straight ahead with a slight blush to his cheeks. Good luck. Tying a headband onto his forehead, Naruto loads grenade bullets into his rotary grenade launcher and gives them a thumbs up. He then runs off into another direction, his neon orange wear blending into green surprisingly well seconds later. How far is it? Koneko asks while following after Issei. For obvious reasons to her and Naruto, Issei is put as the information technician of the group while he is the brawler to anyone who gets past Naruto. Next to Matsuri and Dirt, Issei is the leading commander in charge of the operation, according to Naruto. According to the map, it's just up ahead, Issei says as he looks at the tablet he pulled from his knapsack. Immediately after he says that, the two rushes out of the bamboo forest to see an open gate with a flashy, welcome sign right next to it. Suspicious, was the first thought that screams into their mind. The seconds was to dodge, aka get the heck out, as a giant shadow looms above and a large creature falls from the sky and lands just where they were. Boom. Smoke and dust kicks up from where the unidentified large being lands, and Issei takes that moment to fall back with Koneko, both taking out the gear that Naruto armed them with to fight off enemies. Issei's gear is a futuristic-looking tranquilizing gun of sorts that Dirt guaranteed has a 100% hit rate, and Koneko's is a pair of boxing gloves that has a shocking punch. Both took up their ready pose as a gust of wind wipes away the dust in the air to show an extremely muscled man wearing something that you'd see in an old Chinese martial arts movie. He even had the Fu Manchu and all. So you two are the intruders who are after what we've safeguarded for over 1,000 years. The man booms in perfect Japanese with an energetic hint to his voice. He towers over the two and they flinch at his crushing gaze. Before they could say anything, however, Naruto rushes out of the forest as well towards the large man, his shirt missing and his gun gone. In the name of my god, I shall be demanding this year's bamboo tree, lariat. Serious Naruto meets eyes with the towering giant and slams a wide haymaker at the man's throat. The man lifts up B. both his arms upwards to block the move before twisting one of his blocking arm to grab the blonde's offending limb and makes to throw him. Naruto retaliated by slamming one of his foot into the man's face mid-throw and leaps off after the man releases him. He lands in front of his two partners and without taking his eyes off of the man, the blonde speaks to the two behind him. "Remenyan, Opai, hurry." The two didn't need any more words of instruction as they immediately listens to the blonde's words and dashes off. From behind them, the sounds of fist colliding with fist resounded throughout the temple ground and the bamboo forest. Once inside the gate, they followed Matsuri's map and make numerous twists and turns, going through many doors and pathways. Issei got extremely proficient in hitting enemies on sight with his sure-hit gun, and Koneko uses her instinct to take out anyone that try to sneak attack in close combat. Together, they quickly navigated the catacomb of the temple ground quickly. As they turn the last corner, their eyes are momentarily blinded by an amazing sight. Before them, a single graceful bamboo stalk that screams of holiness stood in the empty field. Koneko and Issei looks dubiously at each other as they had no idea what to do. A grouped sneak attack from earlier had took out their headgear and Matsuri never told them what to do should they have made it this far. Koneko shrugs and nudges Issei forward to touch the tree. If it's nearly as holy as it looks, then she should definitely not be the one touching it. The brunette gives her a raised eyebrow and she shrugs again before turning to the entrance to keep guard. Issei nervously trudges forward to the bamboo tree and hesitantly reach out. He touches it and feels a cool smooth feeling in his palm before the tree explodes into 1,000 grains of fine golden powder and something shoots upwards from the remains of the tree. Was all he could say as firework explosions appear in appear continuously in the air for a whole minute. Soon after that, the ground trembles and quake and the walls around them shake. Koneko swiftly returns to his side and enters a boxing stance as he looks at his hand, which had instinctively grabbed some golden dust. The walls fall to show a large crowd of people, all applauding them, some cheering, some booing and others with a grudging look in their eyes. Issei and Koneko blink owlishly at this and stood stock still. The massive man from earlier in the ancient Chinese robe comes up from the crowd and grabs both Kaneko's wrist and Issei's wrist and raises them both up into the air while declaring loudly in two languages at the same time. The victor of the 143rd Bamboo Temple contest is Team Cult Ramen. The man lets go of their wrists and let their hands go limp by their sides as the crowd renewed their applause, making the temple echo with clapping. He turns around and gets on one knee with a huge smile on his face. "Congratulations, foreigners. You have fought valiantly and shall claim your prize." Both Koneko and Issei continued looking at the massive man stupidly, as if not understanding his words even though he was speaking in their language. Before they could say any more, however, the massive man stood up and they were crushed by a group hug consisting of 3 people. "Ha ha ha. Good job, guys. You did the ramen gods proud out there." One of the huggers, Naruto, energetically laughs as he moves to hold Issei in a headlock. It seems that he's found his upperwear again somewhere during the fight with the giant who congratulated them. "Excellent work, you two." Matsuri gives the both of them a huge smile, almost equaling Naruto's, and a quick hug before handing them a bottle of refreshingly cool water and a towel to wipe off their sweat. She has on her normal wear with a neon orange camouflage jacket draped over her shoulder. "You used those tools like a true soldier. This old man is proud to have lead you. Privates," Dirk jokingly says while squeezing both their shoulders with just the right amount of pressure to be reassuring. The man had went full out like Naruto and was wearing classic soldier wear, caps, boots and all, even though his only job is to sit next to Matsuri and drink coffee. "Come, the prize that you seek is awaiting up this path." The large man in the Chinese robes allowed us a moment of reunion before walking towards a random pathway on the temple ground. Naruto, with a wide grin on his lips, slung an arm over both Issei's and Kaneko's shoulder before following the man. Dirt and Matsuri quickly took up to following behind the blonde. What's happening? As they walk down the corridor behind the Chinese giant, Koneko found it in herself to recover from the strange happenings first and asks the question of the day. Issei recouped soon after and nods in agreement with the white-haired girl's question. Matsuri, who is right behind the middle school girl, tilts her head and questioning and asks in return. Did Naruto-sama not tell you what we were doing? It was an innocent question from a completely innocent bystander involved in the fiasco, but it caused a strong impact. Together as one, Koneko and Issei both whips their head towards one location and glares heatedly at the person residing inside that general location. Ah, I knew I forgot something when we were getting breakfast. Taking his arms off of their shoulder, Naruto loosely hangs his left arm to the side while using his right hand to scratch his cheek abashedly. His cheek grows a slight blush when he notices his two side companions' glare increasing in intensity and feels the burning sensation of Matsuri's reprimanding frown on his back. He takes a step ahead of the group, turns around, and as he closes his right hand into a fist, he lightly knocks it onto the top of his head, winks his left eye at Koneko and Issei and says, "Ah, how do I say this? Sorry, I forgot. Tehepero." Both the white-haired girl and the brunette grew a comical red vein on their foreheads as they too clenches their hands. Naruto notices immediately and wisely retreats by standing nearer to the intimidating Chinese giant. The two huffs in annoyance as one as well, and both turns towards Matsuri with a question in their eyes. The silver-haired waitress of Uzumaki Ramen sighs in exasperation before taking up her teacher's pose, something that came with becoming a pseudo-teacher in Kuo Academy when pranking Issei, and starts explaining. Yesterday, when he was out gathering information, Naruto-sama went around town to ask if there was a location he could buy living bamboo stalks from, and he got instructions about a contest for the highest quality bamboo of this region. Supposedly, these bamboo stalks are offsprings of a 1,000-year-old bamboo tree that has great qualities to it, requiring 10 years to plant and cultivate. Originally in ancient times, the contest was held between different martial arts clans to see who was the strongest clan, but as time passes on, this tradition became more of a free-for-all race with tranquilizing weapons allowed. There is a bit more technical details to it that I'm still uncertain about, but I'm sure Naruto-sama can give a better description of the race's objectives. With a slightly vexed smile, Matsuri tilts her head and finishes informing the two students of what they were doing the whole time. So that was why they were attacking us, all for a bamboo tree. Twitching his eyebrow uncontrollably, Issei starts massaging the side of his head to see if that'll appease the twitching. Koneko silently agrees and decides to look at it from another perspective. At least she's getting some experience for future raiding games. Sort of. It's not any bamboo tree, you know, it's a super bamboo tree. The Chinese giant helpfully inputs from up ahead. Issei twitches at the sight of he giant fist bumping Naruto like old friends. So how are we going to take the tree home? I'm sure that we won't make it to Japan and prepare everything in time for Tanabata if we're going through the regular airports like how we came here. Issei gives up on rubbing his head and decides to focus on the reason he was stuck in this situation in the first place, besides the obvious answer of, because of a certain blonde. Ah, you don't have to worry about that. I've offered Naruto-san to give everyone a ride back to Japan and he accepted. Dirt's cheery voice rang in on the conversation, and its topic completely stops Matsuri and Issei in their tracks. Koneko pauses to look as well when she sees the silver head and brunette mechanically turn their head towards Dirt, who's holding up a thin card. A flying license card. Uzumaki Ramen. Click click. Slam. Ding a ling tilde. Matsuri, prepare the decorations and open the shop. Koneko, get some rest. Dirt, try to revive Issei. All, go make some ramen for lunch. Opening the door to his ramen shop roughly, Naruto staggers in with a large bamboo tree on his shoulder and a bag of bamboo branches in his hand. Behind him Matsuri and Koneko walks in with unsteady legs, leaning heavily on each other, as if their continuation depended on each other's support. Trailing after those two is Dirt and Issei. Dirt is casually sipping his coffee with a shiny sheen to his face while Issei isn't really moving, or breathing. Apologies, Naruto-sama, I will have to postpone until recovery is made. As Naruto slams the bamboo tree on his shoulder down in the middle of the shop, Matsuri leans Koneko down into her seat and takes a seat herself. Dirt does the same with Issei and takes the television remote to turn to a comedy channel. 30 minutes later, Naruto comes out with 5 large bowls of freshly made bamboo ramen and spreads them out to the group. Issei manages to revive himself due to hunger after Koneko's 3rd bowl and Naruto's 5th bowl. They spend the rest of the day doing nothing but laze around the table, recuperating. At around 7 or 8, when the sun completely disappears from the sky, they each slowly get up from their spots and pull out a blank piece of paper to write on and hang off of the haphazardly placed tree in the middle of the shop. Of course, since there is a festival going on around them. The group wanders outside to join the festivity, Naruto forgetting his job of manning his own shop. They spent the rest of the night goofing around the various stalls at the shopping district and having dinner out as well. They each left after their own farewells and departed towards their respective houses from Uzumaki Ramen when the clock ticks midnight. I'll be going. Thank you for treating me to dinner. With a roasted squid held in her mouth, Koneko bows down slightly and leaves with her large bag of toys and snacks. I'll be going as well, it's been a fun day. Have a good night everyone with a wave of his hand. Dirt turns around and walks to where he last parked his van. Yawn. Damn, there's school tomorrow too. Goodnight you too. With drooping eyes and a loud yawn, Issei walks off towards his house with a festival mask that he bought earlier between his hand. I'll prepare the futons. Remember to sleep soon Naruto-sama, it's been a long day. Matsuri warmly advises her blonde roommate after walking into the shop and heading towards the stairs. Seeing him nod once in acknowledgement, she walks up the flight of steps and leaves her caretaker to do what he wishes. So it was true. After waiting for Matsuri to at least open the door to their shared room, Naruto walks up towards the table that he and the others usually occupy, past the newly acquired bamboo that is noticeably missing the wishes tied to it earlier. He makes it to the table and narrows his eyes to see the objects in front of each chair and 2 empty ramen bowl in the middle of the table. He picks up the note tied under the ramen bowl and reads it in his mind. Thanks for the ramen, it tasted great. As a gift, I tried granting the wishes on the tree to the best of my ability, have fun with them Signed, Goddess of Reunion. Tanabata. Putting the note down, he looks at the objects on the table. The wishes were placed in order with each seat's usual occupant. Starting from the left. With Dirt's, I want a completely new extraordinary way of making coffee, wish, a book named, New Extraordinary Way of Making Coffee, and a note reading, I hope you like it was left on the wish tag. Next to it is his own wish of wanting to protect his friend. The gift he got is a gun with 4 full cartridges of bullets. For some reason, Naruto is really doubting Tanabata's goodwill. Sitting innocently alongside his gun gift is Matsuri's wish for world peace. The goddess left a note that says, That's super hard. How about inner peace instead? Here's a goddess certified love charm and in pink omamori with the kanji for love on it. Rounding the table's corner, Koneko's wish for being able to understand Ne-sama better is paired with a book that's titled, How to Get Closer with Your Close Ones for Dummies. Besides Koneko's wishes, Issei's not so surprising, I want to become a harem king. The goddess answers seriously with a note that says, start by being friends first. And another omamori with the kanji for friendship on it. He. Naruto chuckles at each gifts and gathers them up to put under the television cabinet. Once he closes the cabinet, he yawns dly and walks upstairs to join his roommate. Too bad Tanabata didn't stick around, he gets a feeling she might be a good conversationalist in the arts of pranking. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends and don't forget to check